Oh, how everybody doing? Hope everybody having a good day. You already know what today is. Today is champs. I want to go ahead and get straight into it, but let me go ahead and finish the rest of this real quick. Also, I finally got the stuff situated as you're seeing. I've been trying to. I was trying to get this situated. But y'all already know what it is. We better get ready. I'm about to get ready to open it up, guys. Also, I also fixed my quality stuff. I had a buddy. He was telling me what's been going on with my stuff. I got it figured out. So I appreciate and let me know. But yeah, we about to freaking get into champ, guys. This is the second year I done this. Last year, like I said, I was learning, guys. I learned, so hope y'all understand. But yo, I'm not gonna lie, they should not had this mug in Toronto. I'm gonna tell you that right now. They should have not had it in Toronto. It's not lit, but I think it's because it's day one. But it's all good though.
This one, the very special category is mid.
That's
Super. Best placement third.
Oh, wait, you guys are
Two for
super
two.
too?
Come on, dap me right
No,
now.
I'm stressed out.
No pressure.
You guys know I'm so bad at this.
Top left or bottom left? Where are we going?
I'm gonna go top left Mercury.
A 1.05. All right, Chris. Team in stage
All right,
four.
Chris,
Favorite player. Joint team in stage three. He's got a
Falk is
.82.
diabolical.
He goes by the name of Dylon Rex. Yep. Rex. Yeah, to the lead. Carolina still in it. Dylan's got to drop a 1.8 if they want to survive. This game's trending. Though. You started to play well.
I love your positivity. Truly.
now just to let y'all know beforehand. Hold on, let me make sure y'all can. Okay, y'all can hear me. Just to let y'all know beforehand. Unfortunately, I will not be able to stream the well, it won't be a watch party, but it's gonna be more of like a reaction and stuff because it freaking sucks to explain it, but this is probably gonna be the only day I'm able to like watch champs live, because unfortunately this upcoming week I gotta work, guys, and that freaking sucks. But hopefully Sunday, depending on the time they do it, I can probably get the finals, hopefully. If not, then I'm gonna just have to. It won't be a watch. Well, it'll be a watch party, but it'll just be reacting to like everything that happens and stuff. So I'm just letting y'all know.
I've been dreaming for this when I was child.
It's a great moment for him. You deserve it. Yes, hear all these people. Escúchalos, porque te lo mereces. One thing we've learned about the Spanish, they play with that emotion. Rancor showing it on the stage, and they show it in game as well. 3 top 4 finishes. This is the best we have seen of any all all one country team from Europe.
Absolutely, with good reason as well. I mean, the Heretics, this is the best they've looked for a long time. The best thing about MW3 was actually their team pack. So I'm a big fan of the way this Heretics squad has looked. They play great hard. They're a fun team to watch in and out of the game. I can't see how they do this with.
What I love about them is they break rules. Right? You watch them in Hardpoint, as Ali was mentioning, how good they've gotten there. It's like they're not afraid to give up the back all chow. Like this is a Miami team that they're rustling the feathers of some of the top squads. You've seen the beef, and they play with passion. So if you're just joining us for champs, they're a team to root for. They're going to be an incredible watch.
Miami technically underdogs against Vancouver. Optic also going to be underdogs in their matchup against Atlanta FaZe. And while Miami seemed to find their success instantly with Rancor and Super, Optic went through a number of roster rotations.
Number is certainly a way to word that. So this is our starting roster, right? It's the OG,
The world
the
champs.
team that wins championships, and things just weren't panning out. So what happens? First, we're going to replace one of our SMGs in Pred. It's a household name. We know it. We love him. It is Hoop the Nuke. He helps them in their online presence, but still something is missing. They need somebody to lead the troops. Kenny, typically able to fill that role, he gets swapped out for Caesar Skies. What has happened? There still is no immediate success. So Optic Texas, it has been a tossing of players trying to find the right puzzle piece, and I think they've almost found it, bringing back in Hoop, replacing Skies with Mercury.
This is such a hard year for Optic, man. I mean, to go from winning the whole thing to having to make a team change.
That is tough. I'm not gonna lie.
Per stage.
That's real tough.
Crazy runner. I mean, it's been
They went through players after players after players, man. It's like
But right now, we'll see how they go. They had a good 3 weeks.
What was missing? Because you won a world championship with the same roster.
Yeah.
So what were they looking for at the start of the year?
Yeah, I mean, it's unique in Call of Duty where we have a new title every single year, right? You have to have great transferable traits as a team unit in order to make that work.
it had to be the chemistry. Like the chemistry had to fall off.
This is the hardest I've ever seen it hit for a team that kept that roster going into the next
That was just a little bit too much cockiness in a way.
right? Like, you have to have the right roster.
And you do it so crazy. A lot of people were saying it's probably Shotzi. Y'all wild as fuck. I'm not gonna lie.
Right? And they were
Like,
the urge, guys, of not
Shotzi been doing his shit, man.
That was a real discussion. That almost
Y'all done put some respect on that man's name.
much better spot now.
I'm not gonna lie.
It's been a hell season if you're a Green Wall fan.
It just feels like the difference between them right now and the other top.
No, I'm not gonna lie. It's gonna be like tough, cause I think on this first week, I think Optic played FaZe, bro, and that's tough, cause like I said, like only I support 3 teams, bro, and that's Optic, FaZe, and LA Thieves.
Some gelling there. They've had 3 weeks heading into camp, so hopefully if you're not
Like FaZe,
they're finally clicking.
I mean, I've been supporting them since they had like their tournament in my city. Not where I'm at now, but back in my home in Tennessee. If y'all know, y'all know. Then LA Thieves, you know, one of my favorite players is Nate Shot. So whatever he does, bro, I support 100% to the fucking moon, bro. And then Optic, bro, nigga, just the history of that shit. Like Nate Shot was on the team, and not only that, bro, like the dynasty, bro, you have to like been there to see that, you know.
And Joe is unbelievable in search and destroy, but the rest of the teammates haven't really figured out the game yet. You hit stage 3, and suddenly the ball gets rolling. Bean starts getting some of his slay back, and for Toronto, what keeps them in a lot of these series, they're one of the only teams disgusting at control right now. Control, to me, has been the win or lose for a lot of these top teams during this season, and for Toronto Ultra, they have been one of the few that have been disgusting in that game mode.
Yeah, I mean, I think they have some issues. Of all like the teams that are coming in that could potentially be
All right,
contenders,
let me,
this is the team where you're like, man, they needed to have some progress in this last 3 weeks, particularly in search and destroy.
Yeah.
To start the year, incredible at the game mode. The subs were playing well. Joe was playing well.
Nah, I ain't gonna lie. I'm really looking forward for Black Ops 7.
They haven't been able to buy one, right? So this is a Toronto team that, yes, if they can figure out their search and destroy, get back to how they were in stage 1, they are a championship team.
Toronto looking for ice once again. You can see the red hot start for Queen.
Chances are,
They finished 3rd last year.
I think the next Call of Duty for me, that shit's gonna be on PC, guys. Chances. But I've been hearing a lot about like the people hacking into on there. So I don't. You know what? I'm not gonna lie. I don't know. Are they doing PC controller?
Nasty and Abuza, the ARs, make maybe the most underrated player in the game. He's been dropping bombs against the big teams.
I love that you bring that up because you know me, Nasty is one of the players that I was signaling of like absolutely this team has built up of underrated players over the past couple of years, and it does feel like since the addition of Neptune, they have been completely enabled, right?
I ain't gonna lie, Neptune slept on player.
He loves going up against LA Bees. He loves going up against Atlanta FaZe. The only thing with Vancouver Surge right now is I feel like they need to find some consistency with their slang. Obviously, they bombed out at Major 4. That was a shock to everybody, and I think we do need to lean a little bit more on 04, especially right now, for those opening rules.
Yeah, I mean, I think the slants there and the hardpoint, they've been one of the best hardpoint teams, arguably the best over the course of the
I think that's the only thing about
Surge and control. It is
Seattle Surge is freaking
they have had weeks to work on it.
they play so good when it comes to like
One of the biggest pickups of the
like you know just the regular season part, but when it comes to like a major, bro, they hype themselves so up to the point they get to the final and they don't play like they play in the regular season. Okay, we got Surge and Heretics, LA Thieves, Boston, Toronto, Carolina, and Atlanta and Optic. So I'm gonna say Heretics, LA Thieves, Toronto. Bro, that last game's gonna be tough. I'm not gonna lie.
They've had 3 weeks to get through that. They're in 3 weeks to listen to some nice self-help podcasts.
I'm not gonna lie.
But their opponents are honestly one of my favorites in this entire competition.
Yeah, I agree, Miles. I mean, you had the opportunity to cast a lot of their gameplay. Kind of what I was talking about earlier, where like they're not afraid to break rules, and then you talk about like this roster bringing in Super, gave them this extra dynamic in Search and Destroy, where you never know where they're coming from. And you can see Young Gunny in our Monster Energy pregame. The Rencor and Superman, these guys have just been sensational for them in the AR department. They're hard to keep up with, Alec.
They are very hard to keep up with, and that's kind of like one of the win conditions for Side Miami, right? Is their hard point is disgusting. 3-game, 32 overall season. That's going to be 5th overall, and even their Search and Destroy, they've been incredibly clutch. That's with the addition of Super, who has been their leading force when it comes to S&D, and their Achilles heel right now is going to be Control. 15 and 25. It's not been great. Bottom 2 overall in the league if we're counting all 12 teams. We've got to see what they've done with the past 3 weeks.
Miles, who is the X factor for Miami Heretics this weekend?
For the Heretics this weekend, I'm going to give it to Super. Renkor's a known quantity. Metals can be absolutely incredible to watch, but I'm going to put pressure on the young. Very good this week.
Super IGL in Search and Destroy going to have his hands full in games 2 and 5 if it gets there. Let's take a look at our maps and modes for this one, Allie, because we've got Vault twice. It's going to be there for Hardpoint and Control. Dealership and Protocol will be our search maps.
Yeah, no, Dealership is great for a side of Miami Heretics.
Answer.
Standout maps, 87% win, and obviously, even if you get to that number 5 Protocol, like Miami, they love going to game 5 in.
Yeah, I mean, listen, this is the longest break we've had before champs by 10 days. 10 extra days than you usually would have. So the Search and Destroy should almost feel rehearsed.
Yeah.
And if you're Vancouver, that's where you needed to have the biggest improvement coming into this. I mean, statistically, it's like the worst Search team we have here versus the best. So Search is where I'm looking to see if Vancouver had some improvements.
Thousands of dollars on the line, a huge difference depending if you win or lose this opening match. And let's start it off red hot as the Pick'em's leader on the season. Our Scuff Pick'em locked in. The first prediction will be Miami Heretics. Miles Ross.
Okay.
Well, man, I mean, you know, the way things have been going recently, I don't know if it's surprising. My head is telling me the Miami Heritage for this one, but my heart is telling me Vancouver Surge. They get it.
Vancouver Surge, final answer. Alley Cat.
Wow, this is a battle looking across the maps and modes too. I'm gonna go with Vancouver Surge. I believe in their 3 weeks off and the work they put in.
Yeah, the last time we saw Vancouver, they lost to Vegas. Damn! They hit the lab. They had to have hit the lab. I got Vancouver winning this series. They're going to bounce back. They've had weeks to practice. They're going to get it done.
Rambo Ray has the boys dialed in. 3 of our experts all going with Vancouver. I've got Miami. Fans, let us know at home who you have. Get your pick'ems in across the board. Allie, 100% confident in your Vancouver pick here?
What do you mean? I mean, I'm standing on business for sure, but obviously Miami Heretics have been an unreal team. I wouldn't be shocked with an upset.
I'm told the players are ready. Guy Blaze is ready. Make some noise as we send it down to the stage for match number 1.
I am so ready, Chris. And let us know who you think is going to win at home, because those picks on the desk, muy caliente, getting very, very spicy. Just like how this main stage is about to be. It's champs, everybody, make some noise. We're about to bring out the first two squads to get this weekend kicked off. Coming out first, get ready for the boys from the South Coast.
Oh man, about to start, guy.
Ladies and gentlemen, give a
Alrighty.
welcome to the Miami Heretics. Real, Red Super, and Metals. The
This
Miami
about to be crazy.
and they know it's time to peak. It's champs, and they ready to give it everything in which they got. One more time, the Miami Heretics.
This team has been on fire, and you can see the confidence from all four of those players. But I'm going to zone in on the AR duo, Rencor and Super, making their debut.
That's different. They got like a little sand style. That's kind of cool.
Round one draw, but man, would this give them some momentum. Let's get this match going, guys. Time to bring out Vancouver.
You know what? Bring out this team right now, Nicholas, because when it comes down to Vancouver, they know how to start a storm. And they have to get it done now. Canada, show some love, because here comes Vancouver.
All right. Damn, no music. Yeah, they took the music out.
Everybody show some love to the Vancouver Surge.
I know a lot of. I know it looks crazy because not a lot of people. It is crazy, but I think first because they chose Toronto. I don't know why. And if they chose Toronto, they should have went to the other stadium. But I think when it gets to Saturday and Sunday, it's gonna be a lot more people.
That was not in anybody's conversations at the beginning of this season. They were right there at the finish line.
But you already know.
Teams like LA, like Atlanta in the top four, and now they have an opportunity to cause one of the greatest upsets that will have seen in the past couple of years. But we've got to get through day one first, guys. I can't wait to get it started.
I'm ready to get this one started, Ali. This is going to be a banger matchup to kick off Champs Weekend. And I can't think of a banger duo to hit the mic to get us started. Everybody show some love to Merc and Maven.
Thank you, Blaze. Let's get it going. All right, listen, thank you to these two teams, because if it wasn't for these two teams, this year would have been probably real boring. When you think about the top two and how this has gone, these guys have led some interesting results, some interesting runs in these majors, but outcome champ side, we'll see who can come out on top.
Yeah, I mean, it's two very different stories, right? You
Yeah,
have,
yeah.
back-to-back sessions here for Surge, and then last event, I mean, just a total bomb out, right? You have a tough winners round one versus LA East, then you play Vegas, you hit 2, 3, 5, you're kicked out. That is not how you want to go into the final event. On the other side for Miami, yeah, Super is just been this on the up and up. It just, can you break through?
No, it absolutely has been. But I want to talk to you as a former competitor. A lot of times when you had your chance, it came about a week and a half after your last day, right? Like, it was very little lead up into champs. If you had an extra 2 weeks, like this particular time, what would that change in your preparation?
Well, I mean, we had full play, right? Like, I didn't know my matchup.
That's true.
Three
That's true.
weeks. That changes everything.
You take your matchups from
This should be very rehearsed. You should have, if your coaches a very good idea of what your maps are going to be. Maybe there's a couple of wild cards in there. But these teams, they know going into scrims, like, okay, these are probably going to be our maps, right? You're looking at breakoffs, sort of different strategies. I think there's going to be a lot of differences in Search and Destroy, right? That's why you saw like dealership in map number 2. That's Miami's best, but Surge have done everything that he can to counter that.
But I mean, a lot of people let me know probably.
I'm check on.
So rehearsed, so prep.
I'm check on real quick.
Scrim, this particular team and this preparation for this, and you're not playing the people on the same side of your bracket.
No, you're playing everybody else, right? These two probably played mostly LA Thieves, Atlanta Phase, everyone else who's on that side of the bracket. So yeah, they haven't seen each other for a long time, and these two on the year haven't seen each other for a very long time. Only twice on the year. The last time was stage 2.
When you think about like the top 3s you've had for Miami, when you think about the the couple of top 2s ranked finals you've had for Vancouver, you think that these teams are bumped heads a lot, but they haven't, because there's only really been one major that both teams had good finishes, which was what major 3 with the second and fourth respectively. They haven't made run at a similar major. But you said they only played twice. They've been so long. I was kind of shocked.
No, I was too.
Yeah.
I mean, just two teams that were very much a part of the season, but they have not seen each other very much. But very different teams as well right now, because you have one team who is thriving in Hardpoint.
I ain't gonna lie, Esports World Cup about to be lit, man. I'm looking forward for that again. The EWC. Damn. Okay, major 1, 3rd, top 12, 4th, and 3rd. Is that when it comes to freaking Seattle? What was it? I think they got second. No, they didn't get second on the first major. They got like top 3, top 4. Then the next one was second. Then the other one, I think top 3, top 4 is in second. No, second. They're top 5 team. They're both top 5 team. I think yeah, 4th.
Search and Destroy, that applies to Hardpoint, and that unpredictability, it's got to be tough to prep for in some ways.
No, 100%. I think they've been creative. That's really the key. Since adding Super, and he's led them in Search and Destroy, right? He's been the one making the play calls. He just added this different flair to their search. Like, he has a really good understanding of it on some of the better maps. So, yeah, again, we'll just see what happens when we get to map number 2. But I think the key for them, I mean, if they come out hot here in map 1, Surge are in trouble. But the hard points that Surge got, if you listen to Bapid Mitos, you got your 2 best hard points.
Yeah, 2 of your best. I mean, the only good thing, I guess, on one side of this for Miami is with the Hacienda, they were like 3-1 last qualifier, right, or last stage. So they've really improved there as of late. So maybe they'll really be ready to battle on that map 4. But here we go. All right, music starting. I think ready. Let's get into this. We're starting off on Vault.
Champs is about to begin. Yo, I've been watching the season for like quite some time. Even when it wasn't even the CDL. When it was just I think it was called CWL. Was it CWL? When there was like a lot of esports teams. Didn't know that. That's how long I've been watching.
We'll see if they can do it one more time.
Alrighty.
Alright, map 1, here we go. Map 2 came in, it was a difference maker. Immediately looking to right back into that 4. And he'll get right into the front.
Riding in it.
Here inside of this P1 is he'll continue to hunt. Run out.
They call one of their best maps, if not their best hardpoint map. Miami squaring up on it.
Ooh, nice.
Nasty able to find a couple of AR kills. You have a 4-3 row. He's locked
Yep.
in.
Pull back.
Ooh.
Nice trade though.
Drop is 04. Is 2 tango with right now. Going to get off your timing through on the slide. It'll be nasty. Trying to pick up the scraps. He gets a little bit of a help from Abuza. And they'll at least hold for now. There's a couple of seconds remaining on this. We're starting to focus on the rotation.
Ooh.
Abuza will be over early. Holding ammo side will be number 3 and nasty. You still have Real here trying to make a mess of this. Does he keep it a little bit messy with the spawns? No, it looks like for now, Vancouver Surge
Okay.
to a good position.
There we go.
Trophy and for coverage. Here we go.
Abuza pushed out quickly, so you do not have that sort of forward front pressure. Super's going to
Damn.
go on the bench.
Yep. That back flank.
Where are Miami going to start this break from? It's going to be through the back. But Abuza controls that area with the AR. Of4's got another one. That's going to be 3 dead. You flip the spawns, which you like if you're Miami, but you start to have to find some kills right now. And while Surge is all over this.
All over.
Nice.
Neptune taking over the backside. Abuza is trying to get out through mid. We'll see if he can disrupt this even more.
Someone got to go around.
Trying to be the playmaker, and I thought able to do just that, but it's actually super against 2 or whatever. I mean, all the time is the way of Surge. 60-2 is the scoreline.
Nah, that's crazy.
Yeah, but we know when it comes to ball, it's all about this P3 and P4. Get an early rotation out to lock down our.
I think if I remember, Miami is good at I know when it comes to them, I think they're good at breaking P3 and 4s. But it seems like Vancouver is not going for that.
Already have this 59-point lead. We talk a lot about Surge's ability to take their time, right? Slow the game down, find the picks at crucial moments. I mean, they really just grouped up, absolutely took their time there, found the opener, and now what kind of time can they turn this into? And can they continue to hold the spawn? But the pressure really here to Heretics early. They're going to need to flip this game, put these spawns on their head in a hurry, because if this P4, okay, here, keep an eye on number 6. Let's see if Frank's able to make play.
Yeah, he just doesn't influence it.
I'm going to go around.
Doesn't influence spawns, but yeah, he's just going to try to make this messy. But then all the time, still went to Surge. They want to deal with this quickly, but if
Bottom side.
take their time, Abuza's going to spawn all
Back trailer.
You're going to let him maybe to pick up some kills with Neptune on that side of the map. Now they're just trying to isolate him. There is the quick trade. Is the pressure going to be here, though? Do you still have back spawns 04 with a big win to influence that? Nice little play there from Surge and 04.
04 is 14-5 on 1. Early in this game, as the lead continues to build, Surge looking to eclipse this 100-point mark and just putting in danger.
Bro, 04 is popping the fuck off, bro.
It's 4 straight 4 in the chamber, just trying to get a little more ammo here to work with. He's got some help in from Abuza, and they are locking this down. Heretics are getting slammed here in the map 1.
And you've had a couple of players from Miami get through the back, but I mean, they're
Just
isolated.
bro, he's on the 5.
Now you are very close to this hellstorm if you're 04.
Oh, they took it.
Into the fight.
Booza's still in there though.
He's just gonna get that.
You're on a
break.
3.
Look at that score. We talk about it, just how tough it can be. I mean, to win on both sides of the map and Surge do it. You are up 126-14.
Maybe you're silver lining. Ford didn't get the streak. Abuza didn't get the streak. Both were very close just due to the kills and being throughout the hard play that entire time. Okay, now into our second set. Heretics have got to hit a different gear. You get slammed early. You're feeling the pressure here at Champs. You got to turn it around. You think about the guys that really lit it up, take it over and respawn and turn it on.
But we gotta remember, this is a new team, guys. New team for Miami. Like they've been freaking great in the regular season, but when it comes to like this, like it's a whole different kind of energy. He gonna jump off, get on the point, and he got killed too. Ooh. Nah, this man trying to disrespect him with the pistol.
Not going to happen, but lead still growing. Neptune still cruising. 17-11 out of him. Beating the way though, still a 4 as he is at 20-10. They've had early P2 rotations and Heretics not really able to sniff the hard point. They're trying to do that again here, but all right. Heretics going to maybe get
Wall bang?
Can they chain this into something that'll be early pressure again from Surge?
Yeah, I thought maybe with that spawn from Super, he was going to get a double or a triple kill there. He just sort of alleviated.
Okay, nice read.
Doing a good job now. He got quickly traded, so you had front pump control. If you are Surge, maybe some angles on the hill, but you have just been staying alive inside of that. If you are a Miami Heretics, you're trying to get back in the game now, a 100-point game. But
Surge taking their time, grouping up as a 4. Here comes the break attempt. That's going to be all 3 dead metals. The last player alive can't get the second, so you will take this 20 seconds all day long.
Yeah.
Oh, 100%. I mean, finally, like a decent hold on the Heretics, a nice little stretch. The problem is you went down 100.
Ooh.
You're going to need something better than like okay or decent. You're going to need perfect. You're going to need just sensational if you're going to bring this back, because every second feels like a dagger in the back of the Heretic side. Ranker's just simply got too many in front. He's not able to finish it. You're in a similar position that you were in last time we started P3. Remember, that was when they got the pick. Surge were able to get the pick inside of Art. They flip spawn so quickly. They're going to be trying to do that again here.
Yeah, but this was what the difference when Surge became a great hardpoint team, right? In the hills like this, they would just fight the time and then play the flip deeper into the hill. They have the chance to do that. With this lead, you can just fight from the front, get them off of the hill, force the players top art to have to overchow. That's exactly what they're doing. The other 3 players, they know they have to worry about Nasty. Real's going to spawn out. Pressure through the street, go Surge. Now it's all on Metals to lock this down.
Metals got pressure coming towards him.
Nice.
He's going to get drop spawns once again over to Surge. Yeah, Heretics might take these final 20 seconds or so, or will they? Because the Booze is still lurking out towards mid. He's getting people on spawn. He's reading the map perfectly.
Bro,
He's trying to keep Heretics.
I ain't gonna lie, but like
This is probably you have
Seattle is dead ass stopping them from doing anything right now.
No, not at all. Yeah, just such a wonderful job whole time breaking this setup here from Vancouver Surge. And this is why I very much question the Mosquitoes. I have no idea why they gave them both Fault and Hacienda. You think you have more of a plan here if you're a Heretic, but this is not what you wanted.
Hold on, we're not done yet. Maybe comeback coming, but no, it certainly feels that way. They've been holding on to this.
I mean, of course, another 6 spree at this hill. Every time this guy's got an AR in his hand, he's doing whatever he wants on the map.
Okay.
A Boozer right behind him.
The only thing he's not finding is the streak, but it hasn't seemed to matter. They've been doing it with the gunny, they've been doing it with the position, they've been doing it with the comp. The team has come in, prepped, locked, and loaded, and they're doing it so far on the map 1. But Search was always going to be the question mark for this team, so as much as
He gonna jump out?
the true test is going to come in the map 2.
Nope.
So looking to close out this map 1, just 25 points away from seeing the lead.
Well, this is just a statement map point, just how locked these guys are. I mean, again,
Yep.
that's a very young Heretics team, right? You have 2 rookies here in your first champs weekend. We're on the other side a little bit more experienced. Nasty gets a
Yep.
relapse.
Like I said, like
These guys know what they need to do to get onto that podium.
It's just a prep for hell. Let's get to a couple finals this year.
Bro.
But it's a different kind of pressure, too, that maybe helps in positions like this early in a tournament. They look to close it out, though. Before it's in the hot hand.
okay.
They get shut down. And right
That's
away,
one.
see what he is able to do from this spot.
Ooh, okay.
Now needed for the victory. Heretics trying their best to extend this. A multi from Ranker makes it a little more interesting, but just seems to be a matter of time now for Surge.
Yeah, kind of what we talked about at this moment. If you are Heretics, if you're a Heretics fan, is just extend this game, like trying to get the guns a little bit hot. It feels like that's starting to get, happen. I think the biggest difference from them from stage 3 to stage 4 was like Real. I mean, he hit like superstar mode again, right?
Yeah.
So can he find that? Can he get the gun hot and then maybe take over map number 2?
Certainly trying to do that.
Bro.
Now, despite just being putting a body back in this map 1. When you test around the point, we get another moment that Heretics can extend this game.
Ooh.
Kills will get to the hard point. Pressure now Nasty to try and break on through. Nice little gunfight win off the back end. I thought a nice reposition there for Real.
Yeah.
You got a 4 here as well. The 2-man pushes up through the front.
That's map 1.
For map 1, Surge come in prepped, locked, and loaded, and dominate in that map 1. But not that shocked to me. It's a vault. They're one of the best hardpoint teams in the game. I still think the question for them really starts with this map 2. Now we're going to go to dealership, which is the bread and butter.
That's the only thing about it. Like
You allow dealership through 7-1.
Seattle's so good at hardpoint, but in my head, I'm expecting like I know when it comes to Heretic, when it comes to this map, they can definitely get P3, P4. Cause I seen them in a couple matches, they can hold that shit, but clearly like Vancouver can break the fuck out of that shit. Clearly, bro, 04 almost dropped 40. Whole team went positive, man. Bro, I don't know what the hell Metals were doing, man. That 15 and 32, bro.
But he does have these games. But what we've seen from him in the last couple of stages has been.
I don't know about that, broski. I don't know about that one.
It's just a question of can these guys respond. But we know what Search Destroy. Yes, it's great to have this. Like, even when we talk about phase, like the way that Hardpoint has looked at times, very shaky.
I wonder who they're gonna have for
But we know they are in trouble. It's just same
I don't know if they I don't know if they said it yet of who's the most valuable player for this season. Cause I think it's between but I don't know. It's between the first team.
I mean, obviously the winners won versus Thieves.
Because I think first team was
They didn't have many wins. No.
I think what was first team I think first team was
The bar for the whole year. Yeah, no, they're
Scrappy,
flat.
Hydra, Celium, and
You have what 3.5 weeks to a month to actually
Simp.
draft, but that was a different
And then I think
destroy.
second all team, who was it? I think it was who they showed. I think it was Rencor,
Strategies, what they sort of.
Abizi,
What's always tough is trying to incorporate. And I think
I think Joe DeSees was there,
yeah,
and
how it's gonna be in a live atmosphere.
hold on, no, we can go back to it real quick, and then we get back to the S&D. Hold up, let
There may
me.
be a couple of strats this weekend or breakoffs that you try and they just get stopped. Like they just don't work.
Yeah, hold up.
Dominant veterans and new rising stars in the league. And now it's time to honor our all-stars. Make some noise for them, everybody. Here is your second team.
Yeah.
Rounding them out first.
So Rencor, Draza, Joe DeSees, and Abizi.
Followed up from Atlanta Fades. It's Draza.
Bro, they hate Draza so dang much. It's funny as hell, bro. It don't matter where he goes.
And last but definitely not least, make some noise from Atlanta Fades. Abizi.
And then another,
Time Ontario, make some noise for your second team all-stars.
yeah, second team. This man wearing,
You talk about it
he wearing a camouflage Crocs. This man ready for business.
players. I mean, you talk about Draza, he gets plugged into the core tree in Atlanta Bays to try to put them over that hump.
Well, I mean,
Literal
he's close,
has been unbelievable. One of
bro. Bro. That's what I'm saying. This man's the top 5 player this year.
Even with Joe DeSees, he has been carrying Toronto Ultra when it feels like it comes to
That's what's so crazy.
this season.
What third best they are. Yeah, but I mean, top 3.
I'm hitting all F4 so hard.
All right, and then
Disgusting score. I'm instantly just like, they're all hacking.
when it comes to,
Sir, I mean, they're all.
we got Simp,
Now it's time for your first SMG, the 2023 World Champion, 2023 Season MVP, and possibly the craziest POV in Black Ops 6, the French Phenom, All Hail Hydra.
#1 SMG player, bro. This man's tough. Y'all watch his gameplays, bro.
King Cobra with the venomous words and a poisonous shot, loving to wrap up his opponent to take him out. It's Celium.
Yes, sir. Hey, Ems, welcome to the stream. He was
Now it's time for the first AR. Taking the
Scrap.
lead and out the game. The loudest mouth in the league with the shot.
You know, everybody loves Scraps because y'all know Scraps used to play for Toronto, so they're gonna give him his respect.
One more time, Ontario. Get loud for your scuff. Team of the year.
Team of the year. Bro, watch the game. Grenade. I remember this. Killed him. Nah, watch Hydras, man. When they show him, like, bro, it makes no sense. Look at it, bro. Look at that, bro. Sell him.
Unbelievable. Godlike. Cell is Mr. Untradeable. He's got the ice. He's got the sauce.
And all 4 players on are the top 2 best teams in the world. It's crazy. All right, let's get back to this. All right, so
Look how aggressive you're going to be through Neptune. Nice stuff there from Miami.
all right, Seattle got
They're going to push on forward. They actually don't find Neptune. I thought maybe it was a team. Well, he's going to find 2, and just like that, it's a 1 versus 2 for Red Tor. Trophy down. Doesn't have any names to work with, but he's got the gun, and one of the best gunnies in the league. He's just got to find the second. Nasty pushes on up, inserts quickly up 2-0.
Yeah, that car. That final car there in the lane is up being everything for Surge. They find, what, 3 or 4 kills from that position. And yeah, I wasn't sure if it was a team stun, if it was an enemy stun, but I thought they had Neptune sniffed out. Not the case at all.
Stun. Yeah, must have been a team stun, maybe trying to catch Miami right on rotation, sliding out, but well, they catch him anyways. And one of the keys we always talk about the A-bomb side is keeping streak control. That is exactly what Surge did, always having someone push forward.
So far, the ball is perfect from Surge. They beat them there on defense.
all right.
Wide open sight on offense. If we get deeper into this, some of the opening play calls work out a little bit better for Heretics.
Yeah.
Real's going to go right up the gut. Get mid-map control. Try to be that mid-map inner lane demon.
Well, yeah, Nasty on the car, so he's locked in one part of the map down. Well, I talked about this sort of
Yeah, boss.
before. In Real, both players
You must say stay right there. Yep.
Alert pays off. Real with the opener finally a first blood for Heretics. They need that desperately. Kettle's able to win his one-on-one. And you've got numbers. You need it. You got to turn this into a round win, but lose it Nasty.
I don't think they'll test it. They're not gonna test it.
Try and clutch this up.
Yeah, Real though.
One's flanking them.
Flanks all the way through again.
Dead.
First kill on 04. Then a secure in the next is Miami on the board.
Okay.
Alrighty.
And that's just all timing, right? Because 04, we literally see from his POV, he's jumping up and down. They just feel a little bit unlucky. Right? They're hoping that Nasty, he's going to lock down the B site. Everybody else has middle of the map. And
Yep.
he's got the car out, but yeah, 04, not exactly sure how it works.
Yo, what up, brother? Welcome to the stream, man.
With the jump base, just doesn't.
Didn't actually have to final numbers early. Or they'll turn that into a round. They'll try to bring it back. It just felt it's a must-win map, but it felt like a must-win round. But they needed something, some positive momentum. Surge off towards A in their opening offense this time. Slow it down, spread it out, trying to dish out some haircuts, but Metals should be able to reposition it now. Right there, trading hands with bomb over towards B. They'll get it to a 4 and let him work it.
You're seeing this, right? So you go early
Okay.
on defense, but you're going to leave Real number 5. It's just a question of you Surge and you wrap this. If not, when does he get involved?
Somebody gonna go straight to window.
Trust his teammates.
Is he going window?
Really, the key is
Yep, he pushing the window.
on the map. So he's going to get out with bomb planted, but he give up a ton of space.
Ooh.
Yeah, that was something too. Again, trying to play maybe through the play. There for info. Real, the timing is
Oh.
in, and there's another first blood. He's up for the second challenge.
Oh.
Teammate able to get the crossfire through. One player left is going to be Neptune, not able to clutch up. Heretics with the retake.
Wow.
Space. They take the fight.
I'll be right back, guys.
We're tied up 2-2.
Yeah, yo, boy, this is awful time with Real. Just that one-on-one right now in the last couple of rounds has gone Real's way. But the problem is when you give up that much room, you're going to have to check the bomb, right? So that's what happens. Is, I mean, I think Vancouver, they know they have to reposition. We're going to have to check this. So 2 players, one being 04, get ready to slide out of these doors to make sure they're not on the defuse. And well, that is when Real's able to pounce, and that starts the domino effect of Miami.
No, I think you said perfectly right away. They gave up something space. The entire bomb site wide open. And you're just so stressed. Stressed about somebody hopping bombs, stressed about the timing from Real. And well, nothing really works out in their favor. But battling back, tying up this Heretics. Now, where do they look to go offensively this time around? Looks like driving quickly out. Well, that's trophy going to be gone. That's weak game again. They got to back up. That is, I was going to say, that is real ugly, but it ends up being ugly. Bomb down. Opening pick for Vancouver Surge. Another defense. They read it perfectly. A little blessing there for Heretics, though, if the car will get one. Super able to trade out one, and now we're into a 2 versus 2 here for Roman to take a break. So now you have no trade potential. It looks like
1v2. Let's see if Neptune clutches.
now you're relying on a clutch.
I didn't see how it went down with the car, but that's gotta be frustrating. Get first glove bombed down, and suddenly you lose a player. Let's see if Neptune can play this.
No, they're definitely gonna play an A. Someone gotta watch, yeah, watch well dealership.
Backside, you're gonna have multi R's just on power positions here. So this is gonna be so difficult. You do have a nade if you are Neptune. Here's the slide out. He's gonna spot both, and there we go. Rentor slides away. Super's gonna reposition. You still have some life if you are Neptune, but time working against you.
Oh,
One able to win it.
oh,
Under 15 to go. Finds the second.
oh,
And Neptune with the 1v2.
oh, shit!
And that just can't
Nah,
No way. No way.
nah, that's an insane clutch. Holy shit!
Miami have been so good since adding Super.
Nah, I'm telling you, bro. Did not sleep on Neptune, bro. Holy shit!
And I mean, I think Super's just trying to buy time. But then Rentor slides thinking, I'm going to have an easy trade. He's weak. And then just gets caught on the cross back through. And you
He had plenty of time. If it was at like 7.2, he wouldn't. I don't think he would have got that.
Oh, Lord, that is a painful
No,
one. But on the other side, glory for Neptune. Massive
Also, guys, food for today, bro. Look at this, guys. Holy shit. Got some sliders. Got some sliders. And we got shake. We eating good today, boys. We eating good today. Eating good today.
Real with the door. Car going to be coming out as well. Will be dealt with right away. 30 seconds for Real on 04. It keeps them numbers. Neptune trying to do what he can. It's heroics going to be cut down.
Abusa, it's all on him. Gonna be a bomb yet. He's got Jones here to work with, but the gunny not going to be there. He's shut down. That is a brilliant answer and bounce back after throwing
Alright.
away Heretics.
They're going back and forth on this.
Just starts with an 8. You're going to give up the A bomb set. You have the 8 spots though. Nasty.
They're both solid at search.
Yeah, then the stun on the Neptune. We're going to let you maybe get away with that one time, but not this second. We were using everything on you.
Yeah, I thought when he slid out, like Renko or whoever he might have got eyes on, well, it kind of seemed that way. It's everything in the kitchen sink came flying forward quickly after that. Back to the ball there.
I ain't gonna lie. The last game is gonna be cinema.
This is a tough match. It's the toughest match we're going to get on this.
Hopefully.
But from that spot, he's usually where I feel like he's just so good at finding one-on-ones, finding picks. Just getting a headshot through and suddenly gets some deep numbers. He hasn't been able to do much yet.
Well, now he's trying to get some shots. I'm not going down quite yet, so of course going to play patient. He could run back.
Lurking for a bit, bro.
He's going to take the fight well.
Alright.
Involved, and now it's a 2 versus 4. They're hoping to catch them on the bomb. Now 4 is here, and it just feels like when Surge have a read on things, they are winning these rounds with ease.
Yeah. I mean, I've got to think that's a lot too. Prep, right? I mean, you talk about all the prep of going to this, you have a month to work with, so you're talking to things that Surge can destroy. Sometimes the prep, well, things don't play out the way you're going to. Yeah, there's been some rounds of that, but yeah, when they've been there, they've kind of got what they've expected. They've handled businesses. They've done again. After winning the P1, well, Busa, I call his name and we get a kill from Keith there. He was able to.
The opposite of attachment first attack.
Yeah. Still a team looking for a 2-round separation, a little bit of breaking run. Not able to find it yet. Neptune. He's 8-4 plus the 1v2 clutch. Sensational map out of him. A first blood to his name as well, but just trying not to get flooded early in this one. It's a boost that's going to get dropped. Super appeal.
Well, I mean, you take mid control, but what does mid control get you on this map? It's going to be tough. There's not a bomb side in here, so you're just hoping to catch them off guard instead. As you said, a boost is going to get flooded, and now Real, he's going to take his route to try to get involved and catch them on the rotation. The problem is, though, he's going to be the one getting caught. Metals, though, wins a big one.
Yeah, so you went
Okay.
there for how quickly this route flips on its head.
2v3.
Big win for Metals. Damage is nasty, but players kind of split for now. Now they're going to recoup bomb either. So this could
No, watch door.
Timing, though, from Neptune. How's it going to pay off? Already a 1v2 clutch. Look at the clutch up here. He's able to pounce on one. Now down to a 1 versus 1. Now
1v1, there two again.
on double digits.
Watch how you clutch this.
Hit the 48, the free
Oh!
just not going to work.
Damn.
Heretics survive.
I thought he was gonna get this one.
Well, Super, so good at search and destroy. There for the trades. I mean, yeah, you win both gunfights there in the 3 versus 2. If you are Surge, turn that into a one-on-one. Rentor was picking up the flank, but Neptune must have just gunned him, cut him off guard, but you had the jackal in your back pocket. Well, he's going to win it full, because you're going to see right here. He's got the AR, switches to the sub, gets the early damage. He's ready for the slide out instead. He's going to that slide out.
Yeah, first blood onto Abuza. Got 3 in the round. Ice there out of Super. Nearly a Neptune takeover again. Right into this and right into Shallow. Metals with the first blood. 0-4 going to get dropped. That's going to be sight control over at B. Gall's trying to find him. Just looks underneath him. He's got a little bit of help.
He just needs to get out. Yeah, his teammates, they have to be bomb control. So, yeah, with that first blood from Metals, bomb's already planted. Neptune's in a car.
The other back, RC.
Out of that. It's a tough scenario here for Surge.
Nearly tough. Neptune just about robbed. Abuza maybe getting 2-on-1 isolated, or well, Metals can't take down another one. Everybody in front of Neptune, all on him. No ammo left in the sub, and he will drop. Heretics stringing together rounds late, a round away from tying this up 1-1.
Yeah, I mean, what, you have back-to-back offensive sort of mid-pushes. The only difference is for Surge, when they jump out to B, we saw from Neptune's POV, there are multiple players from Miami looking at the middle of the map. This time, Metals jumps out, and it's just a one-on-one, right? So there's no trade potential, nobody looking over that player towards B. So the play call works out, and they know they have bomb site control. Beautifully done there as well. They take a lead.
Match point for the Surge in Miami. They have got to win this map, and they're close to getting it done. We'll see if we're going the whole way to around 11. Abuza, a little struggle on this one. See if I can bless him again to walk away with the kill. Neptune a little bit different this time. Has they are in hands and tries to get aggressive. Usually played up close with Jack. Good greeted for some bullets there from Rancor, and he's going to back it up. All the utilities starting to come in over the top. Everyone going to survive it this time around. The car
Whoa.
that was the four-door. Super
Whoa.
Kettle's going to find one, force some damage in, but can't find the kill. Everyone getting shut down. It's all now on Abuza. 1 versus 4. Map is
Yeah.
Heretics on the
Heretics got that one.
1-1.
And well, they stick with their dealership guns right now. 8-1 on that map. And I think for both teams, maybe going to the vetoes, you have an idea of what you want to do. Maybe you want to play a ball hard point if you're Miami, even though it's their best map. Same with Surge. Let's play dealership. You know, it's their best map. Let's try to counter this. And,
It did work. They did in some rounds. I mean, they did really well in some rounds.
Yeah,
Just not enough to get the victory.
yeah, and every time they went A, I mean, just the retakes, especially the second half of the game, the utility, the nades for Miami, gave them such an advantage. So difficult for Surge to win that on that side of the bomb.
Taking 6-4 in the round count and taking 6-4 in the first blood count as Heretics make the run late to close it out. Nobody can find 2 round separation until they do it to win it in a real team effort, really. You get work done out of everybody, but who was that 1,500 damage in that? Was it Rancor? I guess somebody was putting in a ton of work in the damage department, but here's how it looks in your overall best of 5 for maps and modes. Blowout in the map 1, a tight one in the map 2. It was super okay. They had the 1,500 damage, huge one out of him. Some clutch moments as well in the 1v1, the 3 kills he got as well within that round. But now we get to Control, and Control's been,
Yeah, I think that start this year is just sort of what we expected. I think if either of those teams, maybe, you know, Miami involved, Surge wins the dealership. Well, sure, we know probably who wins the series. Yeah, this is what we call it.
Yeah, pretty much what we expect. So tie that 1-1. We get to the control before we go there, though. Dash talk is about the first two.
2 in the books. We're tied 1-1. It's all a lot of fun here together. We've got Miles Ross, Rose League, and Nameless at the desk. And I want to start here with our Search and Destroy breakdown because Vancouver shocked the world with how fast they won game number 1. Game 2, they go up 2-0, but Miami doesn't go away. And I want to start with you. Who is making the moves to Vancouver early, and then who corrected the ship for Miami?
Yeah, I mean, well, you saw Neptune, massive 1v2. And it's looking like, okay, Vancouver are here to play. And just the way that they were approaching it, right? Like, they had some instant pushes on the defensive side where we're just stopping the A push entirely. If you're Miami, you have to figure out how you wanted to deal with that. And I thought it was a nice audible late in the game. It's like, hey, let's go play towards B. We're getting caught early. Let's not allow this to happen. Let's get a bomb down and force Vancouver to have like an excellent retake. And, you know, that was the round to sort of give them the lead where they ultimately closed out with a wonderful retake on this side.
Ali, I thought this was all Vancouver's game after that Neptune 1v2 clutch.
No, I completely agree with you. I was sat right there with you. Honestly, it's more so you just got to take your hat. One to the clutch play from the side of Metals in that final round there. He able to find 2 and stay alive. Vent causes a lot of chaos on the side of Vancouver's Surgeon's camp after that post plant. And as well as Miami Heretics, I mean, they're a top 3 defense team on dealership Search and Destroy. Top 3 retake across the board. So it doesn't shock me in the fashion that they won, but it took a couple of rounds for us to get there.
I asked who your player to watch was. You said Super. He gets the clutches. He drops 1,571 damage, the most in the lobby for sure.
Francis Wade for the Heretics as they picked him up. He transformed their Search and Destroy game, setting wonderful pace for them in the mode. And certainly helped get things going, and especially after the ball loss. We tested the mental of the Heretics. 2 rookies in their first match up at champs. How does that first match go? Real bad. They bounce back in a great way.
Let's take a look here at that ball because it was a flawless opening for Vancouver. You're looking at 90 points.
Bro, they BTA'd them map 1. I ain't gonna lie. They BTA'd them.
With your opponent, 105 points to your 250. What was separating Vancouver from Miami in the first game? Because that was one-sided.
It was the fundamentals, one that Vancouver Steelers already have when it comes to this map and mode, but also the aggression. I mean, 04 and Neptune were freaking frying Miami Heretics, and that's something that we don't see often, not this early in a series, especially versus a team like Miami, and they just could not get the ball rolling. You give Vancouver an inch in a map and mode like Hardpoint, they're going to take a mile.
Yeah, I mean, I love the call on 04. I mean, the guy went 36 and 18.
Yeah.
Bang. Balling, the amount of 2 pieces that he had. But yeah, I mean, you look back at this map 1 and from like a strategic standpoint, like Vancouver was playing chess, Miami was playing checkers. You let Nasty get all the way through to your back building. No pushes to contest them. You don't really know how you want to approach that rotation, and you see what happens. The P4 is going the side of Vancouver is going to lead to a dominant map 1. But nevertheless, tied 1-1, and you know we're ahead. Control.
Go! Come on, guys! It's us! Come on!
That is us. And Neptune letting the boys from Vancouver know they are doing it the right way. Let's take a look at game 3, though, because when it comes to control, is this Vancouver's strength? How do they shape up?
Ooh.
It's very bad. It's a very bad walk. These guys, I mean, they're 10 and 30 round count in control specifically over their last 10 controls.
They win 1 out of 4, though. That's good, right?
10 and 30 is insane.
I keep going back to
I'm not gonna lie. 10 and 30 is insane.
we don't play ratty enough. We get called like people flanking us, making huge plays. Like, we just got to extend our life. So they've had a couple of weeks, as we keep on mentioning, it has to be better here. It's the key in this series because we don't want to go all the way that game 5. We want to close it out. Absolutely.
Vancouver Surge has 4 players in their second year. Taking a look on the other side, Miami Heretics who have Real in his second year. He sent this Vancouver squad packing last year. Can Real and the crew take this game 3 and finish it on a game 3 Hacienda? How do you see this playing out?
I mean, I can see the Hacienda going the way of either team right now. I still think that Vancouver have got the edge when it comes to hardpoint. They're just so damn good. The game 5, though, whoa, that's where things get real spicy. I think, though, again, it comes down to the mental game. And we talk about this, I think, at every single time. First time you're in this thing, first time you see the scene, it changes the way you feel. It gives you a little bit of extra energy, makes you a bit more nervous. And it's that 30% better, 30% worse scenario.
Yeah, it benefits you like in hardpoint. You can play more aggressive, start seeing more. We saw with 04, it's champs. He got that first couple 2 pieces, proceeded to have an incredible game. In control, though, it can hurt you a lot. You search and you just try to go out and try, spawn, make some huge plays, you throw your life away, that could have been an incredible situation. So time to reel it back in, play a little bit slower, and hold down the map. Control, it's a simple game. You just gotta execute.
Allie, we've got friends playing fantasy all over the world for our.
I'm not gonna lie. If you would have told me what modes are the most important when playing competitive,
I'm actually going to go with Snapchat because that.
for me, honestly, like on some for real,
She's going Neptune in Vancouver.
it has to be.
We send it over to our captors.
It has to be
One good thing about this is
search and hardpoint. If you
yeah, not a lot. Yeah, if they have.
if you start off with bang and win the first map, and then head into search and destroy,
Over Miami, they
clutching, like yeah.
when they had the keeper, they really focused on Austin control. They got better at it. Teams started to veto it. They go back to multiple, get them out. It's been okay. Both teams are in a very similar spot here. It's below a 50%. One led to 3 and 4 last year. The other one was 4 and 5. It's one where if you look at these two teams and you say, how do we get over the hump of beating FaZe and Thieves? They have to improve in this game.
100%. Like we said, it's simple in this series is like, listen, I know Heritage Hardpoint's a little bit better, but simple is like good search team, good hardpoint team, who wins control. Like, could you simplify that?
I think that is sort of probably the easy narrative.
Yeah,
it is. It's played out that way.
Yeah, yeah. We still have some series to go though. Tied up 1-1. First to 3 takes the series and moves on to your second round. Loser, a game in the loser's bracket, but still alive and fighting. We see Neptune this season control versus Heretics 1.14. He's been terrific. Can he turn it on here as we get into that 3? Battle it out on vault control.
Oh, that's what I'm talking about, right? Control is just when you want to wait for your teammates. You don't want to overplay. Throw those lives away. That's when things can get ugly. Maybe trying to throw a little B start here was Miami Heretics, but Surge, they're going to just ramp it up, shift on over, find the kills, and L04 right back to it.
Yeah, that's one where you want to catch maybe flat-footed and get some kind of success early, but it turns into absolutely nothing. So, some time, milk it off the clock. Heretics' next wave of kills could be a big one to kind of get them out and fighting around the actual point. They've chained together too. And now battling here for position. Retaining numbers around A. We'll see if they work this first pick. About halfway there, looking for an opening though. Keep an eye on that number 3 and Nasty. He's still looking to pounce. We'll do just that. That's wave off the point. Beautiful there for Nasty coming.
And well, you just find all 4 kills, you only lose 1. That's immediate forward pressure here for Vancouver Surge. When you have 3 players around him, they are hunting them down. The subs in their face. Metal's yet to find the first player on spawn. That's going to be super, but Abuza's going to pick that up right away.
Oh, 4th time back full. Like, that's when you know you've got some map control. Will the over-aggression maybe end up costing them? So far, looking okay, but now with several kills in a row for Heretics, a chance to keep this fighting, maybe get them in the extension. There's at least your first bit of progress. Still lurking in behind enemy lines is going to be Nasty. They're trying to look for the timing to deal with him. Edel's trying to sniff it out. Not going to sniff out anything but the gunny as Nasty puts him down. So now you still have to keep your head on a swivel. Inside, you get caught from both sides. It's 5 straight from Nasty. And looking like a round 1 dub here from Surge, barring a late round marathon.
That is it. Both teams know they're missing 1 player, right? Nasty's looking for Metals. Metals is looking for Nasty. And you're just hoping you just stay in that corner. Get an easy kill, but doesn't happen. Great plays out of Nasty. He is still alive. Redcore trying to do it
Okay.
with the help of his teammates to extend this round. Winning some big gunfights, but still, he is the only player forward.
Maybe it's hoping you can get a 3rd
Wow.
team. You somehow get the extension. Not going to happen. So 2 ticks for Heretics. I mean, nothing that surprising. We know how difficult offense has been on Vault, especially later we've gotten into the year. They'll take their 2 ticks. We'll see how that adds up in the total scheme of things as we get deeper. But really, just great defense from Surge. What, dealing with the opening B look, playing together. Not. I don't know. Kind of like Nasty talked about in the interview, like
Throwing away lives.
not throwing away lives, like playing together, getting good position. Yeah, they could have got caught maybe when they played really, really aggressively towards ammo, but they found the next wave of kills, and that's where it was kind of broken.
Yeah, just waiting for each other off spawn, and then you get just 0-4. Guys on fire. We saw it in map number 1. Him and Nasty go on some big sprees there.
Okay.
Round. On the other side for Miami, it's been a trend in the respawns. You want to see Metals pick it up here for them.
And Okay, so we're thinking B off the break here as well. Vancouver Surge. Will they find a little more success? They're looking that way. They've already got two. Make it three.
Set it up with Neptune. He's the only player that goes cat, so everybody's looking B-side for Miami, except they allow him to go on 3.
He should have stayed on the side.
Yeah, that's a big one-on-one. You lose that, that might be the B point done, but you're still here and fighting. Already got some progress. Neptune snapping back, looking at health. Well, he's going to get with help in the way of a teammate's going to take him down.
Not a great round for Nasty so far.
No, it's not. No, it's not. He had a great round 1.
Yeah, great round 1.
Not the best round 2, but still. Time to go. At least they were able to turn that into a kick.
Yeah, you would just love to turn that into more. That was such a great change. You had art control, you had Neptune pushed up. And then even you
This definitely gonna be a defensive game.
Neptune pushed up. And well, as you said, the teammate, it's going to hurt you. Because this is the problem. It's only one tick, but you lose all map control now as Miami finds 6 kills in a row.
They really do need to get medals going a bit. He had a kind of double negative map 1. Cost him a bit. He'll have those every now and then. They'll want to try and avoid that here. He's in control. It's 3 and 9, but hey, still the position now on the map. Round 2 to tie this up. 4 straight for Rancor, 3 straight for Super. Have a good position here, but pressure onto B yet again. Looks like they're dealing with it, or are they? Able to pick off one on the point, but that's all they're going to actually drop. The rest of the kill's going to go the way of Surge.
Round 2 for Nasty. Redemption time. He does a great job playing his life forward. Now everyone from Miami off spawn has to focus on him, and well, not able to find him 3 in a row as the progress is being made over towards the A point. He's going to force everyone to have to deal with him. Well, now you have to take advantage if you are Surge.
Take advantage of looking for the extension. Only 23 seconds remaining in this. Heretic's trying to go huge to maybe stop any kind of extension. They've done that. Nasty, the lone man alive. Good job is waiting for his teammates. A big one-on-one. Try and shut down Super.
They're gonna be side.
They'll win that fight. Now they'll try to battle back towards the point. Just a little bit left to get done in A. Can they win the fights on the point? They're able to do it. That should be the extension.
Well, you can see the
And they got the extension. Holy.
You know, it's the second or third time now where they're all off a spawn, and what they've been doing is taking B Street and then winning the gunfights inside a connector to transfer that over towards A. Just putting pressure on the street.
I'm not gonna lie. Either they got to defend, they're playing lives as well.
No, not easy at all, but yeah, that has been their key to success throughout this round. Metals, though, going on a wide play through ammo, but all of Surge just going to try to focus on this point, maybe get another tick.
It's real close. And no respawns remaining, though. I don't know if the tick got done.
I don't think so.
I don't think it did. No, it didn't get done. It was so close, I thought there was a body on it, but never actually popped up and said they got it. 4 versus 8 now. Only 4 Nasty enough remaining here to try and make some magic happen. We'd love to somehow get that final
Okay.
over towards B, and maybe you got a chance to do it.
3-5.
Everybody dead, despite the fact they're in a 3v4 on the map.
5-2.
It's a massive kill there from Rancor.
Just to get it. Are they going to get it? They do get the tick.
And they get the tick, and now just trying to win the round, but going to be difficult in 2 versus 4. Rancor, as I said, wins that gunfight middle of the map. On the flank, but you take that if you're Surge. I mean, you're a couple of gunfights maybe from winning that.
Like I said, when it comes to control, it's definitely a defensive. It's a defensive match. You gotta hold that. Make sure nobody gets on it.
5-2 in the tick count. But that's one you're probably thinking Surge. A couple little situations.
But they put so much mint in this.
But that's about as close as you're going to get to a round when as you can. Just think about how defensive you take this again. Heretics find some success. The opening didn't go well. There were not really many positive moments. I mean, there were some little skirmishes on A that they won when you talk about numbers, but that was about it. And they were never like a big one. It was like you want to buy a player. And wow, that did not go well either. No. I mean, it's a 4-for-1. All 8 players right through both mid doors. That lasted, how was it? At 1.5 seconds.
Yeah.
But people started shooting, and all of Heretics was just dead.
And now you're going to have Neptune flanking you. You're trying to deal with that. You are not.
Wow.
Okay, well, was wondering if maybe it started off a little better. The answer, no. Well, you take a breath and try to turn this around.
Okay.
slippery little snake. He'll get out of harm's way and they'll rely on his teammates to step up. Real right back then into the conversation. Just elusive. And that's a great stretch now from Miami. Well, you're only down 2 lives, you fought back.
Yeah, I mean, they've recovered well. They had to deal with Neptune in their base a number of times. Now you have 2 ticks on this 8-point, but Surge, they know they have another crack at this. A couple of players going to go cat side. Super's on 3 in a row, though. He's ready for the next gunfight. Well, has the help from his teammates. Pistols on point. Well, Four's going to go on a wide plane, a wide route, but it may not matter. This is going to be on a Neptune to contest this. Just guesses the wrong corner. So extension is in. You're very much in the round, and Real is hit.
Beautiful triple there out of Real. And yeah, after just getting thumped in the opening seconds of this round, great recovery. 12 versus 12, the battle to the point. Trying to keep her body on this. I don't know how much the clock is really going to matter in a 10 versus 10. Getting the off angle to try and pinch this will be Super. He's got eyes here with the AR, helping his teammates.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to have a try. You're going to rely on nades. Real's going to be out spawn. You're going to maybe have 3 players on this. A big thing
Wow.
but that is it. Neptune has to hunt down Super. Well, now it's a 5 versus 8. Miami in a great position to win this offensive round.
What a recovery if they pull this off. Thwarted in the
I don't think so. They got that round. Hold up. Nah. Nah, that's it.
Closing this out, the utility's going to hit and they'll shut down any sort of miracle. And after all the frustration in the previous round and the struggles here off the break, it is nothing but Miami after that. That is incredible.
And while your big 3 just take over, you get multi-kills from Real, you get multi-kills from Red 4, multi-kills from Super, that setup, sort of that B setup. And I mean, then Super's able to get inside of Mark, so Surge off spawn. They know there's multiple players on the objective. You have to deal with Super. That is so much time. And well, time was against them.
It felt like that moment where Real finessed it. Once he got on A, he got away 1 bullet. Like after that, bro, the tidal wave that is Miami just started going nuts. Absolutely incredible there. Now, as close as Surge were, I mean, as much as I thought those 5 rounds were everything, I mean, now you've got to get an offensive victory. You need one badly. Well, you're losing the map.
Yeah, that just feels like that round. I mean, the momentum has shifted. Just the gunfights starting to go the way of Miami. Their stars are starting to really pick it up. Well, Abuza, we saw what he did in map 2. Wasn't the best from him, and now he is -9 on a vault control.
See if he can turn it around a bit. Within this round, within this map, within this series. 04 just stunned to hell. No opportunity to do anything. Super utility. They're out of Heretics.
Again, look at top right. This is big 3.
The big 3. Keep it going. Nice little dump by window 404. Bringing a second behind that. Maybe an opening now for Vancouver Surge to turn this into something.
I'm not gonna lie. Boo's playing so terrible right now on control.
Knock comes to Booza. Can he take down 1? He'll get damage, I think, into both. But you're down to, what, sub 30 seconds. And really your first progress on the point is happening now. A big sequence for both teams around the point. The dominoes seem to go the way. Heretic with medals and tabling at 3. Huge moment from him. He was struggling early in this map. He is turning around here despite the fact he's talking with big 3. He's had his moments as well, and they shut them down there. Only 10 lives remaining for Surge. What has been these last 2 rounds from Heretics?
It just feels like they've hit another gear, man.
Yeah.
I don't know. They're playing
Yeah.
more confidence, they're winning more gunfights. You see it for Ventor. He is
They're not winning this.
all day. Well, they are locked in now. As well, Surge, they just have to win this round somehow. Maybe it's behind Nasty. Have to extend it, but 7 versus 13 going to be so difficult to do.
Bodies on the point. Extension about to be in. Route the through for Rancor and see what he's going to be able to come away with. You need perfection right now from Surge. So far,
They're gonna have to.
what a clutch this would be if they somehow pull off this.
Y'all gotta hold them lives because
It's going to be Metals, though. That's trying to find the opening. You just have to read the route over and missing eventually. A player from Heretics is going to make their play. They'll at least only allow Metals to get long, but then you have to deal with Real. Good bit of finesse.
Nah.
Yet again.
Yeah, and every trade is just it's a win. It's a win here for Miami. Well, you can see
number 4, Neptune, he's just trying to play his life inside of all doors, but not going to happen. They're going to end up cutting him down. Now everybody from Surge has to wait for each other off spawn, and good luck. You're going to layer this map. Real trying to throw in a little theatrics there. JR is looking over it. Rentor's going to find one. Rentor going to win the map with 2. And you can see what it means for these guys to go up 2-1.
Yeah, no, I think he said it. They hit another gear, bro.
I don't know what happened.
It felt, I got to Neptune's thing, like, what the hell just happened? Like, he had that a really good defensive start. He had a really good offensive.
You know, he pissed off inside right now.
Suddenly, like, what the hell? It's like they were thunderstruck, bro. Like, what happened to us?
And that's kind of what we talk about, like the end of map 1. You're hoping the guns get hot. You start to win some gunfights, some more multi-kills pop up. Didn't happen in map 1, but it very much. They came alive there in that map number 3. I mean, Surge is a couple of gunfights away. Going up 2-0.
Yeah.
I mean, the fact they survived that round 2, Heretics, gives them that life. They carry on to that round 3 and win the offense.
Taking a quick look through the stats, you talked about the big 3 turning it on, Real, Rancor, and Super, and they absolutely did. Rancor and Super, now those Super ARs lead the way in damage, and they have been terrific. Well, at least within that map 3, we'll see. Do they carry it now into map 4? And for the response, for an interesting conversation as we take a look through some of the highlights. I mean, a tale of what 2 halves it felt like within this one.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, but Surge looks so dominant on defense.
Yeah.
Their offense was close, and then even the start to round 3, you had that counter.
That was the quickest forward end, like in a control round.
Right after that, everybody from Miami starting to, find the multi-kills. Teamwork was on point. You got a sub in his Super's hand. He was doing whatever he wanted. But playing with some swagger was Heretics. They're able to win this control.
The swagger, the confidence, everything's certainly there and aligning for Heretics.
Which is right after this.
Yeah, no. Right after this, they just never looked back. And it just felt like, once control slipped away from Surge, they just never were able to get it back. They were never able to slow the game down again.
No, this is what, they've struggled with. It just feels like once it gets out of control for them, like things start not going their way, it spirals big time.
It's weird because, like, in hardpoint, they can be so good at that reset. Like, they have a bad hardpoint, they have a bad little stretch, they're able to slow it down, flip it. But in control, sometimes they just can't do it. You just cannot do it. Heretics, once they get to their spots, or once they just find freedom on the map, to the point where the team is constantly just second-guessing like when the routes are going to come through, when the flanks are going to be there. They're so deadly. They're so deadly.
It's always the worst, dude, when you, start getting the beast.
Oh, yeah.
And you just hear the comms, I've been there. It's all good. We got this. It's just
yeah, it's not all good. No,
we're getting gunned right now.
You just felt it shift, bro. Yeah. You felt it shift. That was electric. Out of Heretics. But now, okay. Let's talk about the hard point. You were surprised to see what Hacienda involved in the 2 that came through. Despite maybe Hacienda not being the best map on the year for Heretics, they were, 3-1?
No, this is a better one than Vault. I thought we would see one of these.
Yeah,
I just didn't think we'd see the Vault jump.
Yeah. Vault was surprised.
These are the 2 best for Surge. But, yeah, it's been better here for Miami Heretics. When they look to improve on it, it has gotten better. He's in a solid hardpoint team. He's adding Super. I was just very surprised to see both of these. But now, who knows what's going to happen. But if you are Surge, you are relying on this hardpoint again to get to game 5.
If you get to a game 5, then you're getting to your Surge pick, right? You're getting what, Proto with map 5, right? You're getting to your Surge pick. Proto, a map that they can be very, very good at. And you want to lean the way of Miami when it comes to Surge constraint in general, just because how good this team has been. But that is a very, very winnable map for this team. Now you just got to get them. We take a look at some of the map 1 statistics as we get ready to fire back into a hard point. Metals struggle.
0.47.
Opposite of that. Double positive. Takeover map out of him. Let's see if they can slow 04 down if Metals can really get going in this map.
Yeah, we saw it at the end of the map number 3.
Yeah.
These stats, I don't want to know more. But
They definitely not gonna slow down 04. No, on this map.
Locked in now. Momentum on their side.
Yeah, and it's one of those things like, okay, we saw Heretics kind of brush off the map 1, right?
If it ain't 04, it's Neptune.
You win the search and destroy.
You can tell freaking Neptune pissed off inside. He did not want to go to loser bracket. He do not want to go loser bracket. He's gonna force a game 5. Him or 04.
So you're ready for Hacienda. They are fueling the pressure. I mean, yeah, this is a double elimination bracket. A loss here isn't the end of the world. It's a very tough matchup for both teams, but And your road gets harder if you get the losers early.
I mean, it's 8-7 on the year, but the last 5 for Miami, 4-1. And look at who they're winning against, by the way. At one point, maybe the best hard point of the year. That 250 to 249 versus FaZe. You also were able to take down LA Thieves.
Yeah, that one was something else.
Yeah, that was a banger. Back at DreamHack Dallas, but now it's next time.
Lose and not having the best series. Maybe here is where he can start to take over, or at least set up Neptune some damage in, and he'll get his 2. But you heard the comment, they struggle with some of the rally plays, some of the opposition to pace of play. This is definitely one of those maps they can get under your skin. Real will the way the hell out of here.
And I just think on the other side, for a Musa, I feel like this is the map when this search team really become a staple this year. Like the DARs, especially like P2, Nasty and Musa both had some insane garage plays where they can set themselves up. So can they do it here? Nice start for Surge, but 2 players will be putting some pressure on here for Heretics.
Yeah, this is an awkward timing there for Musa. He tracked back to it, so you'll have the back spawns right now if you are Surge, but to be Heretics battling from the point. 2 players to be spawning out, 1 from either team. A little bit of a blessing there with the vehicle kill. For Heretics, they'll take down 3, and now you're able to layer the map and push out of it everything you want in that opening sequence.
Yeah, you get fences spawned, so they're just trying to realize where are the spawns. They had somebody pushed on up. You weren't able to...
And we're back, guys.
So immediate pressure here from Surge. What was looking so darn good. Good at clean 4 dead, but yeah, just not ready for the fences push.
Yeah, no, it looked near perfect, I thought, after you got that 3 dead.
I feel you have to be ready for that. You have Rencor, who was out towards the front. He's not seeing nothing. Where's that pressure going to come from? And 2 players get caught. 1 lobby, 1 all the way back statue. And Surge, no, it is just go time. Let us trade. Let's use our numbers on the hill.
One of the best teams in the game, you know it. When to flip the switch and push the tempo in hard point. For Surge, beautiful job there, but all right. We'll be up about 30 as we now head to fences, and we'll see if Heretics, they can get the hold here early. You lose a couple of players, though. Might be a little bit scrappy in the opening moments. Neptune trying to make it real scrappy. He gets 2, looking to go over the top, maybe for a 3rd. Nice tracking, go there from Super, and then the help comes in from his teammates. Solid engagement there from Harris.
I mean, you have the numbers right there if you're Surge, but Super just buys enough time and gets the double kill, right? So it allows his teammates all spawn to get in a better position to deal with that first push. That was looking like a chance for Surge to get the momentum on their side, give themselves a big lead, but Super holds on.
They hold on again, this time Real. It is 2, 20 seconds remaining here to earn. Lead change going back the way of Heretics. Continue to fight for this time. Nasty with a double will come to the end. They'll secure the final 10 seconds to go. First, yeah, we're players here. Trying to battle over the bow. It's interesting. It's a setup for Rock. Now, what do you see on the map, Joe?
Well, I mean, you left what? Around 10 seconds and you are on board to try to get involved. So they need to find this break because they gave up some big time. They were trying to figure out the spawns, but does not work out. Miami, again, relying on their hold. This is the best break team in stage 4 versus the best hold team in Miami. While they are staying at that number 1 spot on Hacienda. Well, you can see 6 in a row right here for Heretics.
Beautiful hold. Lead pushing out to 20. 1 around in from 04. We'll see the timing works. How it works out, they go down. He comes up to get there. Maybe make the play. 20 seconds remaining. He will get through though. And Metals multi keeps them battling on the point. They continue to hold despite the routes.
And well, that's why I was surprised that he had to go mid through connector. Like, you spawn up and you have a choice, right? Am I just going to rotate, rely on the break towards P4? Like, how many times throughout the year have we seen P4 be that hill for teams that find a 40 or 50 second dip right back into the game? And, well, the option for it to try to go for the break does not work out at all.
I think it's 48 to 18. Since then, it has been all Heretics, and it continues to be all Heretics. When they turn it on, man, they turn it on. It was 7 straight for Metals before he fell. When he being turned around as the map 1 does. My God, he's doing it so far here. And yeah, when you have map control, it allows you to tuck away in corners, be annoying, shut down any pushes from Surge.
Ain't no way freaking you telling me Miami is winning right now.
Showed that maybe that's stats traffic. What a turnaround here for Metals. Just such a great job from him to turn it up here. But Miami and Heretics right now, they're up 60 points on rotation. A big one here for Miami, maybe to run away with the game and the series. Let's hear the cons here for Miami.
It seems like Vancouver don't want it. Vancouver don't want it. Vancouver did not want it. They should stay in Seattle. I ain't gonna lie. I don't know why. Like, bro, it's already a Canada team. Oh, don't do that.
It all comes down to this rock hold. Miami
Oh my.
they'll basically put away the map, and so far, so good. They were perfect here last time through, perfect here early.
And I mean, you win scrap time plus the rotation just ahead of the game. You got a 2 versus 3, a chance there for Surge, but again, you lock this down. And early to test, you're going to need a break. Reminded it at that P3. Looks like you're going to find it here at P4, and it was much needed there for Surge.
That keeps their dream alive. A massive break for Surge. Now you still have to hold this time, but you get the rest of this, you're right back in the hunt. You'll be down about 30 or so points. What, 30, 40? With a chance to do this. We've had some insane haciendas, maybe setting up for another one, but you still got to hold a big multi there from Abuza. That is a huge one now to help in to deal with the final player in trade. He had a big moment, I think a big double at the break at P3.
Back to the middle.
Break up some of the time, but okay, about 40 seconds between them if we go into the third set.
He tried to knife him.
Gonna get caught.
Yeah, you think you have a chance maybe to just set up top balls, get some back control there after finding those 3 kills. Instead, if you run into everybody, you're just getting caught sprinting right now. If you are Surge, you're not finding the kills. You're going to rely on a break again. I mean, this is such good time here for Miami. They're going to chip away here at this P1.
Up over 200. And continuing to volley on the points as you said.
Okay.
Back and forth, but it looks like numbers I think going to be Surge here for a second. Not able to turn it into time. It's still holding that right side of the map. They need to make sure Heretics also don't get any more time here. Super's route up through halls. Going to get him in behind 2 players.
All right, that's 2 Ps.
The flip is going to happen. You see number 1 spawning out deep, but as you say, oh no, the wheels may come off for Surge.
Yeah, they already going to the next point.
You're going to have numbers at the P2 early here for Heretics.
Well, now the numbers are going to go away. So still 10 seconds left. Number 5 in reality.
Somebody got to watch side door. Someone watch front rockway.
Neptune trying to do it again, but Rentor gets 3. Super with the 4.
Ooh.
POV, but Rentor locks down the spawns himself. 26 and 17. He continues to have himself a year.
Maybe the numbers don't matter. Thought they were there for a second for Surge, and then they disappear.
Back statue.
Shot in the back, shot from corner, get frustrated. But so far, at the point if you are Surge, you might not have numbers here for long. You got to win this from the front and continue to hold. Only 22 points needed for this Heretic squad, and Metal.
He lined that up.
Wigs
Yeah, that's GG's.
On him and right into the hard
That's GG's.
Enough time here to close it out.
That's definitely GG's.
One last push.
Yeah, that's all they have.
Here comes Sebastian Dunfight. Metal's to take the first. Real there with the second. Two players remaining on the push for Surge. Abusa trying to get him in with his multi-beam.
This game.
No. Super and Metals hold and moving on to the winners.
Wow.
Early in chance. It is Miami Heretics.
They didn't want it. They did not want it.
After getting blown out on both hard points, but they win 3 maps in a row. We tested on the Search and Destroy. It was looking like Surge was going to run away with the control, but they held on. And then they just dominate Hacienda from start to finish. Oh, they do. That was incredible there. They have had the hardpoint improvements on Hacienda over the last couple of months. You wonder if much will change in the 1-month break leading up to this event, but still locked and loaded.
They did not want it, guys.
Roster.
It is what it is.
What? 2 rounds into that control, something shifted. Something changed. The Heretics boys turned into animals.
Yeah, we talked about it, right? Like, you know, Surge throughout the year has been such a good team at rebounding in hardpoint, like finding another point. But it just felt like this Miami just kind of outskilled them. Like the multi-kill is just so one-sided. It started in that control.
It felt like they just got to the top. So
Yeah.
100% right. The steel ceiling just seemed a little bit higher for Heretics when they really started flowing. Didn't that win map 1?
No, but just look at the team effort. Everybody was over a minute. Everybody was, 20 to 30 kills in the Miami side. You had a little push there towards the end there. A few were surges trying to stay alive in the game, but Big Rancor held that down.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, guys.
Be a nightmare matchup. Like I know they haven't played much this year, but like
If they keep playing like how they playing right now,
Surge, well, if their Surge is going to continue to struggle,
they're done for the season.
with the surge pedigree you have on the Miami side, but
And the worst thing about it is,
how that one played out, incredible win.
it's still some other teams left they gotta play,
For Surge, yeah, you're going to have to do it through losers.
and they probably gonna have to play a top,
Pulling off some upsets, maybe making a
probably a top 3 team
seems like clearly some improvement.
of whoever goes down. And
And change the identity
I don't think they're gonna.
tells them to separate
I don't think they're gonna,
on stage.
win that.
Ladies and gentlemen,
But we'll see.
it's for the Miami Heretics. If they win their winners round 1 matchup, I got Super with me on the main stage. And Super, we have seen you guys play this team twice before in the season, and you lost both times. How does it feel to get a win against this Vancouver team here at Champs?
I mean, you were right. They played 2 times against Surge. It's my first time ever playing against them in a real match.
Okay.
And it feels amazing because everyone knows how good this team is. And yeah, it's a great win for us.
And I like how you said that, okay? They lost against them before in the past, but not with you on the team, okay? And you have been an X factor for them, throughout these last few events. And one thing that we know you for is being so good at Search and Destroy. How important was it to win an SMB map in this series, especially after seeing Neptune clutch up on you guys and they have a lot of momentum?
Yeah, it definitely was the most important map in the series. It was so important to win it because otherwise we will have been 0-2 in the map count. Yeah, it was so good with that map and we gained a lot of momentum after the map.
You definitely did, okay? You took that momentum throughout the rest of the series. You guys get that first win. Now, earlier today, I got a chance to honor your teammate, Rencor, as he's an All-Star this season. How does it feel to see if you won't make it on the All-Star team?
I'm so proud of him. I knew that he was so good because I've been teaming with him the last 2 or 3 years now. And I knew he was capable of this and much more. He's going to keep improving as a player, and I'm so proud of him.
Hey, man, and the Miami fans are proud of you all, okay? You got a few fans in the venue that's been cheering for you guys throughout this series. What do you want to say to them as you get ready for your next match?
I want to say I appreciate you all, and the team appreciate you all. Thank you so much for supporting us. This is just the beginning. We have another important match tomorrow.
You heard it here from Super. It is just the beginning, okay? They got a big match coming up tomorrow. That's going to do it for me and him on the stage. Chris, take us away.
Back-to-back years, Miami sends Surge packing. This time, the Surge not out completely. They will
Like I said, got know a lot of people gonna come in here like,
for this Miami
bro, ain't nobody there.
because all 3 of you
Trust me, this is day 1, guys. It's gonna be a lot more people. I think how it is for Chance
No, 100%.
is freaking.
Just playing like that, you can almost
when it comes to like champs, everybody mostly comes around Saturday and Sunday for it. But I'm not gonna lie. I'm trying to think. Yeah, Saturday and Sunday, and not a lot of people come, but it should be a lot better. The only event I've seen so far that came from beginning to end was last year's COD. Last year's champs. When it was in Optic was doing it. The main thing is who's gonna be hosting next year's. I feel like next year I feel like it's gonna be. I feel like LAD is gonna host it. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like LADs would be dope to host it. And if it's not LADs,
that is huge. The toughest task now for Surge. Bounce back after that difficult loss. Make the lower bracket run.
maybe Miami.
All year, and it hasn't been great for you. That is a tough.
That was the best that Miami have looked all year long, and they've been incredible. Like,
Nah, you know what? Nah, Vegas.
phenomenal, and then the Surge,
Vegas.
you had to adjust. They answered every question. Yeah.
Miami gets the dub. They also earn your
Vegas would be crazy.
And this one belongs to two gentlemen. They go by the names Super and Real. Let's take a look at the
Yeah, Real popped the fuck off. I'm not gonna lie.
second-year player in Real. Both have their impact felt. This was the swing game 3.
Yeah, this was the most important map I feel of this series. This was two really bad control teams going at it, and for Miami Heritage,
Bro.
they needed it to be Vault. They are
He got
not
turned on, bro.
They get the win in the vetoes, and they get the win in the spawn in from the side of you got Super and Real shooting like this and people on top always. It's not going to look good from the side of Vancouver Surge.
Effectively shut Abusa down,
Yeah,
right? Like so much
bad.
pressure coming in.
Crazy.
Track of players. I mean, Real popped a massive three-piece to give them the momentum on one of their offensive rounds. Like, you got the players and you got the knowledge now at this time of the year. They can figure out their control and make a run at these things.
Miles, unfortunately, I have to lose you on the desk after this segment, but before you go, tell me what's going to be the best match of the day. Which one of these goes to a Game 5? Because we have 3 more in our bracket. And Elimination Heretics.
Yeah, I see it is.
Round 2.
So, ooh, bro.
Right now, for me, my eyes are on Ultra Ravens. That is historically quite a good matchup. I think there's a great energy in here for the Toronto Ultra fans.
So LA, Boston, then we got FaZe Optic, then Toronto.
Match 1, it is done. The Heretics power into Saturday. We'll find out who joins them next. Don't go anywhere. When we return, the battles continue live.
Yep, LA and Boston next. Y'all already know this is about to be crazy. This is gonna be crazy.
The Scuff Call of Duty collection is $30 off this weekend only. Visit scuff.co/CDL to upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
I'm not a big fan of the champ skin. That's champs skin for this year. It's like an armadillo. I understand. I get it because it's armadillos and like, I understand in a way, but they definitely could have done a lot better than a whole ass armadillo skin. I'm not gonna lie, they could have done a lot better. I'm gonna have to mute that. I'm not gonna lie. But yo, next match. Let's see. LA, Boston. I'm gonna say 3. I'm gonna say it can be 3-0. LA. It could be 3-0. But Breach beat them before and sent them to loser bracket before, so I'm gonna say 3-2. 3-2 LA. 3-2 LA. Then we got Toronto, Carolina. That starts around 6. That's gonna be quite interesting. But I think it's gonna be 3-1 Toronto. Because the only reason why I say 3-1 Toronto is the simple fact of it's gonna be based off of one person, to be honest, and that's Rex, because he is new. Well, he's not new, but like, he's new on the team, guys, and that's what it's gonna be fully based on, to be honest, of how he plays. But we'll see. And then you already know it's hard to choose Optic or FaZe, bro, because I fuck with both, man. That's gonna be cinema. I hope it's cinema, but we'll see. We'll see when it starts. Now, if you ask me who's gonna be in the finals, like champs, like the championship Sunday, who I want it to be, FaZe and Optic. Who I think is gonna be, FaZe and LA Thieves. It's gonna be the most insane champs that we'll probably see. That's like hella competitive. Cause I won't say the Optic New York Subliner was like competitive. We had insane moments, but honestly, I'll say that was probably one of the biggest events that was so crazy. And not only that, like, we got to see Optic win another one. Like, y'all gotta understand, they have not won one like champs since the Dynasty. So you really think about that, like, bro. It's crazy. And then I think okay, what was the last one? Okay. So no, LA Thieves haven't won one since Vanguard. FaZe haven't won one since Modern Warfare 2019. Like I said, Optic won last year. And then these other teams, I don't even think they honestly won any. Yeah, I don't honestly think they won any. Like, as the team they are right now. I mean, I know Toronto in Modern Warfare 3?
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back.
I think it was Modern Warfare 3 or 2. No, Modern Warfare 2. Modern Warfare 2. They played against New York Subliners and I think they got swept. If I remember. I think it was 5-0. I think it was 5-0 or 5-1. But
Here at Champs, currently taking on Boston Breach. Let's start with the Thieves, Maven, because we knew as soon as Dave Shaw made the announcement that he was building a super team, this is going to be a squad to watch.
Yeah, no, I thought right away this team had the highest ceiling. We just talk about their capability. If they were in form, they would be the best, and they seem to be hitting that. And it felt like just getting over the hump, getting that one win, they were just going to get even better. Now they're going for back to back to back. It's been awesome to watch.
Yeah, I mean, some of their numbers are
Absurd.
This man almost growing out his beard and stuff.
Specifically on the season, 91-30. That is just absolutely bonkers. I mean, you got 2 players that are on the first team All-Stars. Everybody can take over at any given moment, and they're coming off of back.
But why it look like some Borderlands type of shit?
Special, exciting to
Deadass.
they've gotten even better over the last couple of weeks.
And the worst part of it is,
Look at this, bro. They're first, man. On everything. Except for Surge.
But specifically, you go to Control, dude, they have like combined like 9 losses across all maps. That is disgusting.
It feels like we're at the point where like they're their own worst enemy. Like the only thing that can beat them is them. Like if they come out flat, like they have a couple of times, we're worried, but they're playing their game well.
Chris, you know who's been a nightmare matchup for them?
Boston.
Yeah.
Well, we
We'll
talked
see.
Yeah.
about this matchup. Lonnie's backstage. We have to take one.
That's why I was saying, like, they even said it. Like, that's why I said 3-2. And I think LAD will still get the win. But I don't think Boston will, like, let them, like,
Obviously just working super hard
you know.
before the first match, so I feel like we haven't really settled in yet. But I think the second the match comes around and we get the vetoes done, I feel like it's going to really wake us up and lock us in for the rest of the tournament.
Love to hear it. Now, talking about vetoes, obviously a lot of strategy behind what you guys have to do here. And speaking of strategy, I've heard you're quite the nerd, in a good way. You know, when it comes especially down to S&D, it's been a big difference maker for the boys. So have you cooked up anything different? I'm not expecting you to tell me what, but has something been going on where you're bringing something new to champs?
I mean, we'll see. Obviously, it's like one of those things where you don't really game plan around it, but it's all situational. As long as we're focused on adapting and just being on the fly and just pulling out all the bag of tricks that we have, you know, I feel very confident going into every search that we play. So
A big part of that obviously was Envoy back in Major 4. He was absolutely phenomenal. 1.10 finish on the Major 4, 39 bomb plants, incredible stuff. But he was also just incredibly clutch as well. As a coach, how do you lean on a player like that in those big moments, but also alleviate pressure so it doesn't become too much?
honestly, I just try to make my players feel like as good as possible going into the match. I feel like that's my ultimate goal as a coach. I try to take as much pressure on me and just relieve it off them so they can go into it just free-flowing. Any single time I tell them to do something and it doesn't work, honestly, I'm the first one to hold myself accountable and just be like, guys, it's on me, don't worry about it. Just trying to keep them locked in as much as possible. So.
I love it. Send a huge support system around them. Thank you so much and best of luck.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Sender, part of that coaching camp that won the ring for subliners, now over at LA Thieves, feeling confident. On the other side of this matchup, Boston Breach have the lowest seed in the tournament. They're coming in with the 8th spot. The bad news, you're looking really rough at Major 4, but you have taken down LA Thieves in the past, so let's focus on that. Okay. What can Boston do after missing out on champs last year? How could they play spoiler in 2025?
Yeah, you know, you're finally here, right? You're in a position where you can do something.
They had no changes, bro. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna keep it 100. I'm gonna keep it 100. After watching the whole season with Boston and stuff, I ain't gonna lie before I even say it, bro. They probably had the best skin this season. Boston had the best skin this season. I'm not gonna lie, but other than that, wise,
competition sometimes. That's why you find that they're kind of in the middle of the pack, but you can't necessarily.
I'm not gonna lie.
Because of some of the talent on this roster.
For how well they did this season, even though it's not the greatest, but like they did better than most of the seasons that Boston as a franchise done in a way. On some of the season, but not bad.
He can be an X factor for the squad, maybe.
No, he's the guy who's going to make the right decisions. He's going to be in when he's playing well. He makes the game easier for the rest of his teammates. I don't know. He's striking me supposed to be super phased by this. Like, this is a guy that really had the worst KD in the league and still turned it around. So I don't know that he's going to be that phased. But yeah, some pressure, I'm sure.
I mean, he just makes huge plays. You know, there were times where the AR duo particularly this last split, wasn't playing well, and it was Purge feeding through a lot of the maps that they were able to take. You know, I look at this Boston team, and we talk about why they played LA so well. It's a lot of the maps that LA like to play, Boston are comfortable on. You look at it.
Pause it right there and take a look at our maps and mode. So, where do we have an advantage if I'm a Boston fan? And do I have one?
I mean, I don't know. I don't know if you can do that.
You can't call it an advantage, but
You can't call it an advantage, but there are some maps that you like. I mean, how many times have you seen Hacienda Purge making massive plays on their side of the map?
I swear that.
Rewind if you're
No, they took Search off a vote.
listen, if you
I had to think about it.
LA, I mean, they have abundant, like double positive records on every one of these maps. Well, the flip side for Boston, 1, 2, and 4 are going to be the ones they're focused in on. And even if they do force that game 5, it's not that bad because it's one of the worst search and destroys worst for LA Thieves, and they haven't been that strong in that distance in some of these series. So for Boston,
I ain't gonna lie, this heat wave going on, bro, in the States is crazy. I'm not gonna lie.
The fact is, if you're going to beat them, you need teams to come out flat. They have done that. Can you catch them coming out flat here? We're just going to beat them. We've seen it on
I'm not gonna lie. This first map,
it has happened before.
It has happened before, and I know a lot of
Boston,
people are already
like I said, I want LA to win, but Boston, the only way they can win,
yeah, you gotta go LA.
Yeah, I'm going to go with LA Thieves. They're going to get, they look
Boston has to show that they're serious in his first match by pressuring LA Thieves and holding the point, because you already know.
Matchup of the day. And the next squad coming to the stage does not care about any firewall you got up. They gonna break through whatever. Here comes the Boston Bridge.
Then they changing it up. Okay. I fuck with I fuck with that. That they changed it up because it's champs. I like that. That's tough. That's a tough little intro. I'm not gonna lie. Are they going with the black and gold, or are they going with just simple, just? Oh, they're going regular. Okay. I thought that would sound crazy. They'll probably do that. If that's like a low ass if, to be honest. Unless they like do some crazy shit and go all the way, but you know.
Don't get many opportunities to place well at champs. Trust me, I know. And I'm looking at this roster. They're the underdog. They know that. Last time they were the underdog as well, and we saw what Snoopy was able to do. A superstar on that.
I'll say the
up against LA Thieves.
2 players to watch out for that is gonna have to execute is Purge and Snoopy. Cammy, we need Cammy to play like it's Modern Warfare 2019, dead ass. And then Awakening, bro. I really can't say much. I can't. On this one, There's only one person that needs to pop the fuck off. We already know Scrap and Hydra gonna do their thing, okay? It has to be Ghosty. The only reason why I say it has to be Ghosty, he's the part of the #1 best team in the league. Not only that, he had to prove that he deserves to be here.
But we've seen them in this spot before, and if they do anything, it's learn from their mistakes. I cannot wait to get this match started, guys.
I'm ready to get it started. Are you guys
This man Envoy
started? Are you guys in the venue ready to go?
going out the beer, man. I guess he's getting to that point.
Let's go. Okay.
Whoever it happens to be, let's get this thing going.
I mean, he is a veteran.
Hey, #1 seed coming in back-to-back winners. The odds are obviously very much so stacked in favor of LA, but there has been a bit of a curse around #1 seeds at major events this
Yeah.
year. Boston has been a byproduct of upsets in the past.
Yeah, and LA Thieves have been that #1 seed. Sometimes that has been upsetted by this roster on the opposing end. Boston just can't afford a slow start. That's hit on it perfectly. With the form that LA Thieves are currently in, they're basically locking down search and destroys. They've been the best control team all season long. But when you make them uncomfortable, that's by taking map #1. So Boston, they have a lot on their hands with this map #1 on ball, but this is their best chance of taking map.
Yeah, I mean, I think Ali has said that's on the desk really nicely. It's just whenever you look at a series layout against LA, especially as a team that's in the kind of middle of the pack, it's not going to look all that great in terms of map record because simply teams have been so consistent across a variety of maps. Maybe some vulnerabilities of search and destroy at certain points of the year, but that is starting to change a lot in the last couple of majors. And now it's just coming in and seeing how prepped up could Boston be with a month essentially worth of getting ready for this matchup. What do you have up your sleeves, and can you start hot?
Yeah, I was able to have a conversation yesterday with Purge. Me and him have a great connection, and I'd love to pick his mind on what he's thinking going into tournaments.
We'll see what happens.
Everyone is counting this out. Yeah. Sometimes that might play into the team that's the underdog's favor because no one expects you to win. You just got to go out there and play your game. But he told me our biggest focus so far this last 3 to 4 weeks was hardpoint. If they can lock down their HPs, they feel like they're decent enough in search and destroy and competitive enough in control to stack with any roster.
Then the other part about this is the AR matchup. Cammy has not done well against the Thieves in the past, whereas Scrap has beasted.
I'll be right back, guys.
Another kind of minuscule storyline to keep your eyes on if there were to be some sort of a major upset here early on day 1 of World Champs. Let's get things going. We got LA, we got Boston, and a lot of also pressure, I think, just riding on this newbie. Can he keep up? Can he keep the pace in favor of Boston, especially in the respawns?
Oh yeah, 1.14 KD versus the best hardpoint team in the game. You got to keep that very consistent because, like you said, Cammy has had a tough time going up against LA Thieves ARs on the opposing end. A 0.7 in this matchup. You need to turn it around. But LA Thieves are back-to-back champions. Trying to make it a third one to start with their first match.
Well, let's get it on. Hydra, one of our first team all-stars already kicking things off, trying to play aggressively through square. Turned away immediately, but it will be on point. And Ghosty will get it done. Early little 2v4 from those boys in LA are in the hardpoint early.
In the hardpoint early and also in control of the spawns that they want. Both ARs locking down the lanes. SMG's causing mayhem through the middle of the map. They're finding the trades, 2v2, making it 3v2, last man standing awakening. Another clean for that. Thieves still in control.
Yeah, absolute polished gameplay coming out here from LA off this opening break off. They don't really get the aggression they wanted on the Hydra, but the lockdown around the hardpoint is perfect. Now Hydra with an AR in hand, trying to do some damage over towards the entry for Boston. Gets some damage in, but is allowing now Scrap to clean things up. But no, Purge able to find a double. That would get Boston in for a little bit of scrap time here in the last 5 seconds as you rotate to P2.
Yeah, they have a little bit of mid-map control to make their rotation attempt a little bit easier, but Thieves are going to be the team here early. Snoopy trying to apply pressure through the back. Is only able to take down one, but Awakening finds a double. That secures the close spawns there for Boston. Now they're in the time.
Can they get a read, though, with this long route from Hydra starting to develop over towards the proximal spawns? Purge able to find the first blood and get to work on a route, trying to cut off this enforcement hit over the top, but he gets shut down. Now spawns will start to move around a touch. Full surround coming in with LA spawning close. Hydra able to find one, make that a second, and that'll be LA now in from the back. Still having to fight against a close Boston in control.
Yeah, that's beautiful pressure there from Hydra to attack through the front side at Truck, find an opening double, even though his teammates don't want the spawns towards the back end. They're still making this scrappy to close this one out. Hydra now on 5 in a row. Yeah, let's just go for the ego chow. You already know that you're filling yourself, but
more focused on soaking up this final 15 seconds, giving themselves a little bit more of a comfortable lead, heading over towards B3.
One of the macro factors about this matchup you have to keep your eye on here for the hard points is the rotation game. LA has been one of the best teams through Major 4 and DreamHack at rotating early, and they did try to get Envoy around the back to flip the spawns around. Actually, they do get benefited with the spawn over towards Art. Doesn't look like Awakening is going to expect that initially. Envoy trying to find the easy follow-up and will. So now things start to stabilize LA on the left side of the map while Boston are in the hard point.
Yeah, now Boston has to play for the time and keep them away from it. Potentially trying to flip these spawns on its head. There's only 40 seconds still to fight for here. Scrap off to a slow start at 2 and 8. But the same thing could be said for Cammy on the opposing edge. Boston, though, so far, are managing a lot of time here at the P3, are dominating that mid-map presence, and Thieves have not been able to get close.
Yeah, Boston just not really putting the effort through the middle of the map, though. Just still focused on the hard point, and Envoy's double right onto the hard point gets LA back in for some time. Hydra shuts down the play over towards Stair side, and now things start to look a little bit trepidatious here as Boston have to try to work across the map and try to get some sort of a setup over towards P4.
Yeah, this is where it starts to spiral out of control when you're going up against this kind of line of Thieves. Just hit some egregious routes sometimes that work out for them SMGs and catch Boston off guard. You're up by 30. You have the P4 side on lock. You're finding every single kill in the feed. And now Boston looking for another break through the front.
Yeah, this is what we're talking about. I mean, this is the #1 rotation-based team in LA on this map throughout Major 4. Their holds have been maybe a little bit subject to question at times, but so far on this map, they've been pretty much perfect. Boston trying to set up something for a break attempt here early at 4, but the cutoff from Scrap is decent. You mentioned his slow start, but now starting to heat up a touchdown 3 in a row.
Already up by 50. Could be up by 80 if you can lock down the rest of this time. We're just going 1 by 1 right now. If you're breached, we cannot afford that because we're losing those initial gunfights. Knowing you're the team trying to set up for a hold, the first kill is the most important, and Thieves are just lining up the kill feed. No one dropping. Hydra again on another streak. The final 15 is going to be theirs, and Boston have a tall ladder to climb to get back in now.
Yeah, the two storylines we're talking about for Boston players are, well, coming into the narrative very quickly here. Cammy, we talked about how he has just struggled versus LA team. 4 in 12. Snoopy, one of the X factors for Boston at hardpoint, also over double negative. So Boston just not really getting anything going at the moment. Need to wake up in the second rotation if they want to have a chance.
So far, he's doing his job right. Securing the P2 spawns, dominating that mid-map control. That's a clean 4 dead, but no one hard blocking. Envoy hitting a route. He's at 21 and 9. All of Thieves spawn over towards ammo. Now they have the numbers for the break.
Yeah, he's got 5 seconds of hardpoint. Now he is just running around as soon as Titan falls. Kind of passed to the top to the SMG players. Ghosty has also been great when he's on his lonesome, but this time overwhelmed. Does now Boston have 30 seconds to fight for? But the big question is not just what happens over this 30. They need to get this next P2 to have a chance to get back in this game.
Without question, but they can also lock down this final 20 and keep them, or give them a lot of opportunities for an early break, but Thieves find every single kill in the feed. Cammy, last man standing, finds a double at the right time, and that secures the spawns there for Awakening. So spawns now flip. Boston's still down by a hefty margin, but they have the spawns that they want for P2 to lock this one down.
Have to hold it. Boston have not been a great hold percentage team in the last couple of months, but they have a good line of scrimmage set, but they don't get a read necessarily that the spawns had been so quick around the back, so now they have to try to play recovery. Cammy on 4 in a row, can't quite get his fit. Awakening trying to stay safe inside the hard point. Perch trying to assist, and he's good for 1, almost another, but it does give enough space for Wake to get some help from poolside. Still has not been challenged yet inside the hard point.
So far uncontested for the first 20 seconds, but now the Thieves are winning gunfight after gunfight. That's already 3 dead. Purge, last man standing over towards Cat. We have 2 players from Boston, though, still spawning on the backside of this P2, so they have pressure from every single angle. Just going to fly their way right back on in, soak up this final time, and get themselves right back into this game. This has been a great haul from Boston.
Yeah, it really has been. Cammy also stepping up just a touchdown, 12 and 15. Nate tags onto a member up top. Chase is on, can't quite find Scrap, and Cammy says, all right, on to the next. And that's going to be a play over through Vault Stairs, trying to get some sort of a setup here. Going Scrap to initial from 2 to 3 could be really beneficial here for Boston as they track past the 100-point mark.
Cammy trying to plead a nuisance on the bottom side of Art. Teammate there to assist onto the gunfight on Ghosty, but this is the most important one. Envoy's able to secure the first with Snoopy there for the trade. And now Snoop's the only one on this side of the map. All of LA Thieves, they find the break. They bombard their way back over towards top part. Now they're in the control of the map again.
Now lots of damage though from Wake. Doesn't have the help to necessarily push all the way forward to the hard point, but he does take Ghosty out of the time to keep it neutral. Now the play over towards Palms. Good kills at mid-map for Breach. Awakening trying to do a little bit more over towards this back position at Vans, but a tough look at the gunfight and he's got nowhere to go. Thieves able to respond, and we'll again keep this hard point open.
keep it open, but you're also dominating the side of the map that you want for the P4. It was basically a full 60 the last go around. Now Boston know, if we're not going to get this time, someone has to develop on the route. So Purge going to work his way through bottom side of Vault. Teammate's going to get the player off the point. He's just hoping to sneak on by, but Scrap's not going to get caught slipping. Spawn secured for Thieves. They're set up again.
And a long route on the bottom side of the map also kept honest by Envoy. So this will be Thieves set up for P4. Boston still struggling to get back over the middle of the map, and Hydra's just trying to play contestant to that. He's already found one. Trying to finesse around for another, but Snoopy finds the trade. So Boston will get a little bit closer spawn at poolside, and the pressure can start to amount over towards the right side of the map.
Snoopy just has to find an opening. You need your teammates to win some gunfights, but everyone is falling at the wrong time. It's already 3 dead. Scrap on 5 in a row. He knows that he's still looking for one. Locates the final one onto Snoopy. All the pressure going to be through the right side, and Boston just cannot get close towards B4.
Yeah, they just keep moving him around. You hit through B Street, now you hit through Pool Street. It's just not comfortable at all for Boston. Last 20 seconds, maybe an opportunity here to try to get into the side door. Can't be able to find one, maybe a pinch to be set up. Pinch strike kill feet, Ghosty, last one left. Stays alive, gets the reload, and now to the pistol. And just got enough help to make sure Awakening cannot find a way in. So 184 to 104 the count. Heading back over to P1, Boston in control, at least initially of the setup, but the gunfight wins are not convincing enough to get early time.
And now if you are the Thieves, you can just play keep away a little bit. We'll turn this into like just we get a couple kills, then we flood our way in towards the HP. You're up by 80, almost 90. You're finding the trades around the mid-map. Envoy is still dominating here on the opening ball. Just going back and forth between the guns, but the hell time's right. You would take this if you're Thieves.
Yeah, absolutely you will. I mean, the lead is just so significant at this point that they would have to do something miraculous for Boston to work their way back in. Good couple of kills here with 30 seconds to fight for on P1. You can see number 7, Cammy's just trying to lock things down over towards P2 to keep the spawn safe. And that is the only lifeline they have at the moment. They need to get a full 60 and then try to win over towards P4. And you can see the graphic looming. They have not found a single point there. So lots of things need to change here for Boston, but doing a decent job over the top of the remaining time of P1.
I think you're banking now on the perfect setup at P2 like you had last go around to keep yourself in the game. As the spawn's currently unlocked, the AR's holding down the long distance lanes. Awakening finds a big one-on-one, and Purge is now going to get the info onto Envoy as well. So you're set up again here at P2. The initial kill goes your way, the second kill goes your way. Now Boston are fully set up.
Yeah, get this trade over the middle of the map though. Spawns for Boston, still going to be good behind P2. Awakening still searching for Ghosty, who has eluded him. And that's going to be enough now for Envoy to call the help from it and try to supply some sort of a break attempt here from the front. Ordnance gets called out, Purge will fall. Scrap Hydra finding kills behind that. Now the spawn starts to move around a bit. There's a pinch on the way. Can you hold it, your boss? You absolutely have to, but no. Awakening can be both taken out, and Thieves will get back to 200 points.
Perfect timing there on Envoy to invest the cruise missile. Gets a kill with it, forces the spawn out, then just bombards their way back into the P2 with their numbers. They know that this is a very good time if we can walk away with it, and Boston are not going to give this one up for free, but Scrap is able to find a double. Envoy again with a big one-on-one. Final 15 is going to be theirs, and now running all the way across the map to put yourself in a better spot for P3.
Yeah, all 4 falling right there is just the worst possible situation for Boston, because you're now not going to have a chance to even stop LA from possibly getting early time at P3. Every second is going to feel like the dagger digging deeper into your back, and an opening kill from Envoy will now have LA again winning mid-map and looking over towards P3.
Yeah, this is what makes it so much more difficult now for Boston. Being down by 80, they know that they need to maintain this P4 side of the map and play keep away, but they're just focused on, let's just get the hell time.
Why not?
Scrap on 5 in a row, that's already 3 dead. Last man right in front of you. Let's just sit down and soak.
But spawn situation, big gunfight win from Cammy. Awakening able to use that off spawn to get 2. So hold on a second. Boston have some situations to work with right here, especially with the follow-up killing off Ghosty from the middle of the map. So you look at the last 20 seconds, it really just comes down to, can you find the kills on the overextension? And so far, Boston are good. It just comes down to now, can Boston hold as we head over to P4?
Snoopy's in a very crucial position, at least able to find one before falling. Still gonna spawn right next to his teammates at the new HP. But Thieves only need 1 break. They breached that 240 mark. All the pressure through that right side. ARs need to lock it down.
Yeah, Boston is just completely buttoned up and bunkering down on this hard point. I don't even know if anyone can really even see how many members are hitting over through B Street here. You've got Snoopy down low trying to cover. He's able to find one. Cammy with some support up top will find another. But LA are still working their way around over towards Vault Stairs. Cammy gonna relinquish the position up high to move down in towards the low ground, and Cammy's now on 7 in a row. After a miserable start, Boston now have a chance to hold, but you do get Envoy around the back, and just comes down to, does he find an opening? No, Perk shuts it down, and Boston are still alive.
Finally, Boston gets some P4 time. They put themselves in position to win the rotation. So far, this has been flawless to keep themselves into this game, gain some momentum in this series. Only down by 60 now. Gamby on 7 in a row, cannot earn himself the cruise missile, but Boston gained a lot of momentum after that P4.
Can you start to string together kills though as you rotate over to P1? Trade is good on the Hydra. Ghosty seeing that mid-map tag and turned on as Awakening snaps back over to finds the kill. Purge, he has earned himself a Hellstorm. 199 to 242. Not a lot of room to breathe with here for Boston. He's supposed to place a perfect hard point, but they are providing. Hydra able to find 2, but Awakening there for the trade. 1v1 over the time, and Ghosty finds the win. Any chance for Boston to get here? It's going to have to be by the way of a mad dash, and it doesn't look like anyone's going to get there. Maybe Purge? No, not going to happen. LA take map 1.
That's just easy right there for LAT. When you're dominating the P4s the way that you did on the first 2 go-arounds. Uncontested, 98 seconds to none after we ended our second rotation of HPs. They were just in the driver's seat, man. The SMGs causing mayhem. The ARs having a sort of a slow start, but that's where the SMGs were able to pick them up there. It's just LADs are too much to handle sometimes in hardpoint. Boston start to give themselves a fight with a great P2 hold, finally securing smalls for the P4, but at that point it's too late.
Yeah, and that's just the kind of power that LA is going to throw at you, especially on a map like Vault that can snowball out of control very quickly. Helps that Envoy goes 38-27, just behind him is Hydra at 38-29. But the non-traded kill percentage is also kind of standing out with the assists on top of that, double digits across the board. So again, just a team play from LA. Too strong opening things up. Got to give some credit though that Cammy and Stibby both turned the game around. Cammy in particular, able to go 27-29 after only finding 3 or 4 kills in the first 5 hard points. So that's just that slow start that really is the difference maker here.
Yeah, and that's what Vault is. It's like if you're winning a majority of your rotations on the first and also the second rotation of the HPs, you're most likely going to walk away with the W. It was just Boston started getting their guns a little bit hot very late into that game. Cammy started to turn up, found a lot more consistency with the SMG early on, and when he needed to whip out the AR, finally when they had some P4 control, you saw what he was capable of, but these just have too much firepower. The fundamentals are always in play. They are the best rotation team that we've had throughout this entire season, and they continue to show it.
Yeah, really clean stuff. Again, just building on the narratives that were already being established at DreamHack. And that's important. I mean, again, like it feels weird to say, but I mean, that was a month ago, essentially, at this point. So lots of things could change over the course of scrims. You kind of maybe sometimes get in your head if things aren't going as well as they were just at the events, but everything seems to be pretty much baked into the recipe here for LA completely. Now, Boston, like we talked about, is coming into this as nothing to lose, kind of. You know, it's the 8th seeded to a number 1 seed that you have beaten before. You know, there's a lot to be said about not really losing any muster or really kind of any confidence in a map that looks like that. But now you start talking about map number 2. It has to be a win. Oh yeah, you just have to come out and win the search and destroy now, because it looks like the only path forward to beat this LA team is through the 2-4-5.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough because you know we're 0-4 in this matchup versus them in control, so that's basically gonna be a down 0-2 if we lose the search and destroy. But the S&D, like you said, is a must-win, man. The only thing that's more difficult now, though, is the form that LA Thieves have found themselves in recently in Search and Destroy. They are 9-1 in their last 10 S&Ds. Yeah. And a bunch of those S&DWs are coming from some of the best teams that we have in Search and Destroy in this title. They have just been making easy work of every single person. And the biggest thing as well is that LA Thieves don't have a slow start to this series. Yeah. The biggest thing was that map number 1. And the fact that they were able to manage, even when the chaos was starting to brew in the middle of that game, they still were able to put the closing bow on.
I think one of the things that, at least for me, and we can have the conversation now, the LA win at DreamHack over Atlanta, I think, was most impressive because of how they looked in the Search and Destroy in particular. Because I think we were all looking at LA saying, all right, you know, hard points, win your controls, that's your path to victory. Kind of the story when they had won their first major in Major 3 in Boca, but that was against a different opponent. And, I mean, it was a 4-0 beat down onto Vancouver. But I think that impressively, you look at that head-to-head versus Atlanta, a team that we hold in high regard in the Search and Destroy. You look at LA, a team we hold in high regard for control, but it really wasn't necessarily those two stories there. And I think that just helps build towards how does LA go 3 in a row like Atlanta had done. So we'll see how things kind of unfold as we take a look at the land records between these two teams. And again, kind of speaking to the point, LA second overall in the search and destroy, whereas Boston have not been able to find the same sauce that they do on land.
Yeah, it's tough, man, because when you watch this Boston team, the way that they like to play search and destroy is just taking a lot of risks early on into the map. We know how aggressive Purge likes to play. The Soul Man, the Island player, trying to take a very aggressive angle to either gain early information or find early information to set up his teams with it. And if you're playing against this LA Thieves roster who love to play that spread map setup, you cannot afford to give them that first blood.
Can't have it. But a Hacienda in front of us has not been a regular map, really, for either of these two teams. You see it in the last 5 here for LA. They've only played it once, and that was against Toronto, what feels like an eternity ago. They've been playing a lot of red card. And that's another story for if we do get to map 5. They are 7-0 in their last 7 red card attempts. So this, again, just helps build towards that same story of how unlikely this matchup seems to feel for Boston just after losing map number 1, but you have to take this search and destroy. They're going to kick things off on the opening attack.
Yeah, Purge is going to be the difference maker for me on the side of Breach. It's the way he likes to play S&D. Usually with the aggression, aiming to gain early info. Snoopy finds the first one and they instantly get the bomb down. So now in a man advantage, let's just play our trades.
Yeah, and I love this back up here from Purge. You know someone's pushing over towards bottom secret. There should be someone up top, and he's able to find Hydra for the second kill of the round. Down low, Snoopy giving a bit of a battle over towards Scrap, who cannot handle it. And now it's just on to Ghosty topside window. And this is one of those good luck, have fun 1v3s as he's got absolutely nowhere to go. Quick opening round for Boston, set the tone.
Yeah, perfect tone setting round right there out of Boston. The aggression over towards the B site. Purge gaining info that no one was going to be aggressive through mid fountain. So they don't have top secret. They are not playing bottom connector. Instantly get the bomb down. It also helps as soon as that bomb gets planted, you find that first blood. So everything after that is just a trade. Boston play it perfect to secure the first round.
Yeah, you see Envoy making a mad dash through fountain. You know there's someone else up top. There's no way he's making that play by himself. So great awareness on Boston. That little tactical retreat. Finding the first 2 kills and making the round very, very simple. Now Thieves, their timed rebuttal, and it looks like they're going to head the same direction. Just an opening hit over towards A.
This is usually the side of the map that they dominate on. Is their attack. They find the early first blood, but Snoopy instantly finds a double. Gives the number advantage in favor of Boston, and they gain that info that the bomb is down. Yeah, 3v2, play the trade.
Yeah, I just don't know if they've been able to stay forward far enough to guarantee that info. He pushes the door, Envoy for 2 and slips away.
No way.
Also gets a read that the third was nearby. And that's enough for the bomb to be recovered, and now take this to a 2v1 where Snoopy would have to ace.
Clear out the bottom connector. Realize nobody's at the A site. Just hoping to catch a time in, potentially if they go towards B. But these are taking their sweet time on this approach. I don't know if Snoop's going to get this info here.
Oh, falls out up top, but now Thieves head in a swivel. Either here or just Spidey sense tingling. Turn, find it, and that's just a huge play from Envoy up top at mid to get those 2 kills back.
I feel like Envoy always has plays like that, especially in Search and Destroy. You're thinking, okay, man advantage, there's no way in hell we should lose this round. We're all running around together. But he times it to perfection. On the pinch and towards office by finding a double and then getting out of dodge. But Snoopy doesn't spot anything there. They're hugging the walls. It's a beautiful play there from the Thieves to not get the bad timing on their end. Tied 1-1 now.
He gets the right read on it, just cannot quite find that first gunfight. All right, see what Snoopy can provide here. Get the controller cam from Scuff up just to see how cracked out the movement is. It is one of the most fun POVs in the league, and it's already a first blood. Read on to Scrap, backs away from the fight, doesn't need to overchal, and we're going to get a 4v3 here for Boston. Reset it.
What's the play call here? He's going to wrap back over towards garage side and Scrap. He hears the door break, so he's going to be ready for a couple of these. He's able to find a double, make it a 2v2, and Hydra with 36 HP gains the info as well.
Nate does not connect. Look at Ghosty in the quick wrap. Trying to stop them from exiting. Boston will hold their ground, kill the noise, and try to create a little bit of doubt here for LA in terms of have they backed all the way up? Have they pushed forward? And it looks like the Thieves will re-clear Lambo and get the info they want. Cammy deciding how he wants to plant this is actually going to allow Thieves a chance to come back over, but it's supporting nade from Awakening keeps them away, and we're going to get the 2v2 post plant.
Yeah, that's actually such a beautiful nade there from Awakening. But now Hydra's not going to waste any time.
Why would you? Cammy able to find the first. Hydra. Oh, Ice in the Blood just sticks it. Cammy doesn't even bother checking. I think you're right. It's just you get that little separation with the nade. You're thinking we can reset this on our own terms, but LA just immediately counter with the same kind of persistence. Jumping on, hitting the defuse, that works.
Yeah, I just don't understand the play right there from Awakening. Like, once we get that first blood onto the player on site, we need to put ourselves in position to watch over the bomb.
Yeah, not be back by boat.
Yeah, he was watching on the backside of 10 area. If you put yourself towards top office, you have an angle to make sure that the bomb is safe, but Hydra does not waste any time there. Sticks the defuse, go see the bait. That works out there for LA. Now they're going right into their aggressive play over towards B.
Yeah, this time Thief just holding back a little bit after seeing Boston play so aggressively through fences, but it doesn't stop Snoopy. Another double on the outside. This time the bomb not being carried as a part of that play, though. So LA will have a little bit of freedom to try to work around this 2v4 with a bomb in hand, but a lot of work to be done here to try to even see a bomb site, let alone play.
So far, Boston have thrown away 2 rounds now where they have had the man advantage. It's not in a position to either wrap back into the wrong player or just catch really bad timing. But in 4v2, everyone's still roaming around together. Envoy in a position to almost find one. But now it's Scrap left in a 1v4.
There's not a lot of room to go over back towards open hall, and Boston will shut that down. Snoopy, a big difference maker already, at least on the defensive side. Provided the opening first bloods that they needed. He's actually got 3 of the 4 rounds worth of first bloods at this point. That's a nice little up and over. Feels the advantage for the second. Great replay, Cam, and Snoopy is good for the majority of the kills here in this round.
He's just Mr. Out of Fence right now. So for LAT, probably use a couple stuns and nades to potentially put him out of that position. Because he's been a difference maker so far in the 2 defensive rounds for Boston. Try 2-2 now. Snoopy on a heater. But we just got to play our man advantages a little bit better. You realistically should be up 4-0 necessity.
We're going to get a little bit of a mad dash here over the top of Rock. Defensive nade, stun, both being tossed as the stun had already given information to LA that there was at least some sort of Boston presence over towards Lambo. They don't like the look of that, so now you back up. Cammy, who was on a kind of a solo mission here over towards A, has not seen anything either. So Boston will use that as a chance to jump on and say, okay, no one here, we'll just go ahead and plan.
Bob's going to get planted for free. No one in a position on the side of the Thieves to essentially spot the exit, but everyone rallying over towards Tid's side. Trying to make sure you clear out top secret. Looks to be cleared out because Scrap's in that position.
Yeah.
But Boston is stalling out a lot of this game clock so far.
Here comes the first play. Nice initiation from Purge. Clears out connector. That gives Boston's post play a little bit of space to work with over the middle map. Scrap does take down Snoopy though. Here's the pinch from Purge. Good for 1, and the help is good enough for Cammy to just hold on top of the bomb site as he finds the final couple. And that is just a really good, clean rewrap from Boston. Gets the read that, okay, LA are putting their defensive numbers over towards the top of Rock. We can just go to Cammy's direction where he hasn't seen anything, and it works out beautifully.
Yeah, they did that with so much pace as well. They didn't waste any time because they had basically every single player over towards that garage side. By the time they decided to hit that rotation, when they gained that early information, they did not hesitate on the play. They said, okay, there's multiple people on this side. Let's not waste any time on the objective. Let's instantly get it down. When you're able to stall out the first 15 seconds and then be the initiator on the side of Purge to find that first blood, makes it so much easier to hold down your post plan. Boston in the advantage now.
I just love that they're not playing reactive. Still playing their own game. 4 in a row still for Cammy. 8-3 overall for Snoopy. Hydra not on the board yet. Not often you say that, especially in Search and Destroy. 2-2 split though for Thieves on this offense. Showing force through B. Has Boston leaning that direction. A couple of shots also come out over towards those back canopies, but the bomb is meanwhile making its way towards A, and Snap has found first blood out again.
Look how fast though Boston are though. The bomb's not even going to get planted. Purge is able to take care of Envoy. The Scrap in a position to find the trade. 2v2 now with Snoopy at 61 HP. But Awakening is able to keep him alive, and neither one of these players were in a position to instantly contest it, so now you have no idea where they just went.
Yeah, and I like this from Boston. Get out of the low ground, put yourself in position to rewrap office. Actually, no, they're going to go over towards 10. And another quick commitment on the objective here for LA. Snoopy, though, gets the gun up quick enough to find Ghosty. Finds the AR, and now it's just down to can they find Hydra, which they do quickly. And a nice 1v2 there.
How many times did we praise Optic for their ability early on in this game?
Is that you?
I don't know what I'm hearing right.
Boston, they get the round win. I love that initial play call right there from the breach to realize, okay, the only player we had sitting over towards that A site was Camby. He instantly falls, and they know that if that bomb gets down, and then they get themselves in that post-plant setup, it's going to be a lot more difficult to break them down. So they set the tone through bottom connector. Purge is able to stop the bomb plant from going down. And an Awakening makes it a 2v2. And resets on the round for Boston. So now have a hefty 2-lead advantage.
Do you throw something crazy into the mix here if you're Boston with this lead? Try to catch LA off guard. Similar setup as the last round. Again, that game plan that they had from the last offense did not go as intended. Cammy was playing a solo mission. They were looking to get some force through B. And this time, there is no resistance. So they're immediately going to push on through it and just hop for a plant. Does LA have a chance to retake or even contest this early? The answer is no. And now you keep your eye a little bit on the Cammy to see what his timing is on this long flank.
It's going to take a sweet time on this late pitch. As he knows his teammates still have rock control. Yet to be able to find an opening kill. First runs for the first, but here comes Gamby on the bench. Lines up the first, lines up the second. It's a 1v3, and that's a quick round there for the Breach to be at game point now.
And that's exactly what the game plan was meant to be in their last offensive round. This time they don't get the read that there are any LA nades. You just immediately jump forward, you trust your numbers. At worst, you have a 3v2. So why not just go ahead and hit for a plant, throw shoulders to the backside of the bomb site, make sure no one challenges through open, and then Camby can make the route as soon as he knows where the recontest is coming from. Absolutely perfect for Boston.
They are making beautiful plays right now. This is their best search and destroy so far in the season, and they are showing why. Because there's no hesitation on their play calls. Every single time they're committing on a site, they're just like, all right, no one's here, let's get the bomb down. All right, they're here, instantly wrap back and get the bomb down on the other side. No hesitation on their side. That's what allows them to be at game point current.
Also helps when Hydra is 0-6. One away from being in the agency.
Damn it.
Indeed. We'll see if we can find anything over here towards topside vines. 2v4 early though. Boston winning the opening first blood battle convincingly. And Hydra will be sent to the 007 agency as Boston pull off a flawless round in a 6-2 search and destroy.
That was all teamwork makes the dream work in preparation on the side of Boston Breach. Understanding who you were going to play in round number one, realizing what the maps were most likely going to be in this matchup. And thankfully it was your best search and destroy highlighted here on the Hasi for map number 2. Because realistically, they should have won that map 8-0.
Oh,
they threw away a 3v2,
yeah.
they threw away a 4v3, but every single time they went on that offensive side, their play calls were absolutely beautiful. You find 6 first bloods, you're most likely going to walk away with the round win, but Thieves are just a little bit late to react to things on that map right there.
I agree, and I think there's just a level of, I think in particular, you look at those most recent 2 Boston offenses. It's the same 3-1 split up, and you can see how they mold and adjust depending on what they're receiving from the defense. It never really felt like they allowed LA to do what they wanted to do because, like you mentioned, the quick game calling in the mid-round. You're seeing nades over the top from B. All right, well, let's go back over to Cammy's direction. There's nothing there. All right, we'll plant. We'll let Cammy come back to us. It just works out really beautifully when you have those protocols so well ironed out. So great stuff from Boston. And you got to keep in mind, this comes after a bit of a resurgence after the really, really slow start on Vault. Cammy, Snoopy start to pick things up. They get this to a pretty close map number 1. Does that change the dynamic of the series in your mind?
A little bit, because Cammy didn't struggle in that map number 1. He was here to play. It's just they were playing from a consistent back foot on a map like Vault, where like if you're not getting the spawns, you're most likely going to lose it. But that was a heavy momentum gainer there in that S&D to now, in my mind, make this a very good series.
We're still looking at possibly the 2-4-5 though, because LA is just really good at control. We'll see what the Death thinks as we head back over for our mid-break.
Not very often you're going to see Hydra drop numbers like that.
Yeah, often at all.
Causing problems in Search and Destroy for one of our all-stars at the event. Maven, we all called LA Thieves. Boston's 1-1.
And call that map, though. You thought that might go that way. It's just some maps that they like to play that LA will allow in this series, just given the way that Boston's map pool works. And, you see it. Snoopy early on in that Search and Destroy, electrifying, just taking Secret away from them, throws the entire dynamic off for the LA Thieves. Works out in the end with a big dub.
Ali, let's take a look at some of the highlights from that game number 2, Search and Destroy. We mentioned Boston. They have a strong map pool. Certain maps can play in their favor.
Yes.
They're able to expose it here against LA Thieves. Do they have more of this in the tank?
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about one of the best search and destroy throws out of Boston Breach, right? 8-4. But on the flip side, it's a top 2 S&D for LA Thieves as well. I just think this was some really good VOD review from the side of Boston Breach. It felt like everything they were doing, and the caster said it best, it was concise decision making. And obviously, Snoopy, Secret, bottom and top were his playground. They were unable to train him multiple times in those situations, which closes off a lot of the map. I mean, you even saw when, I believe it was Envoy or Hydra, was trying to hit bottom middle to hit a regrab over towards that B side. Instantly caught out by the Boston Breach, instantly caught out by Snoopy, and that's going to throw you off for LA Thieves, who's used to be able to getting through some of these open lanes and causing some chaos.
Yeah, I just think it's just such a great way to set pace on this map early on, right? You take it away, and then we want to do a conventional push over towards fences. We know that they're going to be trying to gain that control back, and once they do, we're just going to finesse our life on the fence. We can get into Barn. You saw Awakening playing his life and just allowing free kills for the rest of his team. That was excellently played and kind of speaks to what we talked about with the extra time you had before champs to prepare, Clint.
And now it's like a little interesting in the sense, okay, like Thieves are heavily favored the control, but like Breach has been 2 forms of control. They've been free, or they had that stretch where they were
stage 3,
a very solid control team. Will we get that control? Now listen, this would be a monumental upset. The fact is the search and destroy was a must win for Breach. They need to come away with the dub, but how even the map 1 was like more competitive than I expected once I got going.
Within 60.
Yeah, and Allie, you were talking to me in the green room. You know, you walked past the practice area for the Boston Breach, and there were some interesting things you said about it.
Yeah, Boston didn't get a warm-up heading into this, so it makes the map 1 make a little bit more sense in the that, like, Snoopy was not starting off hot, same with Cammy. They were, like, double neg. On the flip side of LA Thieves, obviously you give them minutes, they're going to take a mile. So when you're coming in cold and you have got Hydra dropping 20 and 20 on your forehead at the midway of the game, and Envoy going on a spree, it's going to be difficult. That's why we saw near the end Boston Breach starting to turn up just a little bit. But again, you got to give hands to LA Thieves. The rotations, the fundamentals were on point during this fall.
Yeah, and you know, there's life in this series, Clint. I mean, you look at the line, 3-1 if you're Boston on that map. Extremely comfortable when we do get to that game 4, so you can afford a loss here. Like, you're looking at a game 5 if you're Boston.
Listen, the fact is, one team should be feeling a lot of pressure, one team's not feeling any. I mean, like, Thieves are a favorite for this, a heavy favorite for this tournament. I mean, Breach, like, again, you're, like, blessed to be here, so they're levels for this. And I think the fact that you tie up 1-1, like, if the control were to slip away from Thieves, you're okay. You're feeling it, bro.
Well,
like,
yes, if Thieves lose this control.
Yeah, wait, that would be insane. Thieves have not lost the control in this matchup yet.
Yeah, I do not think they're going to lose control here, but if they were to, ooh, this shifts the time.
Let's take a look at some of the Thieves numbers here, because it has been a fun ride to champs for our #1 team on the regular season. They walked away with 2 trophies, and they've done it through the respawn. Search and destroy, not bad as well. Second best in the league at 40 and 22.
They can do it all.
131 to 55. That is just a ridiculous success rate in this league.
No, control, what's funny is the most dangerous game mode for them, even though they are disgusting across the board. Like, even when they went up against Boston Breach most recently, it was 3-0'd on the vault control. Like, this is a team that is very difficult to take down in the middle of these series.
It's the 8th month of the game. Will they get their 10th loss? It's time to find out. We send it over to Shift and Study.
Yeah, the stats are compelling. To put it plainly, it is hard to find vulnerabilities into the LA Thieves, but teams have surprised them in the past. And I think, again, you look at this, if you're Boston, this isn't a map you're scheduling yourself out and saying, we have to win map 3 against these guys. I think you're trying to build your series around the control. But if you do start to find some success and you're able to kind of surprise this LA team, take map number 3, wow, that changes the whole dynamic of this entire series.
Oh yeah, without question. Like, if you're LAT, you're thinking, all right, let's just spawn into map 4 already.
Yeah.
We know that we're playing Vault. We only have 3 losses on the entire season. We're the best team on offense. We're the best team on defense. So Boston realistically should stand no chance here. But the good thing for Boston is that the last time that they played, which was Major 4 qualifiers, you played this map versus them. You knew exactly what they were going to throw at you, and realistically, it's going to come down to the slaying. Boston, they can somewhat hang on the defensive side, but LA Thieves sometimes get lost with those SMGs. I know Hydra's definitely looking to make up for that 0-7 in that search and destroy here on the control, but if Boston can figure out this side of the map, which is their offenses, where they do tend to get outslayed by 6 to 7 kills, then it's anyone's game.
Oh, well, there's Envoy. First 2 kills go the way of LA. Cammy stung, but he was able to find 1 trade before Hydra gets involved, and LA are already putting the pressure on the Boston spawn. Good rebuttal, though, as a couple of kills come through for the Breach, and Awakening has put some pressure on towards the B zone. Big win versus Envoy. And now all of a sudden, you got a second member here trying to stack this, but there are no trophies yet, and that means nades are going to find value to get them off the zone.
Yeah, that's MTech's hit Awakening right in the forehead. That allows LA Thieves to have an easy approach to shut down that early B pressure. But Boston don't waste any time. They hit the transition over towards A. First segment already locked in. You're just looking for the trades from Cat and double doors. And Camby did not make the right decision on who he wants to shoot, but at least finds one to give Snoopy a one-on-one to still hold the map.
Second tick of progress looking likely, especially with the follow-up on Envoy, and now you've got the stack for all 3 ticks. Give you an extra minute on the clock. LA looking to play for some exit eliminations. They find one on a Hydra. Envoy and Scrap follow up, and that will pretty much suffocate the Breach from being able to find a transition to B.
Their first go around on their breakout. Worked out perfectly with Purge and Awakening, finding a double on there both ends. And now LAT are just going to take their time. Allow the Kane clock to keep on ticking down, lock down every single lane and force Boston to work the OE.
They're doing a nice job of avoiding the spawn trap, though. I will say that much. That is something that Thieves have been able to really pack a punch on against a lot of teams, especially on this map. The Purge now pushing forward. Couple of kills come through it. Hold on a second, a little bit of an Uno reverse card. Now all of a sudden, Boston have a bit of a spawn trap going with pressure with 2 members on the zone. Make it 3, stacked up onto B. First tick is done. Second on the way. Purge with another elimination, topside earned. And how about this for Boston? Looking good for all 3 ticks over towards the B zone. LA trying to get there to contest, but they cannot get there in time. And Boston with a statement to open up vault.
That's beautifully played right there out of the Breach. 2 times where they go clean 4 dead, and on their first break attempt out of the spawn, they instantly find it. That's unreal, because if you're LA, you're thinking, all right, this is the map we usually play. We got AR, so we're going to lock down the lanes, but they were just not really valuing their life in certain situations. Hydra gets caught on the pinch. That's the worst first kill to have, because now you know our flank is going to be watched. No one's going to be able to work in that angle. So if we win these couple more gunfights to the front side, it's going to be a GG on the round. And Purge is taking so much space with the AR and the SMG in hand. Allowed Boston off the respawn to retake the map control and realistically dominate that opening offense.
I mean, Boston's playing with that same confidence that we saw when they upset LA long while back on land. Just not backing down whatsoever. Trophy systems in. Hydra immediately onto the point. Envoy for first blood and second. And now you've got an opportunity here with a free route for Envoy to get over towards B to get a little bit of progress on both zones at the same time. But once again, Boston, a nice rebuttal, able to get some control over towards Palms and only do 1 tick of progress earned so far onto A.
Now they sort of have the numbers to work their way back on in, but big one-on-one secured there from Ghosty and Hydra. Still maintain mid-map control. Ghosty gets the info on the last 2. Second segment already locked, and Thieves realistically should now be able to extend time early on. And this is not good if you're Boston, because now everyone's coming off the respawn. You got no map control to go with it. The big opening kill there from Awakening gives them another shot.
Yeah, but there's already a double stack on the B point. First tick of progress just about gone. As Scrap comes off spawn and will join the effort on the point. Hydra, the only one kind of playing forward to deny the defense space to work with, and only finds one of the 2 in front of them. So a chance here for Boston, trying to get themselves set up, but the first tick already gone, and the kills are not stopping as LA get right back onto the zone.
Oh, your trophies are down. You got a double stack going. Second segment about to be locked, and now you're just banking on a route that Snoopy can potentially find through the middle of the map. He finds an opening kill. A car bomb is still available there for Awakening, and now that's 3 dead with Ghosty on 6 in a row. Just going to value his life in towards bottom vault. Allow his teammates off the respawn to get closer before he decides to make a play. But he's got a cruise miss as well in the back pocket.
He's just looking for information to find out where these Boston defenders have gone, and there we go. That will be the clearance of mid-map. 19 plays 14. Major advantage in the lives for Thieves as they make their way back over towards B. Camby will fall. He is the only defender near the B point. And with Snoopy also dropping. Now it's just down to the last 2 Breach members. Purge over towards the backside of the car. It's going to be surrounded as Hydra's on the chase. And that should be enough to try to keep at least 1 member alive on the zone. Third tick of progress looking likely as Hydra turns back around to find the kill. Envoy shuts down the reinforcements over mid-map. And it's an offense for offensive start here on control.
These get all 6 segments. That one realistically wasn't as dominant as Boston's, but they got a lot more from it. You got cruise missiles now going rounds. SMGs starting to find their timings. Boston realistically every time they went for it on the defensive side and forced themselves to try to fight their way out of bar. Just too many angles. He decided to take, never gave them a clean push on in. Tied up at 1, tied up in the seconds. Boston
Alright, we're 1-1 right now. 1-1.
again, doing a nice job of keeping the tempo up for Boston. Purge now the one following up as that opening trade is very successful. He has one member of line, that's Envoy, who is able to at least stop this Boston spawn. We'll push him out towards poolside, and now here comes the re-attempt to break for LA.
Yeah, this is a beautiful play there from Envoy. He realized, okay, I don't have any numbers to fight my way back.
He should have kept looking that way.
Play for a spawner, and give ourselves the numbers to work our way back towards the 8 point. But once he falls, all of Boston have everything cut off. That was a 5-team sweep before Candy does fall. Now the second sector should be locked in. Just gotta win another one.
Okay.
He's able to find it. Should find the trade out.
Wow.
But again, he finds another massive double. He's made so many big plays in both the respawns so far in this series.
Been the story for a lot of the last couple of really key matches for LA. He may not have the craziest stat line in the world, but the single and double kills that he finds in critical moments have been really pertinent for LA finals. In particular right here, that's enough to stop that second progress before it gets captured and depleted fully. Now Boston back to the drawing board on spawn, as they're being crossed up, mixed up, and completely decimated.
Jeez. I'll be right back, guys.
Yeah, now you got Envoy roaming over towards ammo side. He knows that they're going to try to get a read on him, but Cam is able to win that one-on-one gunfight. Now you can apply pressure over towards B Street. Ghosty is able to find one. Now you might be forced to make the transition back over towards A. Cammy's not able to win the one-on-one. Snoopy's not able to find a double. Now 20 seconds to go. You only got one segment. We got to get it towards A.
Yeah, Purge able to find one over the middle of the map. That'll be enough for him to hopefully stop the clock, and he will by jumping over towards B, re-wrapping back over to A as you have to get the extra 60. And Purge has lost track of one. Scrap with the knife almost gets two, but that will be shut down. 9.7 on the clock. Even live count. Keep that in mind, especially if you get the extra 60 seconds. But LA will keep that clock ticking with those eliminations over the middle. Snoopy has to try to do something heroic. And no, going to be shut down. Envoy just enough of a buffer to stop Boston from getting back over towards the A zone. And LA will take the defense.
Yeah, D's played that a whole lot better on that defensive side. Just valuing their lives, not really taking risks, or just forcing space that they realistically are not going to find the timing on. They were playing their trades around the middle of the map. Boston were making it scattered, going back and forth between the points. You had an SMG always behind enemy lines to at least find one and keep them on their toes. They only allow one segment to get away from them there. So now if you're LA, we get two. We got defense around number 5 just in case.
Yep. With how successful they were in the last offense, they're probably thinking, let's just get this thing done now. And like you said, let's just go to map 4. See how it goes. Need to see Cammy start to get right back into the mix here for Boston. 3-1 split off here for the Boston defense. Hard focus over towards A. They don't really even see an opening breakoff attempt because everything is making their way over through the vault to B. That's shut down. 3 straight eliminations for Boston. Ghosty kind of forced to have to use this as his battleground. Has gotten one. Pistol out, not going to be allowed to get anything more than that, and LA are sent back to respawn.
All map control now in favor of Breach. Love the fact that they were able to read that early play coming in from LA. Preparation again is starting to show on the side of Boston. They find every single kill and defeat besides Envoy. Another massive double. Gives this team an opportunity off the respawn to get out of this spawn for free. Now Hydra, your turn to get a couple spawners.
Yeah. Able to track down 2 defensive players, and that should be enough for a couple of freebies here for Hydra. Focus for LA is purely on the A zone, and yeah, Hydra will find 2 before being traded. Follow-up from LA, a little bit more slow than you would think it would be. That allows an opportunity for Cammy to kind of be surprising from the back. Takes down 2, and once again, just keeps the clock moving. 30 seconds of the clock, a little less than that is Scrap. Is able to, like you mentioned, find 2, almost gets the 3rd onto Awakening, but him and Purge do the nice job and keep the clock moving.
Now it's a 1v1. Purge is still in a position with the advantage, but with 100 HP to win that one-on-one gunfight. Now there's only 18 seconds left. LAT, they were banking on potentially closing out the map here, but now you need a couple seconds to guarantee yourself defense. You find a double, you're able to hop on the 8 point. That's already 3 dead. Now the stack should be good enough to at least secure 2.
Yeah, Boston really cannot challenge this with any sort of force. So yeah, it's not even just the 2 segments. It's going to be a 4-man stack for an extra 60 seconds worth of time. 3 life advantage though for Boston. Set up exactly how they want to be. Over the top and really around this B point. Snoop be able to find 1, looking on the overextension. Purge working on the mid-map control, able to find himself 2, and Boston will grow their life lead to now 6.
Now Cammy trying to value his life in towards ammo. Unfortunately, Envoy spawns right next to you. He was ready for the gunfight. Now you're banking on your AR to hold down the long distance lane to go 2 for 2 in a split. Now Snoopy on the pinch gonna find the 3rd player. Thieves all spawning over towards Waterside, and they only have 35 seconds left to go.
So they've got an opportunity to potentially keep playing through pool, but you can see LA are trying to get Snoopy out of topside goal. And he is, my God, that guy's eating. Stop saying. Trying to finish it off and will eventually get the kill. A little drama there between Snoopy and Hydra, and Snoopy will be able to reset this and find more. Okay, that's enough damage to likely win the round, but like you mentioned, the damage in the Tiks has already been felt. And beyond that, there is still one more chance here for Thieves to get on the B point with 8.5 on the clock.
First, got to get something done through mid-double doors. The car bomb is going to have that player weak, and you're going to allow your team to just fly on in and find that double. 2v8. Purge last man standing, but Boston are going to be able to tie up the game. Just in those final 15 seconds before time gets extended, they would have really loved to not give up those segments, because now they got to go back on the offense for round 5.
We'll have trophy systems to help support this opening offensive break, though. The question will be, do you commit and just try to get the early 60 again over towards A, or do you have something that may move this LA defense around effect? Because honestly speaking, their first 2 offensive rounds, their breakoffs have not been all that great. They've staved off the LA Thieves spawn trap, but off the break, LA has had an advantage when they played on the defensive side so far.
Yeah, we just got to stay away from Envoy, because I'm pretty sure both times on their offense, they get 2-pieced early into the round. Still puts himself in the right position at the right time. But the break off is usually everything in control. Boss is going to take a different approach, work the OE through water side, and have a different angle here at Cat.
And they're going to find Envoy through pool. First 2 kills go to Boston. No trades beyond that until Scrap gets involved at square, but he really can't do too much with that position. So Boston will have an early pause on the clock, looking at the first bit of progress. Push out from Snoopy, met with resistance. Awakening has to make a decision. He tries to commit forward, and in that effort, there's Envoy. Another double for him, and Cammy, the last one left alive, will put a little bit of pressure to keep the clock paused at B.
A minute and 6 seconds left to go. And all of your teammates are coming off the respawn, so just try to give them a little bit more time to make plays happen. Purge on 30 and 18. Really been a difference maker for Breach, but Hydra this time for yourself to find a double. You have the numbers to punch your way back on it. Can you get some done? Absolutely nothing. And now Awakening, last man, fall, Thieves, midnight control again.
And team kill, though, does leave an opportunity here for Boston to quickly reapproach the A point. The only question is, can they find Envoy? And he's already found one. A little turnaround, almost gets a second, but goes through there to follow up on the trade. And Boston are only left with the trophy system and 2 members over towards the B point. That's not going to feel all that great, so Cammy will bounce back over.
All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, it's 2-2. Okay.
Purge strikes for the second. Cammy up the respawn finds the third. The stack should be good enough at A to extend the game clock. The only one that you have to worry about is going to be Hydra. He's going to work his way through Cat. Cammy going back and forth on the timing, and I don't know if Hydra's going to be in a position to contest it, or if Izzy, if he finds one, makes it scrappy. They make it only 20 seconds down. Boston does not extend time.
Cammy's going back over to the point, though. There is no depletion of that progress.
Alrighty.
14 plays 10. Minute 15 on the clock. Envoy on the long round around the back. So a lot of pressure for Thieves, but just at least straight from the front to give Envoy some time to stave off this play towards B. Here comes the action. Envoy, Hydra, they find the...
Ooh, it's lives now. It's going to be...
On the B point. Value his life over towards ammo side. They're all Boston spawning towards water. They have to try to work the story and waste a lot of time on the rat back. Ghost just wants to make sure everything is safe. Everyone is accounted for. Use it strictly off of information. If you can find a kill, even
okay.
With 45 seconds to go, 8v9.
Envoy's still behind the play. LA's defense finding kills from the front. As Boston just essentially flooding through mid-map. And look at how much patience LA is executing on.
Yeah, holy. Okay. 6. 5.
Envoy is still deep behind this point, but is he in a position to do too much with this? 8v5. Hydra gets the opener. 2 ticks of progress going to come through.
4.
He's still not play yet. Here comes the 3rd tick of progress. Can Boston find the second match by winning it here? Scrap on the point, good for 2. Pistol out. Trying to find the player top side art. Everything will reset with 18 on the clock.
Just finessing. He's able to find a one-on-one.
Oh!
Able to find a second. Now it's a 1v5. Scrap, can you make it? You cannot. And the Breach take the control.
Yo.
They haven't been able to do it all season. But when it matters the most, they get
man.
one in the series. Unbelievable.
And I have to wonder, What was it that was keeping Envoy so far out of the play?
No.
Goal that felt like for 45 seconds in that last spree. I don't know if they just didn't realize that after the Hellstorm came in, that Boston was not going to re-draft back over to Palms. It was all going to be a play.
Boston is locked in.
But Envoy's just not a part of that play whatsoever. Scrap is left at
Boston is locked in.
But there just isn't enough help to come back over to the middle of the map.
Yeah, it's just tough though, because if you're Envoy, you're stuck between a really hard decision to make. Absolutely. Because you know you're the only player out of your spawn. You know that Boston know your position over towards ammo. But if you die early on, then Boston have a 4v3. All they have to do is watch in front of them. So he was just begging on his teammates to find a little bit of kills off of the respawn. But the only one that was able to find a double and still in the man disadvantage was Scrap. By the time Envoy gets into play, he's simply outnumbered, and Purge, just a magnificent play there.
Bro, Purge did what he had to do.
And find a multi-kill in the biggest moment for Boston to take the advantage.
Him and Awakening.
22 from Purge on top of that. Just casually dominated the best control team in the game here on the world's biggest stage. And it's just, again, like, I have to go back and rewatch it. I'm wondering if this is Envoy just thinking that there's going to be players through his screen, doesn't find it. Maybe he's not trusting that all 4 members of Boston are hitting from the front, but regardless of it, in the life disadvantage situation with pressure on the zone, LA just cannot move for a while, you know, with what's happening with this hit from the front. Again, Scrap does a decent job, but he was on his lonesome for a lot of those final moments, and you can kind of see it here. Envoy gets a couple, and then it's after this point where he's just kind of stuck behind the play, and eventually gets traded out. Purge able to find the play they needed, and the point from the front is just enough to take down Scrap.
It's just insane how much confidence Purge.
That's insane.
Because those are plays out of SMGs you don't really want to see taking that much of a risk. But when it works, it's definitely going to show. That's an unreal.
That's insane.
That young man in his first ever chance on the big stage, of making big time plays versus the best control team in the game. Goes almost positive 20. All of his teammates smiling from cheek to cheek because they know that guy just took over. And now if you're
No, Dream one.
You're feeling fantastic going into this map number 4.
Yeah, 3-1, I believe, is the numbers. And a lot of it has come in the last...
Like I said, bro, it can be an upset. We can get an upset today.
Well, same can be said for LA. They've only dropped the map once, and it was a nail biter versus Atlanta. But really, again, you just look at this map and you say, we got this. I mean, we've been playing it just as much as LA have, really, in the last bit of the regular season. And as you look kind of over what happened at Major 2, this is how the upset had happened there. It was by way of both the respawns there. They've also taken down LA on land, or online rather, pardon me, where they won both search and destroys. But I don't know, it just feels like one of those maps that it could go either way. And I think if you are Boston, we talked about the 2-4-5, but map 5 does not feel great going into an LA team that's won 7 of their last 7 on red card search. So I don't know, it could happen here.
Well, I'm excited to see this one with Boston, man, because we said it before the series started, you want to make LA Thieves uncomfortable. You weren't able to do it in that map number 1. LA were probably thinking, all right, the control is going to be locked down. But since they lose their best game mode on the season, now their backs are against the wall potentially for another upset versus the squad on the opposite side, Rocky Green. Boston have all of the momentum on their side. They have been able to add
Alrighty.
hard points to the mix.
Let's see if Boston can upset or we're going to go to a game 5. Because remember, I said my prediction was 3-2 LA. But we can get upset. We can get upset.
One of the things that we definitely have noticed about Boston when they do find success on this map is when they can pull out multiple SMGs. They can play inside of generators, things of that nature. But you're right, it has to be, again, when the map asks you to pull out a third AR, you have to win those opening
Yep.
Can Boston muster a major upset?
Let's see what happens.
Making their way over, trying to get to map number 5. We headed to rewind in the opening. Good for Thieves, the first 2 kills.
Oh yeah, you stand no chance. You saw those nades over the top. Everyone one shot as soon as they worked their way back into his blast. And that's already a clean 4 down with Thieves spawning on the preferred side of the map that they want. Chained it early on over towards P2, but now the second attack.
Okay.
Boston, all out of aggression.
Bro. Purge.
The break is good on, and the spawn split.
Yeah, Purge is gunning right now. Definitely feel
Oh, hell yeah.
up and over. Tough to get rid of where exactly LA were contesting from. Candy can only follow up 1-for-1 trade. Snoopy in the final battle. Also,
Okay.
so opening hard point will be won by Thieves. Now the focus heads over to the bottom left-hand side of the minimap as we look towards B2.
Boston are finding every kill in the feed so far. A lot of pressure over to Burger's side. 2 players from LA going to spawn across the map. Boston now have the side of the map that they want. They just don't have himself in the proper positions. Ghosty contesting over from Godcar. Hydra here to assist him. He knows it's going to be all out pressure through the backside of Yellow. But Boston are winning the gunfight. 2v2 in the split.
Bonds are still up here for Boston, but the trophy system and Hydra's position is a tough one to win from a while.
I'll be right back.
Awakening to eventually push forward, get the pistol win, and Boston will win the spawns and the opening time largely on to P2. From the front though, LA quick to recontest. Ghosty in as the challenger, and well, he's just got really nowhere to go. Snoopy's double has Boston feeling good, at least initially, over to top B2.
Locate the last player in Hydra. Now you can get yourself back into the ace speed to take yourself a little bit of a lead. But now in the final 20 seconds, you need to find these kills and get aggressive through the front side. To potentially flip these behind you, but Envoy just being a nuisance. Again, almost lines up a double, but these are just creating so much space to be free at that next HP.
Yeah, looking really solid. That last little play forward, finding as much success as it has. As you mentioned, gives Scrap just all of the world to play with over the top of P3. Ghosty nades, trying to create some more space as Boston are trying to wrap this in through DVD. Envoy for 1, but traded by Snoopy. And now Boston have a chance to actually pinch onto this hard point. Pending they can take care of Hydro, who is just running around and doing what he wants, and that's the clue to physical whip on the cannon.
And everyone falls on the side of Boston besides Snoopy. He's trying to contest for these back spawns. Hydra knows. I'm still trying to locate where the hell he has gone, but you're able to find him. Now all of your focus on towards Burger. Still 30 seconds here at the P3. Thieves are trying to chain the P3 over to the P4. Boston, no, we can't give up this time because we have to try to break through midstream.
Yeah, it's not fun to the kills though. Team Nate helps. Boston will get a momentary break over the scrap time. Spawns are still up though for LA. You can see what Boston are trying to do. Hold on to the scrap where you can. Get Camden to start to work on a route through the middle of the map, but in that moment, LA recover, find every single kill, and that will be a full team wipe and setting up LA perfectly for B4 and Beavers.
Now let's see how Boston can set up a break here at P4.
Alright.
Basically the same impact that it has on a map like ball.
Alright, guys.
Very difficult. Find angles of approach.
Look.
You have to work your way in instant gunfight battle angles. So far they have yet to win them. Bird finds a trade on to Strat. Hydra instantly there for the response. Awakening finds 1, but it still does not matter. Thieves keep on trading. They're still dominating the map.
Yeah, and this is one of those hard points that we talk about when it comes to pulling out more ARs and just having to win those long-range gunfights. Has not worked out really whatsoever here for Boston as LA will double up the score. Last hit here though, with 25 seconds to hard point, not insignificant until Ghosty gets the shutdown, forces Awakening in, and it's scrap time here.
Alright.
That's big time right there. Because Boston, no, we're going over towards B5. That's where we like to have fun. Whip out an extra SMG. Just consistently play trade. Snoopy on 2 in a row. Spawns already flipped. You have 1 player trying to contest at the O time, but everyone from Boston going to be trying to set up over towards Genside. We're all losing our one-on-ones. Thieves win the rotation. Now you need a break.
Cammy first one to try to challenge here for Boston. Stuns and nades for LA, littering the front door as Cammy tries to push his way in. Finds 1, but can't quite get the hip fire on the scrap for a second. Enough for Purge to get the trade. Pinch on the way here from Boston with the off spawn, but does not get there in time to help Purge on the break. So LA, once again, continue to grow their lead.
Know exactly where all the pressure's going to come in from. Already find the initial 2 kills. That player's going to be weak. That's already 3 dead. You're just holding down Chance. Absolutely perfect. Consistently growing the lead. Envoy finds another double. You're already up by 70. Let's just step aside and go to listen it with the squad in red.
Doing the hell out of them, man.
He's going middle. Hold up.
Oh, he's he's soda time. Triple glass.
I'm going single.
Let's go glass in their pocket. Let's go right now. T2 right now, 1 shot.
Where do you go?
On the crate. Left side. Left side. Going single.
Inside.
Outer. One P2.
Yeah, single. Just go back. Go back. I'm coming glass 2.
P2, 1 bullet to Awakening going book.
Come here.
Yeah, Hold.
He's gonna be soda. Nice. Soda.
Mid door. Watch out, absolute mid door. Hold that. 20 burgers. First guy book. Streak for new, bro. Yo, win orange. He went orange. Don't rotate. Go fast. Go.
I knew. I'm going card.
Yo,
2 here. 1 steep left.
There's 3 here. Respawn out. We fight this.
On the top card, 1 white card.
And then on the white card. White card's gonna be one shot. 2 graffiti. It looks like one shot white card.
What's the
Nice. It was 2018.
One time in orange. In orange and one running at orange store. Heard you. I'm coming to you, Paka. Yeah.
One shot orange. One bullet orange.
I can streak here now. Yeah. Streak down. They're running up.
Deep edge.
For the white truck. Everyone iron up. Get blue and book control. We're gonna go blue. We're gonna be stuck in orange.
I'm coming blue. Whoever's there.
Alright, listen. 2 in orange. One guy truck. Jimmy was it. Yo, 2 in orange. One guy jets.
Yeah, focus the guy jets.
One shot. Orange, one shot.
Jets can't be left. Wait, left.
Orange weak.
They split. Last time. All front. All flip. Great 30 here.
Yeah, big 30. Hold this time.
Crate. On the crate. One shot. Wait. And then maybe blue.
Yeah, more. There's more. On the crate. Gonna be native.
Under crate can be one shot. One shot outer.
Well, two on time.
Use our decks.
Front deck.
Nice.
Vent weak. Vent in one time. No. Vent.
Nice.
Nice.
I'm going.
There's one out.
Yeah, that guy's one
At least two of them. No, 2 of them. 100%.
I don't see anything less.
Nothing less.
He's in yellow.
In yellow.
In yellow on our new.
About as polished as it gets, you even hear Ghosty just quarterback in the break attempt where it's going to be when we're calling in the streak. Boston putting together a bit of a comeback effort, but LA continue to find these momentary breaks that continue to give them the lead.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be scary there because Boston, they were dominating that second half at the P1. They were the winner rotation over towards 2, but thankfully Ghosty, like you said, being the quarterback, setting up the play call to not use the cruise missile on the first attempt since they had the numbers advantage, but on the second, which guaranteed themselves at least 30 seconds off for that P2. You're up by 60. You don't have the spawns you want for the P4, but who cares? Let's just keep soaking up time.
Might not matter at all. Purge trying to break in from the front. Ghosty going to get a little bit of space here on the challenge and then immediately step on in. Trophies just to try to support this hold. Again, just dancing with the devil is Ghosty, who's had a great map to this point, but Snoopy does take away 3. Chance now to this P1 over towards Nuke. Candy with the win.
I'm not gonna lie. Awakening Purge freaking improved so much in this. Like so much.
Just dominated that wave. Everyone, as soon as that new hill pops, spawns right outside. There's the 18-minute streak. On every single kill in the feed. Close out the game here at P4. You're Boston, you're trying to find an opening for a gunfight, and so far 2 players already fallen. He's only need 30 more seconds.
Oh shit, like you gotta win that.
To happen very soon. Can't be able to find one from the front. Throwing shoulders, trying to work for his team to get on for a break. Damage is decent, but Ghosty doubles up looking for 3, and Dan Ghosty will go 4. Oh, goodness gracious. 30-17, 7 in a row, and Ghosty almost got himself another Hellstorm. A little bit more hardcore time will get it. Not that they need it. That will come momentarily as there's no
like I said, game 5. What I tell y'all? It was gonna go to a game 5. I'm saying 3-2. Like I said, 3-2 LA. But it'll be crazy if it's an upset.
Dominating off the rotation, realizing, okay, we need to put ourselves in this position to dominate the map. They want P4 spawns twice. That's all they need. The P2 spawns, they had it the second go around, but even the first go around, they early Boston were not able to secure a lot of time in the way that LA was just contesting or just being nuisances, working so many different angles and truly not allowing to set up.
Let's see, let's look at the stats real quick.
AR start to dominate. SMGs need to get you a kill here and there, but that was all Dan Ghosty on map 4.
Yeah, Ghosty popped off.
26 non-traded, 218 in the hard points, including 16 objective kills. Map MVP to be sure. And now we start to take that into the follow-up conversation point, which is a map that LA is going to like to see. Red card, search and destroy for map number 5. Their overall season record might not be as great as you would think, but it's just the fact that they've won all 7 of their last 7 attempts, and most of them have been beatdowns on that map.
It's insane to watch how consistent they are on a map like Red Card, where you're usually thinking, all right, it's going to be chaos every single time. But they understand on both ends what they need to do. take a look back, though, at the game flow. It's just he's in full control of the map. You go from 98 to 147, basically a full 60 hole at the B4. You keep everything scrappy until you get to that point again. Yeah. Just dominance there from LA.
Using the power hard points to really rack up the time, and more importantly, again, they're just a team that if they do get their hold setups, they're not going to let a lot of time go. So here's a look back over how this series has come together to this point. The big surprise happened in map number 3. Boston taking the round 5 control, giving them a chance at this. But 2-3-5 LA. Not a lot of teams have even looked at that as being an opportunity. That would be what would have to happen here for Boston.
Alrighty.
Number 5. But again, the storyline here, as much as Boston have gotten some good reps on it, this has been a map that LA have really utilized to great success in the last handful of times they played.
It's just looking at Boston and what they did on map number 2. No hesitation on their play. If you do that same thing here on map 5, you're going to stand a pretty good chance.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. That's the only way. That's the only way Boston will win. If they play how they played map 2, they're gonna upset. But if they overdo, and I'm talking about overdo as in like try to pressure them way too hard, but that's how they're gonna lose. Or they just spread out separately. Cause they done that a couple times, not on this, but like during the season, they done that a couple times. But
$30 off this weekend only. Visit scuff.co/CDL to upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner.
This gonna be lit. I watched the first EWC. Man. I'm not a big fan of that skin. I don't know why they did that. Alright, let me go ahead and mute this. I'm not trying to get no copyright. Yeah, I already know. But next match starts at 6. So not that long from now. So Toronto, Carolina. Like I said, it can be 3-1 on this Toronto, Carolina. It can be 3-1 Toronto. It can definitely be that. But we'll see, guys. We'll definitely see. But the Atlanta, Texas game, bro, that's the game that's gonna kill me, bro. Cause like, jeez, man. What the heck?
Not being the respawn, I do personally. You do personally? I do too. I think it'll make the view. What did I just see on my screen? Who was that guy?
Nah, bro.
There was some random guy, like, see how they have the quad box? Like, there was some random guy just like in the all 4 boxes.
Nah, they funny as hell for that. That's wild.
This guy is just, that's unbelievable. Coming back to him, this is not what I was expecting.
boys and girls, we've got ourselves a map 5. Won't say it's unexpected, but a little bit. It's map 5 here, LA, Boston. Number 1 versus the number 8 seed, and the most recent back-to-back major champs. And with a lot of expectations about making another grand finals here. Are sweating a little bit as we head on in to the Search and Destroy. And another fun little champs graphic here for you guys. A little comparison between Snoopy and Envoy, who have both had really good, I would say, just series overall at this point.
Oh yeah, SMG so far has been dominating the side of Snoopy. 1.38, 3.67 KD in that mode. He has been lights out, at least on the map number 2, but Envoy was the difference maker in every single respawn so far. He just finds multi-kill after multi-kill.
But he need to cut that goatee off, bro. I'm not gonna lie, bro.
They're in the mix of a game 5.
Unless you're gonna grow a whole ass beard, bro.
They have been so far all season in control, but now you're testing yourself on your best as a defense.
And I think the thing about this here, if you are Boston, is, let's be honest, like when this game first came out, and you're watching Boston on Red Card, whether it was Hardpoint or Search and Destroy, it was Snoopy and Kurt running around, creating a havoc. So there is a level of, can they pull that off again? There's some responsibility there for the AR to provide the support that they need to do so. But this is a David versus Goliath type storyline with the number 1 versus the number 8. And you look at kind of how this series has gone. Again, that's map 2 is one that really stands out. Boston had every advantage. You even said it word for word. They should have won that search 8-0.
They found basically every single first floor on the map. No hesitation on their play call. And now this is going to be a different beast going up against this LA squad on their best SD map. They have yet to lose the last 7 times in a row that they have played it.
Alrighty.
First floods are going to be a big key factor.
Game 5.
They're actually dead last at finding first floods. But what we saw in map number 2, if they can be successful in that category, this is a mixing one.
So the auditorium has woken up. Let's get it on here for map number 5. Opening offensive hit. Starting to build aggressively towards me. Cammy is the only defender here, but he's calling for help. Boston already quickly able to wrap back over, but this is not a commitment here for LA. Just trying to move around Boston as much as they can. Envoy and
Okay.
Cammy will have first blood.
I'm telling you, this all they have to do. Play it smart. It's a guaranteed win if you play it that damn smart. There we go.
Yeah, Hurts finds a second. Just on a manhunt right now where Boston stacked up together, just trying to run this one down. Hydra traded out. Now it's just down to go deeper. We're having
3-1.
And a decent look at Snoopy, but shots are coming from everywhere, and Boston able to take the opening defense.
A beautiful round there for Boston. Just wait for the play to come to them. I love the way that Cammy plays over towards the B side, gains the info, repositions himself, forces LA Thieves to try to put a lot of focus on them, potentially for the first blood, but just stalls out so much time for his teammate to fly right back on in, find that first kill. They just played their numbers to close out that round. Boston 1-0.
Love the fact, too, that even in that first blood moment, Boston did not get baited out, as LA were trying to catch a couple of them in the breaking glass, trying to fool the Boston defensive cut, but no. Good discipline coming through, good decision making. It's a teammates for Boston, everyone finding a kill. Now it's just down to what do you find here in this next offensive attack, as trophy systems have been earned. Snoopy not able to get this stun, nor will this nade can clear off that back player, however, towards hedges. Space.
Whoa.
Yes.
I never seen that. I never seen that.
Finds another first blood. Boston had the man advantage, but 50 seconds to go. Don't really have an opportunity to hit that rotation back towards A.
It's champs, Jay. We're going to be seeing a lot of that.
Oh, yeah.
All the wall ping spots that people are finding. I think I saw Reddit post someone showing all the different wall ping spots on different rounds. Boston will find entry, though, on the B. Bidding for the plant. Looks like it will not be tested. So 3 before retake is the current ask here for these.
Trophies are down as well, so.
Yep. Watch your angle.
Every single player from B is trying to play through the top side.
Grab does find one.
Okay.
It opens up a little bit of space over towards ticket side, but how do you get into the bar position? That's the real question.
Okay, 3-2. And Boston wins that round.
Boston go up early 2-0.
love these rounds right now to breathe, taking their time.
I'm telling you, that's what they need to do. Take your time, you will win.
Quickly up 2-0 with the search and destroy, but we got to take a look at this again.
No, I need to see that.
He might be hacking. There is no way in hell.
He said he might be hacking. Bro, that do look like some hacking stuff. I ain't gonna lie. But how caught is, you can definitely find wall bangs. I'm surprised that's even a type of wall bang.
Scrap trying to show some force over towards me. A couple of shots that go back away from concourse. The rest of teams see that there's really not any defensive pressure down low. It's just going to take the free stage presence and then likely keep their eyes up towards the windows here to make their way over towards A.
This round's all banking on what Birch can get done to the aggressor over towards the main side. Wow, love this. Might have chose the wrong time to do it. It's going to walk right into the boy. They already find
4-2.
Now awakening Snoopy. Have to try to clutch up on a massive round here. Wake's able to find one, but he instantly should get traded 1v3 for Snoop. Yeah. Snoopy's spot.
Does find himself one elimination to turn the stackers, but not the health pool to survive. And initially, I kind of like the idea of awakening a Birch right there and trying to show some real contest effort. And they get Hydra down to a bullet, but LA respond beautifully and get their first round on the board.
And they just switched up the pace right there. They would have waited an extra 5 seconds first, eventually find another first blood on the map. Just got some really bad timing, thinking that they were already around that gate site.
Oh, dang.
Give up that positioning. Get that first blood to the opposing team.
We're good.
Play their numbers to close out the round. He's finally put one on the board.
Boston's focus on their next offensive attempt. Largely over towards mid-hedges once again. UP States were denied by a trophy system. He played this position last time, and instead, he's just going to kind of hold. They're going to show a little bit more pressure through state, and then wrap back over to B, where Envoy is the only defender inside the site. Just over to the right. I don't know if heard this. Damage is out, but no kills come through. First
okay.
Go to Boston. That is massive. The fact that no one's going to drop with Envoy in that positioning, and now Hydra is something. Nothing. 9 HP in the dream. He is dancing with that, but still in a man disadvantage. Bomb does get planted. Have Snoopy working on this late bit.
Yeah, they know Snoopy's here, but they push it back, and maybe now they can take their focus to 2v2 inside the site. It's just such a tough battle to try to fight from your Hydra. Nades do land onto Awakening, his technical corner, sure does, gets the first, sprays down over towards the second, now you got help nearby. Awakening wins one, and Snoopy right there to confirm the trade. It got tight. Hydra nearly created an opportunity, but Boston hold on to the numbers.
These slow and steady rounds right now for Boston are the difference makers in this game 5. They're just allowing the plays to come to them. They go for a split setup. The one player who's camping over towards hedges is keeping everyone from thieves on the defensive side, on that side of the map. The Envoy just simply gets overwhelmed on the amount of players for Boston. Pushing over towards B. 3 first blood for Breach. 3 rounds for Breach. 2-round advance.
It's just there's also the same level of confidence that Boston were showing on the hostage image search is starting to come to fruition again on the offensive side here on red card, where we're going to show force here that the game plan calls for us to quickly re-wrap back over depending on what we see. And those commitments are working out nicely. Hydra pushing up, trying to keep Boston's defense interested. LA not really creating much noise over towards A. But Boston are just kind of holding their ground, holding their positions, and waiting for the next bit of info.
And the preparation on the side of Boston might work out for the first blood. Snoopy knows who's going to be the island player potentially trying to make a late pitch. 50 seconds to go. Teammates haven't given him any comps there. Being aggressive over towards head.
Bro, I like how they position right now. Like Boston positioning right now. Good.
Scrapper's found a trade on the game, so now you've got Hydra as an opportunistic player to just open up this defense completely. The big 1v1 win on the Snoopy there, and the Bob can rotate behind this for a free planet B.
Instantly going to be playing as well. Both players from Boston are not in the position to contest it. They're instantly trying to fight their way back on in. Curry's going to slide, puts down shot, sets up Awakening for the kill, 1v2. But outnumbered. These, more specifically, specifically Hydra, just catches tremendous.
Okay.
Great timing there on Snoopy to get by him and eventually take care of it and lock down the B side for his team.
Yeah, I don't think Snoopy's in a position to necessarily, especially with that much time on the clock, to be, I'm not going to play for the one guy to get through. I'm here to try to pop up and stop a plant if it happens. But it's the former of the two that come out. Hydra wins the round because of it.
The crazy thing is, like, Snoopy is playing down. He stands up and sees that the door is open. Yeah, at that point, he's like, someone is here. I just don't know where the hell he went. And Hydra just being as quick as he is on the map, is able to get out of dodge and make himself impactful. He's now only down by 1. The aggressive B streak, Scrap taking all of the map away. They are getting an early read that the play is going to be over towards Head.
Thing about this is you know how quickly Boston have gotten their way over, not just through Head, but onto the bomb site itself. It's going to be a retake from around the back here for LA. You've got Hydra once again on the route. Does Cammy have the spidey sense to know there's a player just under? Defense for LA needs to start showing supports though, because Hydra can't find it again.
Nice.
Set up Cammy, but he gets the read on the Hydra. Purge finds the second. There's only 20 seconds left to go, and Ghosty is trapped in a corner. Boston again, not hesitating on their play calls. Win another offense, and are up by 2 again.
4-2 the count.
It's 4-2.
So you're looking at the round prior to this. You've got first blood. You're thinking Lucian on match point 5-1 up. So Boston search and destroy.
Lights out right now.
I'll say.
They definitely been working on that like crazy. Definitely.
To have this win at your LA. Just considering how the patterns have started to unfold, Boston have had the edge in just about every single round at this point, save one where Envoy had a first blood.
Envoy, though, has 4 first steps on his tally. It's been a tremendous playmaker for LA. And search and destroy. So far, not yet been able to get anything going. Back on the offensive side, we see 2 games getting contested over the top. Potentially are going to have the numbers. They're sending it.
Yeah, LA's looking for the 3v2. Hydra can get on the back for the first. They should know a second is near. Shots combination with Envoy. Purge. They know that there were 2 members that were there. Do they get prediction on the Purge? Oh, the door gets in. Will quickly wipe the floor and take the critical 3rd round.
Yeah, that was just a confidence round right there from Eckler. They said, what the hell are we doing? Let's just go put something together and challenge the gunfights. We are simply better than them in that aspect. When they commit as hard as they did with the early information that they gained, they knew that not every single player is going to be stacking over towards B. So with 2 days getting invested over towards the B5 side, we know that we have the numbers. Just fly on in and find our kills. Teams make a very quick round on that offense. Make up now only down by 1 round.
That's huge for the mental game as well,
100%.
just for what it's worth. Can you do that on defense, though? Boston, same 2-2 split we saw from a couple offenses ago. Stung over the top. This is different. Purge is trying to play a little more aggressively towards Ticket, but has an AR, so it can only go so far. Snoopy, once again, kind of playing prone towards the staircase, and these are, once again, showing tempo, showing force, trying to play with a bit of aggression. They will feel out that, no, we cannot go any further than that. No first blood see at this point, but an opportunity here for Snoopy, and he finds the first.
The way that Snoopy played this round, he heard so much gunfire all around him, around that hedge area, but he was going to move at the right time to guarantee himself a kill. Boss with 6 first bloods on the map. Purge able to find the second, and that's already round done. The Breach looking for a major upset here in day number 1 of Jams. Are now at game point versus the back-to-back champion.
That's LA just trying to, again, instill their will upon this Boston.
All right.
Boston's just not having any of it.
Boston need 1 more. And it's going to be the upset.
And then they stick together, even through what was a lot of adversity, a lot of criticism, but now a chance to do the unthinkable here at World Championships, the number 8 seed.
Number 8 seed.
In fact, in terms of the league overall, they're one of the more successful teams against this Steve squad. Can they finish it off here?
It's 5-3.
Put off the gas. Continue to play as a system. Continue to buy your life. Because these know that they have to go for a pacing change. Slow and steady stuff is not working. Last time they were aggressive on the offense. They won the round in 15 seconds. But this time they're going to do it over towards the weak side. A couple of stunts. They're able to connect for Boston and realize where the players are coming in. It's already 30 seconds wiped off.
And Boston have voluntarily given away the backside of stage, though, looking to once again play this same setup with Awakening and Purge. They tried this the last time. It didn't work as Purge was found. This time it's a different setup. Hydra through mid-map. Takes down Cammy. It puts Boston in a bit of a split situation between the B and the A defense, but they will get together at least somewhat as the bomb is yet to commit.
It's Snoopy. Look at Snoopy. He was thinking the play is going to be over towards me, but potentially he's going to have a big one-on-one.
3-2. Wow. Wow.
Young Purge letting the back-to-back champs know.
Oh my goodness.
That's with me, Boston. Get the upset on day one.
What did I tell y'all? If they play it smart, they can win, bro.
After a month off, and after an initial start that looked like LA was going to be all business, they can't take the 2-3-5 against Boston.
They're calling overrated.
Control versus them. A team that has only found success by way of winning either both hard points or both third phase, but never a control.
Wow. The first upset.
Boston will send the #1 seed down to the lower bracket in day one. The unthinkable has occurred.
3 to 4 weeks of practice, non-stop grinding.
What I tell y'all, bro? I said it was gonna be 3-2. I wanted LA Thieves to win. But I said the only way Breach will win if like the main people I said did what they had to do, and what they do, they did what they had to do. Not only that, bro, they played it smart in S&D. Like I said, S&D is the most important mode when playing this.
That was the match that decided everything for me. The underdog prevails again.
Unreal. Someone check out.
Yeah, big upset.
Wow. Boston with the statement here early, and you can see it again.
Snoopy and Purge. I said that. I said Snoopy and Purge have to do what they have to do. And then Cammy, bro, I said he got to play like him, Modern Warfare 2019, bro. Like he did what he had to do, and then Awakening, bro. Awakening did what he had to do.
Oh, yeah, they outclassed him to Search and Destroy. Hydra goes 0-7 on map number 2. Map number 5. Envoy has 4 first stats. The SG's going to clutch up on their one-on-one. Purge playing with the utmost confidence. Same thing can be said.
Told y'all, man. It's getting crazy.
Unreal. That is unbelievable.
But I know the next matchup is Toronto and Carolina. So
Anything can happen, but that is a momentous moment early on in this World Championship. The
Carolina Ravens.
Boston
So
now have a chance to do what they really had not been able to do in the past, which is take a big win like this and turn it into something more than the elongated parts of this bracket. When they found up touch the map, they would just falter and then just immediately go back down to the lower bracket. But this is an 18 bracket. Anything can happen at this point. But with that, we've got Blaze, I think, on stage with Snoopy as our post-game reaction ready to go.
Oh, man.
Too much shifting starting. Everybody make some noise to the Boston Breach. I got Snoop on the main stage with me. And Snoopy, you know, we saw you take this team down on land before. So you guys knew you could do it yet again. But coming to this series, going game 5, man, how does it feel to be able to get this win on a champ's main stage against that team?
Yeah, I mean, this feeling's insane. It feels amazing. Just really happy about the team, how we've been playing. I think, like...
He went 3.17 on search.
So, just want to keep making this run and just trying to make it.
Bro.
There you go, okay? And you got step 1 done. And you're absolutely right. A lot of people in this video, a lot of people at home believe in you guys. You know, going into that last round of the S&D, you guys go up 5-3. You're talking, you know, Purge is saying something to you guys. What were you guys talking about to kind of stay composed in that last round? What was the call?
Yeah, I mean, we went up 5-3, and I'm pretty sure, like, Evan kept saying, like, just stay calm, just, you know, play our game, don't get too, like, anxious, don't, like, run, like, too much. Just play our game, and, I mean, that's what we did, so, yeah.
You did.
See? He knows because that's what they did in the regular season. In the regular season, they were doing that. They didn't do it a lot.
You know, all year. What was the game plan going into control? We saw a lot of slaying.
Yeah, I mean, the first round we won a big offense, and then we just kind of like played too fast in defense, so they were able to like catch up to us. But like Evan just did it in the same play on control at the end. Won us the match, I think, and yeah, I mean we're all just playing good to be honest.
Yeah, you guys looking real icy up here on the stage, okay? Now, lastly, you know, what I want to ask you is that, you know, you got a lot of fans supporting you, okay?
Yeah.
You know, how does it feel to be on this champ stage right now? And what do you want to say to your supporters out there?
I mean, to everyone supporting us, supporting the Breach, supporting me, supporting the team, thank you so much. It truly means a lot. And thank you guys so much. Muchas gracias a la comunidad hispanohablante también. Los quiero mucho. Y también a mi familia en Monterrey. Les mando un saludo. Los quiero. And thank you guys. Appreciate you.
That's going to do it for me and Snoopy on the stage. We love all the families out there. Chris, take us away.
The Mexican stud Snoopy getting the job done alongside Purge, one of 6 players competing in their first championship event. And you heard it from Snoop's mouth right there, Maven. Purge was that guy.
Yeah, you asked if Purge would be like faced by this, and like, I don't know why. I think Big Mabel said, looked at each other like, nah. Like, hey, this guy's just a hoss, dude. He doesn't care, bro. To hear that he was the one being the vocal leader, like late in that search, to have the late game plays he didn't control, like, Purge is the truth. I know that guy has some duds every now and then. He's the truth.
He just plays with that level of confidence, right? He'll have a terrible map and bounce back immediately right after it. They needed a lifeline in that control, and boy, was it Purge. Versus the Thieves, the drop 41 is unheard of. Unreal win.
Let's take a look at their Game 5 highlights here, Ali, as we take a look at the closer, because he came in with the number 2 best record in the league in this game mode. That is the LA Thieves. Boston, number 8 on that list.
Yeah, no, I think the most impressive thing is the fact that Boston Breach even won the Search and Destroys in general, right? Like, this is not a Search and Destroy strength team. They head into this with about 50-50 win rate overall in the league. But I will say, when I did do that walk by the Boston Breach, one, they didn't have a warm-up, so they come out cold in that map number 1, but then they were launching Prod. Prod review was peak for them when it came to this series, and you can see it. In this map number 5, it felt like LADs could not find a foothold. Everything that they were trying, it felt like Boston Breach was ready for. I mean, Boston took the bomb at round 8, and they held it at steps. They allowed the LADs to be aggressive. They allowed them to push up the middle side of the map. It just allowed Boston Breach to get those early picks and information and kind of capitalize on that to make the next move.
Yeah, Ali, what did you say you heard them say? That if it goes game 5, they're taking it.
Yeah.
And, you know, certainly they did. And you talked about a couple of the rounds there. They were not letting Hyper get away with it. I mean, there was a round where he wide flanked all the way around up top. We're playing for it. The very next round, we do the same A push, but instead this time, as Ali mentioned, we're going to all sit around edges because we know how they're thinking. We can't flank, so we have to take...
Nah, they are wildin'.
We're waiting for you. You come up here, we're going to hunt you down. Flint, truly, like, shut him down and we'll search.
Taking a look there, it is a shocker once again for Scrap and Envoy. A day 1 loss means they will be headed to the elimination bracket. 2 of our top 4 teams playing to stay alive in our tournament tomorrow.
Bro, could you imagine going to lose round 1 of champs and be like, we gotta play LA Thieves? Oh, it's gonna be a spicy turn.
Clint, walk me through this guy though. It's your scuff play of the game. It belongs to Snoopy. We gotta talk about Boston one more time here.
I mean, he has been...
Snoop!
See this his, like, coming of age tale, maybe like over this year. When you think about the negativity from fans and players...
Like I said, man, Snoopy and Purge were the main people that needed to, like, lock in, bro. And of course, Cammy needed to lock in for a fact, but like those who are the main ones that's like doing what they gotta do. And then Awakening, bro. So much respect off of that, man.
To now beating the number 1 seed, Boston is on a fantastic run, and no one saw this one coming. The fan poll is going to showcase a
I knew the score. 0.1%.
We got to shout out one person who said this yesterday.
Wow, they got Optic 21.4. They got Optic 21.4 over Atlanta. That's interesting.
I thought it was very winnable. Yeah, I think they win the control.
Wild statement.
Are your pickups cooked? Let us know in the chat because
Hey, go.
matches in my bracket is busted after Boston beats LA Thieves. Heretics could have a run to the winners final. You look at FaZe, Optic, Ultra,
Bro.
all still alive in our winners. Man, it's gonna get weird tonight, Maven.
Oh, it's absolutely going to get weird and just going to get weirder. Maybe we've got more upsets on the horizon. Still 2 matches to go.
Yeah.
I thought FaZe Optic is where I was looking to get the upset. Now they already have this, dude. I don't know. Bro.
Jet, we're going to break. We come back. It is.
The Scuff Call of Duty collection is $30 off this weekend only. Visit scuff.co/CDL to upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
I hope everybody is enjoying this stream. I ain't gonna lie, I've been enjoying this so much. Also, guys, let me go ahead and also, guys, I don't know if y'all know, but in August, guys, me and my buddies will be in a let me go ahead and mute this guy. I already know they finna. Oh no, they didn't. I'm finna mute it anyways. But we finna be in a tournament thing for the finals, guys. So I hope y'all do support me and the homies to try to make top 16. Cause I'm not gonna lie, I have faith in my team. We've been busting our ass. I'm not gonna lie. I've been practicing, and so as much as I want to stream it, it's like it's so bad right now until like connections are better. Luckily, guys, tomorrow we're gonna get better internet. Thank goodness. Like I said, nothing wasn't really wrong, but at the same time, we needed the upgrade. We need the upgrade, so I'm glad that we're doing that, because I'm not gonna lie, we really need it. But especially for me, because I stream and I need like a real good connection when I play games and stuff. But like I said, I've been grinding off camera and stuff like that, off stream, and I just need y'all support. That's all I need from y'all. Like, it's gonna be insane. We're gonna try to get top 16, because that will mean the fucking world to me. Because like I said, it's been so long since I played competitive, and like just this, like we got dead ass like a month and a couple weeks, because like I said, I think it's mid-August, but like I said, I'm trying to grind that, guys. But just give me y'all support. Like, it means the world. But also, I do have some games that I am going to be bringing more to the channel. I've been enjoying a lot of Stream Nova a lot lately. I'm going to be playing that some more. Splitgate, I need to get back on that. I'm not going to lie, because it's like I had a season pass, so it's like, bro, I don't want to waste money off of a season pass that I purchased and stuff, so I might grind that, finish that off, and then get ready for the next season off of that. And then also hopefully they add the rank stuff. We're gonna see what that's about. But that, and then when it comes to Black Ops 7, guys, chances are I will be playing that on PC. Because as much as I want to play it on the console and stuff like that, I think I'm at the point where I'm not saying I'm switching everything to console, because it is games that I will play on console, so y'all will see that on stream and stuff like that. So don't worry about like, oh, so you're just a PC player now. Like, nah, I still play console. As much as most people think I switched over, but you gotta understand, it's some games that PlayStation don't have, but it's on Steam. But I'm looking forward to the future of the channel, guys. Chances are, I don't know if it'll be by the end of this year, or it'll probably be by the end of this year. If not the end of this year, probably like maybe sometime in August. I will be having another channel, but it will not be on YouTube. So I'm just letting y'all know. So just get ready for that.
Welcome home, ladies and gentlemen. We are back live with the 2025 Call of Duty Championship weekend, where already we have witnessed back-to-back upsets. Will it be 3 in a row? Well, the fam down in Carolina will be cheering for that one. The team up north, though, looking to hold strong, as Toronto are the home team in this venue. Will they be able to live up to their third seed hype coming in? That is the question. Already, we've dished out some all-star jerseys. Jody Siebes was one of those players to receive one out, and he may be the star to watch for Toronto tonight.
Oh, I completely agree with you. I mean, you talk about the beginning of the season, it was Jody Siebes that was just destroying everybody in Search and Destroy. He's one of the best Search and Destroy players in the league at that point in time, and that's what they're going to need in this series versus the Carolina Royal Ravens, because if they have any footholds, it's going to be in those 2s and 5s.
All right, Shift, we just saw one of our top teams get toppled. How does Toronto avoid that tonight? Who are you looking at in this matchup?
I'm actually kind of looking at not just one player, but two. I'm looking at Inside Kleenex, the story duo of this squad. And I won't say that they've taken a back seat throughout this year, but like Ali mentioned, Joe has had all-star potential. Beats has been a subject of conversation, mostly due to the in and out between him and Mercules after the kind of emergency situation back in Major 3. But Inside Kleenex are the guys that you look at to be the staples of this Toronto team, and I think they need to show up and really be a staple if they want to find their win today.
Yeah, and you can see, like, Champs Recon, the overall season for Toronto, they started off so good in Search and Destroy, despite them, like, falling off completely stage 3 and 4 in that game mode, they're still top 5 there, right? So, got to find the early season form, as Ali mentioned, and in terms of players to look out for, I think you nailed it. Joe Siebes, he loves this matchup. He has a 1.2 and a hard point up against them every single time, dominating them there, 7-1 against Carolina.
Speaking of Carolina, they have looked for some success. They bring in Dylan Rex from the Challenger Series. Didn't find it right away, but Slasher said this is a process. We are investing in our time at Champs. Now's the time. They missed it last year if you're a Carolina fan. Gwyn won Rookie of the Year. Yeah. The team wasn't good enough to make it to Champs. You got to get something going and get it going on early.
You got to look at this graphic. The drop-off is literally insane, and a lot of it off of the back of Search and Destroy. Just to set this up for you, they have played so bad in stages 3 and 4, and yet overall in the season, their Search and Destroy was so good, they're still top 3 in that game mode overall in the league. So you can't count them out in that game mode, but the respawn has just been silent. It has been under the rug, which is weird for a team with star-studded veterans on it that should know how to do this with their eyes closed.
Yeah, I mean, it's just tough. Bringing a guy to come in and like get extra kills, but he plays virtually no objective, which is way different than having Vivid on your roster, right? So you have to figure it out, and even with this game trending, still not able to win hard points up against this Toronto team. So it's definitely going to be tough. Every time they played on land, it has went to a game 5. So expect that once again. Hopefully Carolina, if you're a fan of them, they can get it done.
They have a world champion on the lineup. He goes by the name of Slasher, and he is the oldest player in the Call of Duty League playing for a trophy this weekend. We caught up with him before the match. This is what he had to say.
All right, Slasher. I want to ask you a little bit about your map depth as a team right now. I think it's one of the biggest concerns for you guys coming into champs in this tournament. Had 3 weeks away, you're facing Ultra once again. I want to know what you've been working on to try and really expand that map pool so that this time around you're not having to really think on your feet and have to push through a very grueling series. So what have you been doing behind the scenes?
We've just been focusing on like sticking to the basics, playing together as a team, not making the dumb mistakes that we sometimes been prone to make. When it comes to the maps against Ultra, I mean, we played them at Major 4, we went Game 5, Round 11, and I don't even think we're playing that well, so I think it'll be somewhat similar maps, to be honest, against them, because I feel like we feel comfortable, they feel comfortable on it, so it's just going to be kind of a square-up situation. But yeah, it's just about trying to get a little bit better every day, and hopefully not make any of the bonehead plays that we sometimes make, and if we do that, we can, you know, take some of these teams.
Flasher, a legendary player. I was just looking through some of his numbers. 8 times that champs, going all the way back to AW. He won it back in Black Ops 3. Black Ops 4, he got second. So on Black Ops titles, he's good to go far. Across this best of 5, though, how are the maps looking? Do you like Carolina's odds? It's a rematch from what we saw just a major ago.
Well, first I'll say I love you pointing that out because he played exceptionally well last time they played all the way in that Game 5 Round 11. And yes, it's a square up. They're playing the exact same maps that they had in that series. So you got to think these guys have watched that series over and over for 3 weeks straight in preparation for this match. Could go round 11 once again.
Allie, how do you see this one playing out? What do you like in this match?
I really like the vetoes from Side Front Ultra. I understand it's the same maps that they played before, but they are not a very strong map 1 team. So for them, they kind of set themselves in success in a way that they put their best Search and Destroy in Protocol, 10 and 5 in that game of mode combined, all the way at the end of this series to give themselves some cushion. And then they get one of their best controls in Protocol, 11 and 7 in the middle of this series. So they set themselves up for the distance that they need.
They're just in a tough spot, Alan, because you look at Toronto, it's like they have dealership in the series, and they're 1 and 8 on it. Their map pool is just
They're
not
writing that
big.
one off. They're writing that one off.
It's like, okay, if I have to get rid of red card, and then you're just in a tough spot. You're going to have a map that you've just been terrible at. Hopefully they can work.
Yeah, I was going to say, the thing about that is you know you're going to be in a bad spot if you're planning on getting that veto in the mix, so you should be prepped up and ready to go. I think this is kind of a conversation that's outside the map set. That's kind of the guy that's been around challengers. Rex just has to be the guy that he was in the amateur scene. He has not done that at all. I mean, he's been waiting for this chance for so long, and we haven't seen any form of him to this point yet.
We had our players highlighted by Easy Mac as well. Keep your eyes on Joe Deceives and Gwyn coming into this one. Allie, you're 0 for 2. Kick us off.
Wow.
Let's make it 0 for 3. Where are you going?
Making it over 3 is crazy because I'm going for Toronto Ultra. So
Going Toronto.
We got a third upset.
Nameless?
I'm going to go with Carolina.
You're lying.
I got Carolina, man. They're going to get this series winning. As you said, Dylan Rex arrives.
I think Dylan Rex is not going to arrive.
Where do you live?
I live Carolina. I'm going Ultra, though. I'm going Ultra.
Oh, man. I thought I was going to be picking Carolina.
You're
now I'm right with it. I'm going Toronto Ultra. Our top 3 seed is moving on to winners round 2. Are they right? It's time to find out. We got players on the stage.
We're about to find out who's right, but don't make nobody mad, Des. We still got to leave here tonight, and we know whose home turf this is. So far, we've had some upsets, but will we have another one? It's time to find out what the strength of the North is all about.
Maybe going to 100-point club phase. This has been an unreal performance. Lane is just dancing with death. Getting it done. Brings the track down. Backside. Oh my! Disgusting. That's all 4 kills and an ace collected. Here we go again. Johnson down low. This time it's Slasher up top. He's able to track down both of them. Slasher follow.
Carolina, a masterclass here on Skyline. Ready for their biggest test yet? Here comes the Carolina Royal Ravens. TJ Haley, Slasher, Gwyn, and Rex. This flock of Ravens been knowing all season long that now is the time to peak. Now is time to attack from above. Here at Champs, they're ready to leave it all out on the stage. One more time, make some noise for the Carolina Royal Ravens.
Oh, that Carolina blue looks good. Listen, Toronto has had their number this season. 3-1 up against Carolina, but it went game 5, round 11. And you know they want their revenge. Look at Slasher to have another big performance. The vet leading the way for these young cats.
Man, they're going to need a veteran leader on this team, and because it's cold in the venue,
Yeah.
you can feel the chills. They are in
Like I said, the person that needs to do what they, well, I won't say do what they have to do, but I get it, My Hero Academia, but yeah, Rex gotta prove that he belongs. That's tough. That's tough.
With the strength of the North behind them on the coldest stage all year, the Toronto Ultra ready to lock in and bring home the big trophy.
Look, this is a franchise chasing championships right now. They built half the comp in the league. So for Toronto Ultra, we're looking at Insight and Kleenex, household names when it comes to
Man, he got those camouflage Crocs, man. Those are dangerous. They're up there with black Air Forces.
for years on years, contending some of the best teams. And maybe this is going to be their one, guy.
Maybe it is going to be their one, Allie, but with all these fans behind them ready to go and get this series started, this is Call of Duty Champs, and we're about to hop right into the action. So, Miles, Chance, let's get it going.
Thank you very much, Blaze. Let's keep this winners bracket rolling. We've already had 1 or 2 upsets. Chance for another one added to the pile.
Well, we've had one upset, and it was a dramatic one at that, but maybe that is going to set the tone for a Thursday in an exciting one we have, because obviously if Carolina get the win, it will be the upset, but neck and neck the last time they played. Game 5, round 11, and it is a square up on the exact same map. For all this time to prepare, they're going to be dialed in.
Keep talking about the time to prepare against 3 weeks they've had to really put their heads to the grindstone and try to figure out the weaknesses in their game. And that's what I'm really excited about, man. I mean, last time we saw Ultra play, yeah, no, commiserations. Could have been a lot nicer for them there at Team Hack. But now here at Champs, the hosts of this very tournament, we'll see how things go for them. For the Ravens, the other side, mate, what are you looking for? What's the real sort of secret sauce here for Carolina?
I mean, listen, it's the hard points. They got 0-2. Betty proved out. They lost both of them in dominant fashion. One was 250, 175. The other two.
Bro, Rex needs to be on his shit, man. Now, the 2 main people that needs to pop off for the team for Carolina is Gwen and Slasher. When it comes to Ultra, it has to be Joe DeCease and Kleenex. And who needs to, like, get their shit together and pop off as well as Insight. So, it's always a weakness on a team. Insight is the weakness on the Ultra, blank point period, man. I respect the hell out of Insight, but, like, if everybody just look at every single team and pick one player, like, they need to play better, especially when it comes to this, yeah, Insight. And then on theirs is Rex. He's new, so I understand, but you're fucking champs, so you're gonna have to. Yeah, they're gonna have to.
I'm looking at 4-13. I'm thinking you got to do a hell of a lot more than that, but we'll see if the work has been put in.
Here we go. Right into P1. First time we'll see that purple Ultra in the hard point. As it looks like the Carolina Royal Ravens walk away with opening kills, we push inside right back, but again the tactical retreat takes one player with it. We can always P2 already, and not a bad start whatsoever for the Ravens.
Anyway, that's sort of stasis from inside. You lose the opening break, but he makes sure his hang back, keep you away from the time, and his teammates spawn up. So great opening break from Carolina, but not for a ton of time. Dylan Rex, though, continues to thrive. 3 kills from him off rip, but it is always inside, hanging out on the right side, keeping you out of the time, and making sure his teammates have the spawn. So Ultra, gun's not hot, but
It's looking work here on P1 so far. Joe with a quick poke in and out, he finds to get the damage on the slasher. Quinn finds 2 in the feed there. Over the Beans, quite new hard point. How many kills can he get before being brought down? The kills might not matter too much just yet. Spawn's good for the Ravens.
And it's the one you want. It is the battle for the spawns, or at least in your time. Beans takes care of it, so they'll have that initial. Obviously, those purple arrows are swarming. Looking to get this set up before he tries and secure.
Comes in at 2. 4 Beans steps up to the plate. Can't take care of one, but hard damage in here. Keep the spree going, can ya? He's got another player to contend with on the inside. Meanwhile, the outside of the hard point, his teammates find all the kills. Beans holds the back down. 3 dead.
Absolutely beautiful, and they're going to know that those back spawns are open, so Beans can continue to play the exact same game while Kleenex gets to be that roaming slayer. So again, Toronto, with a slow opening break, they keep things under control. Now you're setting up for the kill. They already have the lead. Beans continues to prowl in the kill feed. A thing of beauty. Ultra get everybody, and they're in shape to get the final 20.
Another great 3 there. This is not been a very productive P2 for the Carolina Royal Ravens. They have yet to improve in their scoreline from P1. They might got to walk away with a tiny bit of scrap, but at this point in time, it is all Ultra so far on P2. Turnover to 3rd. Ravens in position here to get some opening time.
You just got to appreciate for Toronto how easy they make that look. 0 pressure on the time, nice and comfortable.
Okay.
Plenty of space on the rotation. Joe DeSees might get cut down in Carolina, but they set themselves up for the initial P3 time, but long term, those purple arrows might be roaming towards the spawn.
Well, Beans for a moment. We'll check back on his progress a bit later, but for now, it's towards the hard point. The Ravens got themselves a foothold, but with all these bodies so close, not a huge amount of kills. Rex through the middle, traded out over to Gwyn. Keeps his kills going. Slasher brought down. A big power position shift. Ultra with the advantage.
Yeah, and again, and Sasha was talking about how they just don't want to make the stupid mistakes. He was ready for that gunfight for 20 seconds and gets gunned to bed in one of the most important on the map. And now it's a P3 where you're open and free if you're Ultra. You don't got to collect. You just got to keep them away because long term, they're in a fine position.
Yeah, an interesting hard point again. You're able to keep your team out of it. Don't let the enemy team get any time. Keep your main eye on that left-hand side of the minimap. That's where 1 and 2 are. That's going to be Beans and Joe prowling the halls. Kills there from inside.
Ooh, nice trade.
There for the Ravens.
Yeah, and Carolina, the team that is entirely unaggressive in the hard point. Well, now they got to make the jump. 2 players spawning out, an opportunity to actually go and break through that P4, and 2 players have made it through, and they get the spawn. So Carolina, long term, they have the opportunity.
They're on the entry. Gets us up on time. Can't get the second. Wynn's going to find it. Beans on the back line once again. Keeping things as safe and sound as he possibly can there for the Toronto boys. But still, so many Ravens on the inside of time.
That's great for Beans, just to sort of be heads up about the players in the back. The longer he lives, if his teammates get the kills, it's going to be the spawn out. And already number 5 going to be across the map. And hit the go button.
They're not for the go button, but wait a minute. The go button has been slammed shut. It's going to be Gwyn upstairs, 12 and 6. As he finds a couple of kills, there's another 3 dead for Ultra.
And this has been mixy time as well. This is a minute and a half burned off the game clock already. Joe DeSees good for 2 in the back, but nonetheless, it's still Carolina inside of the time. And that might not be a money hill P4, but all things considered, since Ultra were there first, I think Carolina happy. You can cut your losses and move on. First of the rotations, only a 15-point game.
Not an easy thing to do whatsoever. Ravens back at it. Here we go in the second set of hard points. A wild stat line there for Beans at 12 and 5. 13-11 alongside Joe. Rough looks on the other side, though. Win. He has been the man for the Ravens in the kills department. The rest of the squad pulling forward as well.
We're just going back towards the comfortability. There is not a ton of pace being applied, at least not by the AR players of Ultra. The SMG is able to pierce through and get the P1 time secured. We saw the P2 was actually the money hill for the Ultra squad, and well, right now, they're just sitting here soaking up on the P1 kills, falling into Beans' lap, and Joe DeSees, well, he's there to be the cleanup crew. Gwyn falls out, all 4 down, and for Carolina, all spawning out.
Due diligence done. You find the kills all over the place. You managed to get the time as well. Kleenex starting to get things going. He's nearly pulled himself out of the deficit. He found himself in to start things off. 13 is 5th in a row if you can catch it. 10 seconds remaining here on P1, and we go towards New and Kleenex. There it is, 5 in a row, all square in the kills and deaths.
And once
yeah, this rotation is crazy.
Kleenex is not a player that's ever going to tweak freak out, make mistakes. He's trying to be in the right spot at the right time to clean up all the air and kills. So there's the 6 free. And again at P2, where you were just comfortable around the time in Carolina.
I don't know if y'all noticed, but they're not playing the fundamentals or pushing together.
A single lane of attack right now for the Ravens, and Kleenex still on a spree.
No rush, no pressure. Let the kills come to you.
Here we go. Next man up, TJ. Man enough to bring down Kleenex, gets it on a beads. Steps up for the second two, throws a bit of a dud. We'll see how that plays out in a moment. Joe manages to dodge it, stay alive. Here we go. Ravens on the approach. Oh, Joe 1-2.
Yeah, he's snapping the player cans there too. Rex able to trade him out, and at least Carolina get them away from the P2 time, so it's not a perfect full 60, but it's pretty damn close. Another P2 or Ultra established.
I ain't gonna lie, they didn't fix the camera thing. That's not Kleenex. That was inside. What the heck?
See if this one can be a little different. Kleenex out of trouble. Make sure you maintain Ultra in the middle of the map right now. Ravens fighting for time, holding spots.
I mean, listen, the way this P3 is going, we have half the game clock already burned off the clock. Ultra only near 150. This might very well turn into a game by the end that gets decided by the game clock. So we're going to be careful long term. In the short term, the kill feed looks great for Toronto Ultra. Neither team, though, getting any of this time.
Oh, took about half a minute, but we're still ripping through it. Joe through middle, 22 and 15.
Okay.
What a halo gunfire there. All Ultra battling forward once again. Kleenex gets these.
They are killing them on the rotations, bro. They are killing them.
The timing on that hit was huge. Oh, Quinn wins a massive one. Stays alive in the third mass. Last man beams. He stays alive for a second longer, and the spawns are all over the place.
Oh, good night.
Still close, but beams behind on the snap. Not enough.
Yeah, finally gets it out. AC Slasher still worried about players being on the back line. He is not looking front. It also, 2 players get a run through for free. Once again, very passive from this Carolina team. Month of preparation for Hardpoint. This is their moment.
Can they stay composed? Ball Kleenex out. Rex there on the trade. Next man in. Joe kept at bay now on the suppression. Side door inside, bangs his way through with the 2.
And listen, 3 #1 players on the minimap. Everyone's striving to be ahead. Right now, it is a kill race between those players on Ultra. 3 players, 20 plus. They got a 100-point lead, and maybe the game clock won't matter. Ultra cleaning house on the Money Hills.
30 seconds to go, and here we have the Ravens desperately trying to get through, knocking on the door. Ultra, hold them down, hold them at bay. Don't let a single second get away from them. 187 timing.
Comfortable, and now at this point, suffocating. Ultra made a single mistake on the first P4 rotation. Outside of that, they have been nearly flawless. Kills being collected by Carolina. The time will not be. After the first set of rotations, 15.
They are
after the second
BTA in them.
20 between these 2 teams.
Not to mention the trades as well. Teamwork on point right now from Ultra. We'll see a look at the assists at the end of this.
They're putting belt to ass on Carolina.
Again, that month of preparation. Keep in mind, Ultra get to prepare too, because things are
Supposedly, after this season, I think Dallas Empire, if I remember, they're rumored to try to bring back a COD team and buy out one of the teams. That's what I've been hearing rumors about, but we'll see. I know, I missed the freaking all the esports teams playing, but it is what it is.
A P2 Carolina going to be desperate to get, and they at least get the initial kills. A small window of opportunity, but Kleenex is behind it.
And it's been read. It's been dealt with by Rex. Trades are there, and it's inside. The king of the hill, truly now fighting forward. On time, it's going to be Joe Win on the trade out. Now Ravens in a position to hold this.
I mean, at least Insight is getting time. He got 2.5, so that makes up for. I mean, okay, 16-9. Yeah, they just got to hold the rest of this.
Continue to fry on beat. They're in the crusher right now. Toronto got their finger on the button. Distant here, folks. 25 seconds to go.
That's definitely it.
The clock, you need to be able to get this one. Ravens have got to contest for a second to force another point. That's how you start things off. Kleenex slows it down just a little bit longer. A 5 spree. Not going to be a 6 just yet. Here comes Gwyn. Down the stairs, into the feed. You've still got to get towards time. It is still Toronto's map. You've got to get a single second win. He does it.
Another hard point we will see at the very least. That delaying the
I mean, they already at the next one. Oh, no?
lose it over on that P3.
Carolina's there. Nope.
Seconds to go.
P3 Ravens. They are circling. There is Kazish. A 40 bomb from Gwyn. It will arguably be for the L unless something miraculous happens. But hey, it's champs. Anything can and will. Beans on the approach for 2. Kleenex on a pinch. And
Yeah. There's not one for Ultra.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ontario on its feet.
I already knew that was gonna happen, bro. They're not. I don't know what in the hell Carolina was doing there. Like, bro, what the fuck?
Kleenex out there thriving and trying. Even Joe Steve's right next to him doing the exact same thing. And even Beans, I mean, early on, he started off, what, 12 and 5, incredibly comfortable. He gets 16 assists, 28 kills. Every single player there on Toronto doing their job. Nowhere near engaged that teammates. That's because he had his feet up. It is a dominant win. By the way, 3 minutes of hill time.
TJ, what in the hell was that?
Unbelievable. Wow, Toronto come to play. 10.5 minutes of ball hard point.
Bro, it can't. Bro, Gwen can't be the only one doing something, bro.
Start here for the boys of purple. Yeah, Gwen nearly outslaying all 3 of his teammates. Not the best look there, and obviously TJ struggling in that one. And even for like that first D4 rotation, looking at the mini map, Slasher.
I ain't gonna lie. If they play like this in map 2, they getting 3-0, bro. I know I said 3-1, but it don't even seem like they're trying, bro. Like,
letting the players run through for free, and of course, on Ultra's a team. If you make them work for it, they have success. If you don't make them work for it, well, it's a beatdown like this.
By the way, we'll see a couple of solid P4s, great P2s there from Ultra. We'll see the game flow as well. A real smooth map from your hosts. Ravens, a lot to be left desired at the end of that one. But hey, highlights going to come to an end soon, and against Ultra, a confident start here in the series. A complete run back. The last time they matched up. Deja vu might be the name of the game. We'll see if the script follows suit perfectly. Win playing like this as well, though. That could, that's a variable you can barely contend with online. On land, that's a new look for him.
Yeah, and being so explosive in game that even the water bottle into him. So tough action there on the left side of the stage. That was the most shocking thing he dealt with all map one.
That was the biggest surprise for sure. And then we go, Ultra, once they got going, there was no looking for that. A 5-second or 15-second difference there. That's all that he had. Yeah, certainly a strong start here at Champs for Toronto Ultra. The home crowd buff so far looking good.
Completely unneeded. It was the exact same way as the hard point in the first go around. Except Toronto was the team that improved, and now, of course, going to a dealership. For Carolina, they won the map too, so that's the good news. Unfortunately for them, not a winning record on any of the maps that we have in this pool. So Ultra, maybe not necessarily excited to see the dealership going to be in the mix, but that is the team that if you give them a month, I'm expecting massive improvements to be rolling through. So it's going to be an interesting and fun look. Of course, it's got a chance time. This is where every single trick you develop, every single wall bit, every cheeky scrap, any main lineups that you have, this is the place to show them off. And also, certainly a team that'll put that something good.
We've absolutely seen already on the chip a lot of spots where you can deal damage to players through both sides. We have both sides. Neither side is truly safe, so it's going to come down to the mind game. It's going to come down to the positioning, control, and how you play around the map. We'll do our best to pull out those moments. And on the other team, of course, they'll keep eyes on things as well. But very, very excellent, I feel. Famous last words from this competition. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Right, map number 2.
Oopsie daisy.
Search and destroy.
And undoubtedly, guys like Slasher and TJ, longtime veterans, two of the best search and destroy players of all time. An opportunity to capitalize. Last 5 SVs for Toronto, well, that was their thorn in their side. Kleenex especially at the start of the year, first 2 stages, SV was fine. Maybe not overperforming, but the last 2 stages, been struggling. Needs to turn around here for champs, and that'll be the battle. That'll be the first blood. A mage with no trophies there for the strike.
Play. First lance. Gwyn takes the fight forward to the next man up. On the flank, Joe deceives. On an all-star team for a good reason, folks. Doesn't have to worry about the next kill because his teammate Beans is on it. Now Gwyn finds himself in a 1v3.
Nah, bro, come on. I just looked down for a couple seconds. You tell me they went.
Joe deceives is shooting in the back, and now with 17 seconds in the round, you're already getting pinched. And Joe deceives is there for the entry. Beans there for the follow-up. And Kleenex got the first blood and the last line. That is a beautifully orchestrated round.
Alright, be right back, guys. Restroom break.
For the Ravens, they've got a pump breaks there. They're not able to take that space they want in the A-bomb site. That makes the next sort of gunfight not exactly a favorable one. Good stuff from Ultra there in the opening round. Choosing the other foot now. Ravens, they'll be on defense.
Yeah, still no trophies as well coming out from these players. The Kleenex is already in the mix. He is hunking you down. The pressure already on. He gets back down though, so everybody's alive. Bomb over towards B. TJ for the first one.
Absolutely. Oh my word, the Ravens opening up with 2 kills, making it 3 in a row. That is a wonderful opener. They have bounced back indeed. We put the shoe on the other foot and they have kicked Ultra's ass in this one. Kleenex gone. We are 51 seconds into the game, folks.
Yeah, and that's a beautiful round as well for the bounce back because they were reading the pressure. Kleenex was getting after it through the middle of the map, and I think it was Slasher in the back there for the coverage, and it was Gwyn making the aggressive play. And that second gunfight win there by Gwyn. Nice little one-pump action. That kid is shooting.
Yeah, one's good. Massive damage output there from the Ravens. Gives me undeniable advantage, which they take full advantage of. That 3 kills makes the round basically theirs. We've seen some moments on Dealership. The 1vx plays. No shenanigans there. Round 3. Here we go.
Square off.
Trophies. Shenanigans. A bad stun from Tej. That's going to slow him down. Doesn't slow Gwyn in the slightest. Opening nade connects. The trophies do not get anything done. Over to Rex. Down and out. Kleenex now with space to work with through the middle of the map, and he's already moving. Sends insights in for the pinch. Nobody home with the bomb site for now. That's going to be the plant for the Ravens. When we check this through the wall, arguably, could have happened there on the hops.
Great damage. He hit the go button. He got inside on the pinch, by the way, so all 3 of these players are completely trapped.
They know that something's up behind, so again, our head on a swivel right now, Ravens. You are surrounded. Kleenex waiting for the opportune moment.
And they have him trapped, and now you got insight wrapping all the way back, so you don't have to worry about that. It is all guns forward.
Guns forward. Going to get the kills first, though. Kleenex bangs the vent open. Sent in for the kill. Oh, but Gwyn finds one at least. Trades are done. Beans now gets his. All down to Gwyn. And it's over. 12 seconds to get the defuse. Ultra take the lead.
And I love that from Toronto as well. That is heads up search and destroy gameplay. Insight was getting tags in. He's basically back in their spawn by the little coffee shop, and that means those 3 players officially contain an Insight, typically metal boots, wraps around through the middle of the map to be there with his teammates, and that means Carolina uncomfortable. They're worried about the pinch the entire time. When is the pressure going to come in? Well, it is the ARs there for Toronto. Make sure you shut them down. Insight, one of the smartest players in the game.
Schrodinger's Insight. Is he behind us? Is he watching the flank? Is he in front of us? You never know. He could be in both places at the same time, folks. You have to watch the VOD back and find out for yourselves, Ravens. 2-1. Ultra on attack this time round. Joe deceives, bomb in hand.
Looking for the nade spots as well. Joe deceives, maybe fearful, standing near these cars. They're waiting for the pressure to roll through, but actually Carolina looking for the counter over towards the B site. That stun connects on 3, so that flock is going to be roaming all the way back towards A. And Ultra, it looks like they're happy to square up.
Yeah, that specificity eliminates ambiguity. Slasher connects on the 2. Here comes the RC car. Try to buy some space. Not going to happen. Gwyn. 5 and 2. Pumps the brakes.
Well, one of the longest duos we have in Call of Duty history. Insight and Kleenex. An opportunity to get to work, but right now a monumental task.
And I love this setup there from the Ravens. They pause the play. All bases covered. They're going to be able to hit the retake now together as one, Carolina. Gwyn on the vent. He's going to run into a little bit of trouble in a second. Full bomb site control. Nobody home. Tej gets rid of 1. 1v3 gone. Ravens, play it smart, play it sensible. They equalize 2-2.
Absolutely perfect, and that is the utility there from Carolina that wins them the round. The car bomb, obviously, well, the high explosive. Joe Deceives needs to stay away from those cars. Blow them up before you move over. That's 2 rounds in a row. Slasher gets credit for the kills, and not just that, it's this stun after the fact that connects on 3 players, and after that, super easy reads for Carolina. On point with the utility. When the pace is slow, kids are happy.
Oh, yeah. Real
By
happy.
kids, I mean the old men. The old 30-year-olds.
And here comes the next wave of nades. Wow, look at that. 3, I believe, cars explode there. So no trophies in position whatsoever. That was a stinger. Oh, we're up and about. We are moving. A-bomb site looks to be the target right now for the Ravens.
And you had Ultra that actually stacked up B, so interesting counter shots be going on. Through the eyes of Slasher, we can see it as Gwen moves towards the vent. It is a jump cut into the bomb plant, pure 4v4. Joe Deceives on the pinch.
Yeah, real big pinch. That's being watched, though, by Dylan Rex. And that's the information gain. And that's, again, a little bit of a worry now. In the back of your head, you know this is Joe Deceives.
And Gwen, I mean, you established the vent control. You're feeling great. Still be involved, but now there's a couple wall bangs coming through. 2v2 around the site.
Massive damage to there. Now Rex is going to make his way forward. He has got to try to cover Tej. The nade forces TJ out of coverage. Here comes Joe Deceives, sending for the kill. He gets it on the Rex. His position known, and he's down as well. 3 on the round from Young Joe alongside the defuse.
He dodges the exploding vehicles, and now he gets to shoot his gun. Joe Deceives finally able to fly.
Ultra take the lead. Quick look at this replay. Wallbang, the final bullet there into Gwyn. And the next kill as fast as he could possibly move. Again, the clock is in the red at this moment in time. You've got to get this play done quickly. Tej guns in. No coverage there from Rex and his last kill as well. All on Joe. All-star moment right there.
Yeah, and these games, or at least this map, has been highlighted.
What is 2-2 or 3-2?
Well, perfectly placed Semtex grenade to root out the spot on TJ, just clearing out information. Joe Deceives, second all-star team, as you mentioned. One of the best
3-2, okay.
we have in the game. Smartest at that. Efficient work, but we got ourselves a game. Only a 3-2 lead. Through the middle of the map goes Ultra, and on the B site, you have Carolina that had just dominated this map.
Oh, we talked about the long-time duo of Insight and Kleenex in the previous moment. Now it's the new duo, Beats and Joe. Gone up against the Ravens. They're doing their best to keep them contained. They have awareness, at least, I presume, of the bomb being down. Top round inside of the minimap. B-bomb site swarmed up. Joe gets away with his life.
Oh, not for long. Yeah, wow. TJ raining the shots through. No safe spots to stand. Walls made of paper. Beats for a 1v3.
1v3. Gotta get out of the truck. He has an idea. Two players.
Oh, we chew.
TJ slashing out, hand in hand. Brothers in arms. Looking to bring down Beats. And the timing is going to be outstanding. And they are going to pass each other. Oh, they got him to bay. 3-3.
You see that sort of like a default stack by the look of it coming out from Carolina. Triple stacking over on the B site and just being overwhelming. You're that level of presence and you get SMG players pushing through to respond to the pressure if that's the direction. You have someone hop up on the bomb site, they can look in the mid. That is the perfect counter strat for what Ultra was attempting to do. Close that door twice, go back to the attacking round. Ultra gonna have to make adjustments.
Really nice round out. The Ravens going to get the first blood, so get the second within window of that. They do not give up those advantages. 3-3, as we say. Ravens on attack now. We'll say they got it.
Speaking of adjustments, Carolina continually attacking this A site. Even with the bomb down, though, they've struggled to get success. If it ain't broke, you don't fix it. But they've had some flaws. We'll see if they can fix it in the post plant. Trophies out, maybe to slow down the Semtexes. So small little extra edge. Still their way pure 4 versus 4. And this time from Ultra, no pitches, but Quinn gets a kill on Kleenex again.
Oh, wait a minute. We get at least one out of it. I mean, it looks like Beams took damage from the second as well. So RC's gone. 3v3. Box in the red. Over to Beams. Makes his way forward on the opener. Ultra now swarming over the site. Last man, Slasher. Nowhere to be home. Are they going to jump on this one? Waiting for the kill. Slasher red and dealt with. Ultra take the lead.
And Carolina, with their singular game plan, are also playing the exact same spot. TJ apparently loves that spot next to the car, and Ultra will simply have him die. He's actually at Kleenex's number. Multiple kills able to get to open up the middle of the map, and none of it is matters.
All right.
The RC of the car, the bigger car, it was going to go that way. dealt with. That's a tough scene. You hear the buzz of the RC car. You kind of know your numbers up.
Bro.
That's funny how the bomb site is the least explosive thing on this section of the map. What are you going to do about it? Well, Ultra, what they need to do is make adjustments. To the middle of the map and over towards B. Well, it's been...
I ain't gonna lie.
Now they're squaring up.
They definitely gonna get somebody different for next year's season. Rex gotta go. Gwen staying, of course, but everybody else is just. I understand to have a veteran on your team, but it's more of like, who is the better option that's can keep.
He's in a tough spot. Wait a minute. Oh, Rex. Beautiful stuff. Inside now.
And then,
To be able to make his way out of that spot with what he can. But it doesn't like the Ravens have identified that. So inside on the recovery. Good luck. 4-4. Ravens equalize.
Once again, it is the exact same strat for Carolina on defense. Continues to pay off. Ultra actually did make the adjustment, sent extra players over towards the B side to get ready for the gunfights. Well, simply outplayed. The teamwork there from Carolina being shown off. And Carolina, back on the attack, they have favored this A site. They've been allowed to get the bomb down. Unsuccessful in the post plants. The Ravens thinking it is time for an adjustment in this round.
oh man.
5-6. He's going to break 1K damage this round. Quite happily. The other side of the board, Beans, he's the heaviest hitter right now. Alongside Joe with the 7-5, and Beans putting in the work in the damage department. Here we go, 2-2 split towards the back line. Oh, but wait, the whole Ravens roster, they're all here. Dylan Rex, first blood. Start things off magnificently right now for the Ravens. T's trying to get in there for the kill. You've got a lot of damage dealt, but wait a minute, Ultra from the back foot. It's sweet chin music now as it's down to a 2v3.
I mean, hey, they made the adjustment. They're trying to play TDM. Everybody roll through. And now you put the spawns on your head, but not the bomb down just yet. You're having these two players, TJ and Slasher, playing for picks. Two of the best S&D players of all time. 45 seconds to work.
Ultra will know this though, they're not taking the bait. Yeah, Tej, he gets a lot of damage in, so that's really him backed up. Still know where those players are now. At the very least, TJ from Garage. But if Slash is going to create some sort of discord there in the Ultra lineup. Oh, that is magnificent from Tej! And able to get the second man, but Slash now maneuvers in. Can he make it a 1v1? He sure can. Young Joe steps up for it. Eyes are on. And the bomb planted as well. Here we go. It's the new school versus the old school. And the dance is on. Joseph down. Slasher puts the Ravens on map point.
S&D
Okay.
for a reason, because it is COD Champs. The 9th one Slasher has attended. He's been winning his one since Joe the Seed was in the world. I mean, for real,
yeah, basically. Map point. Ravens. The history continues.
it's also worth saying Slasher, his clutch rate on the year is not good, but in purely 1v1s, he has been spectacular. Once you get into that moment, he delivers.
Here we go, Ultra. Nate connects. Trevi not there in time to slow down the stuns. Here we go. The fight is being brought to you. Quinn, he opens up the avenue. Anyone on the pitch? Joe on the tactical retreat. Bad news. It's just you and Beans. Ravens have taken this round by the throat.
They got him. They set him up for the kill. This is going to be the deciding factor. Ultra, a desperation effort.
They're trying to make a machine and not man that will end the round right now. It's the RC car. Buzzes forward. He has found himself a comfortable corner. Might be destroyed. Joe and Beans. Stay alive here on dealership. Plant this bomb. Dig in for the brutal onslaught of the Ravens.
Yeah, and the car already gives the intel. Carolina going to be quick on the swarm. All four players together again.
Beans is absolutely swinging. He gets a lot of damage in without taking much himself. They have to worry about the flank. Joe trying to take a route. Quinn on the approach forward as well. Here comes Beans. Gets one. Traded out again. Over to young Joe, and it will be done. It is TJ who fights forward.
Okay. 1-1.
As the Ravens secure it, and the headsets are off there for the Ultra Boys.
Now I know for control.
1-1 going into the break.
Yeah, and replicating the exact way.
Ultra is pretty good at control.
First hard point win in dominant fashion.
I would say very good, to be honest.
From the Ravens.
Tip it to Slasher and TJ. That 2v3, the biggest deciding round, and Slasher taking down Joey Steve to give him that extra edge.
Be right back.
Towards that's the round specific. I think Gwyn might have been 5 for 5 in kills specifically against Kleenex. He absolutely had his number on the map, and Gwyn, I mean, he got the 40 bomb map number 1. That is 5 first bloods, 0 first deaths, in a double-digit performance. Right now, Gwyn for MVP.
You got 4 of them on Kleenex as well. There, Kleenex's first deaths there, all at the hands of the mighty Gwyn. Wow, we got a game in our hands now, folks. Shy of 10 minutes, that's 9:42 there. We say goodbye to dealership. We will say hello to Protocol in a brief moment. We'll fly over to the desk first for their thoughts. But Charles, how do you feel about this series so far? I mean, it really is shades of old.
Well, I think the deciding factor in the veto process for Carolina is, do they want to deal with Rewind or Skyline against this team? The fact that they're letting the Rewind in, it is going to be the second time this team has played it all year. I know Slasher sort of picking him apart for what he's saying of we just need to make the small adjustments. That has to be the map where there is change. So, hey, if they pull off the control, they can absolutely pull off the series.
We'll find out exactly how that control goes after this break, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go too far. This is COD Champs. We're still in winner's bracket. Round 1, Ravens Ultra. Going to Protocol control after this short break. Don't go too far.
The Scuff Call of Duty collection is $30 off this weekend only. Visit scuff.co/CDL to upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
LA Thieves, your major 4 champs. 10 points down.
Someone's got to get
Storm in. Someone's got to get on it. Abizi going to look into it. We are not done yet. Graza's got the help from the top. Graza is in. Faye has got it around Faye. Belial all the way. Heretics winning. Holy, what a game was.
Boston might just get this done.
They are still holding. Once they turn the lead, they will vacate the point. Can he keep them back? Hot point changes hands. Rooker in. No. Game 5.
50 kills that he breaks, and he makes it into the time.
Will it be Sip? Will it be Shotzi? Who is massive in the final moments as Nashi falls? 246, 246. Nobody's even here. It's the rotation as Abizi gets a triple. That one is done.
Yeah, Hydra, what's his timing going to be like? Looks like it's going to be good. The movement is there. That is
Incredible out of Hydra. Are you kidding? My God, he is special and he is still going.
all 4 dead. Round 1 Thieves.
That's a win and a half. Scrap winded. It's going. It's going. Halfway to the final tick. 2 players here from Mesa trying to fight. They're going to drop them. They're going to win. It's back to back for the LA Thieves, your major 4 champs. Something special. LA Thieves, your major 4 champs.
The 2025 Toronto Ultra Team Pack is available now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this weapon charm to bless your aim with the powers of tilt. Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, 1-1 at the half, and a spicy showing from Gwyn at his first COD Champs Rookie of the Year last year, and now he's shooting like a vet.
Yeah, barely missed out, but obviously now that he's here, looking good. The main criticism of Gwyn has always been the LAN performances, and at the start of the year, a little bit struggles early on. We saw him compared to Joe Steves, not quite as good. He has gotten better and better over time and more comfortable on LAN. Right now he's balling out. He nearly outslayed his entire team combined in map 1, got double digits in map number 2. On the lookout for Gwyn for map 3.
Yeah, we've got to control play protocol this time around. It's going to be an interesting showing, and both squads vying for a lead here in what has been a spicy series. I caught with a few Toronto Ultra fans during the break, and yeah, the nerves are there. There's definitely an air of tension, I think. They know they're not out of the woods just yet. We're going to see how we feel for the rest of this series after this one. Protocol control on its way. First of 3 rounds, and well, young Joe certainly has enjoyed himself some time on the mode.
Yeah, he has been feasting upon them, and the kills per 10 minutes, not even necessarily that crazy for the mode. That's sort of like in the middle of the ground. So the fact that he's dropping a 1.26 means collectively as a team, they've been slamming. Of course, though, last time they played on this map, went to round 5. Carolina had the drop and they had the edge, and obviously Protocol can absolutely be a defensive shootout. Carolina can be the team to prove us wrong right from the jump.
Find out Ultra going to do defense up first, and
versus Kleenex man.
He's got his number day and night. And wait a minute, over towards the B zone we go now. And this is going to be a stack. There is 2 members now of the Ravens capturing the B zone together. You've got to make a move quickly, Ultra. You're going to see that one go fast.
Yeah, well, maybe bit off just a little bit more than you could chew, but nonetheless, Gwyn able to pick up the extra errant kill, looking for a bit more, and they can simply not hang. That is 3 down in the feed. First tick of progress there, and so far, gorgeous work coming from the Ravens.
Beautiful opener from the Ravens. The A zone is not their target. They're still capturing B. Here come the reinforcements from Toronto. On a Rex down, on the cross. Gwyn catches his 5th in a row. This, nearly. But that's going to be the second segment at B done with a minute to play still.
I mean, they just can't hang. He's been gunning them down left and right, and it has been mostly a solo capture running through him.
All right.
Ultra chalk it up and just hand it to him.
As both zones being captured, the B zone, you're going to add another minute of play. A zone, contest, not for long. The first segment there gone as well. Gwyn's spree finally comes to an end. The A zone now open for business. 2 minutes on the clock.
Well, it can be a defensive shootout. Finally, Ultra cleaned up house. You haven't quite gotten middle of the map control. Well, you have it now, but this is 2 minutes where Toronto is going to have to try and hold on, and it is a 6-life deficit. Carolina, this is a dream situation for them. You can afford to take your time, slow the pace.
Ooh, they had all 3. Let's go.
Well,
all right.
Down there, this is where the spawn trap might be a blender.
Yeah, Ultra, they are swarming. Ravens' life lead is starting to dissipate rapidly. Melting like a sugar cube in the rain here on Protocol, and they've only got a couple left. Joe caught out. Good job out of Gwyn, gets a lucky turn, and now fight your way forward. There we go, Teej gets his. 12 to 16, Ravens are still up.
Again, Kleenex is going to be a top trick. That's what Gwyn's looking for. While Slasher covers from over top, and you're letting your teammates get out of the spawn. They've at least got the middle map pressure, and you got Gwyn behind enemy lines. So Carolina, you fought themselves out of the spawn, but it took a minute to set it up. You got to knock this down. All right.
Hello, Gwyn through the window.
Jeez.
Paints the walls with insight now. So over with the A zone, we're going to get in that stop the clock. Start working on that second segment. Lovely positioning right now from the Ravens.
This is, I mean, a big stack as well. This is 2 players on it. The zone's going to flood. Gwyn's going to fall. The second tick of progress is there. TJ for the coverage. And Slasher still on the top.
Yeah, TJ's trying to make something happen here. He's got the backline coming. Looking at the front. Can he get the kill? Surely Ultra swarm all over him. And now he gets a kill. But wait, enough to buy some time.
They still got time. You know, they got 6 lives left.
It's 6 lives remaining for Toronto Ultra too. They have to be
Oof.
from this point on. You need to slow them down. You got to keep them away from the zone. And Carolina, you just need to find any kills.
6 to 9, 35%. Ultra holding the line. Ravens now starting to get creative. TJ looks for the flank. You've got a lot of time.
Yep.
But wait, you've got a man on time. He won't last for long, surely. No, there's inside the swarm. But here comes the flank. Ooh, you got to fix the kill. Teej does. No.
If he would have lost that off.
20 seconds left. They're going to be able to stop this clock too. Number 8's going to be able to make his way towards the zone. TJ there for the kill, and 3 lives remaining. Carolina are going to get this offensive round.
Big contest.
Cleanups from Rex. That's huge work. The second man. Lars is going to dive time, and that is that. Right
There we go.
job done at the end. And that is the setup from Carolina. Gwyn is perfect off the opening break. Starts off 5-0 and basically solo captures the B zone. They had 1 minute and 52 to work with. Toronto Ultra. This is the best play, right? They're setting up the spawn trap. Joe Deceive starts to go on a tear. Beans goes on a 5 spree as well. It took Carolina 1 minute to get out of it. The moment Gwyn gets behind enemy lines, it reopens up the map. Gwyn has been on one in this series.
Fantastic turn up. 8-5, 1 round. Again, it's a non-trade. All of these teams. He just wins his 1v1s and gets along with the rest of that line. Gets stuck in the ground. Swap sides here. Ravens will be on defense. Ultra attacking both A and B.
Yeah, and losing first round on defense from Ultra, it feels miserable. You have so much more pressure on you.
Okay.
Magnificent read, and what an opener. That's going to be all bases covered right now. A 3-man stack. They're going to get rid of the A zone as quick as they can. A little bit of a run around. This four building the Ultra Boys. Eric slashing now, makes his way downstairs. The torsive damage. Can't get it done. Wow. Ultra. 2 segments gone.
Go to see he's looking for the kid back on Slasher there in that moment. By the way, Carolina has not gotten a single kill in this round, so how about that a response? Offense might be the name of the game here. A-zone secured, 2 minutes and 15 seconds to work with, and Carolina just got their first kill.
Wow. Okay.
Attack onto B, still ongoing. Here comes TJ to save it, and he does. Wonderful 2. And we will take pressure from Joe. Lovely transition on the second. Now get out of his spawn. Don't let the Ravens push up too far. Rex finding a couple there with B as well. And now together we battle forward. Ultra out of spawn and into the daylight. Slasher holding it together for the Ravens. Crossfire run from Kleenex gets the kill over to B.
Can you wallbang that? Is that tech? I would never think to go for it. And Kleenex seemingly had the idea. Either way, 7 life lead for the moment. And Ultra, still a ton of time to work with. You want to keep the pressure up, and Kleenex going to do exactly that. And thank God for Beans. If Gwyn falls, Kleenex gets to live.
Surprise win from spawn. Right back you go, mate. Slashing through the middle of the map. The dance here. The Great Dane moving magnificently through the middle of the map. Going to keep these boys on the Ravens, not only on the radar of his teammates, but now potentially back to spawn as well. No more in the mag, no more in the life. Speaking of lives, there is 9 left for the Ravens.
Yeah, still want to stop the clock though. Bean's going to be doing exactly that. He does not really have too much team support, so he's going to hop off the zone. Carolina, still with the life deficit, can pull this round off if they just keep him away. And so far, so good. The kill feed right now is looking painful for Toronto Ultra.
With a big line lead like that, run out of time. The Ravens win it on defense. These kills are all good, but you've got to stop the clock.
14-5, yeah.
Last man down. That's going to be the last lives here for the Ravens. Ultra should, and I say should, be able to take the round here. Here comes counter-attack. Ravens sending it forward. Last lives they've got. Oh, the catch a window. Beans shots him down. Then gets a range there with his Jackal. Over to Joe. Joe!
Yeah, fucking Joe Deceive is popping the fuck off, bro. It's crazy.
Ultimately, better to lose on lives rather than the actual objectives. So a small W, but ultimately a massive one from Ultra. You get that, you take the pressure off. It is not fun when you lose that first round on defense. Well, Joe Deceive continues to be the movie star, collecting best plays.
Doing that without any casualties. There's so much presence in the top zone. Capture it, have that done from the start. Fly out forward. Top sides once again. Ravens on the attack. They can't string 2 attacking rounds together.
They might be leaning towards B again. They doubled up on the ground, and now they got 2 players going left side. So it's a switch up on this scrap. It's still headed the same direction, and they're winning all the gunfights again. So the B pressure off the rib continuing to be their method. The madness might deliver. TJ, the solo capture, surviving for the moment.
The problem is that his teammates start to die, and that might be it. Yeah, you've got Toronto boys all over your spawn.
Oh, here we go.
Left-hand side of the mini-map.
Here we go.
It could be a bloodbath. Young Joe on 5. Makes it 6. Here comes nearly lucky number 7. You still got the presence though. Beats and Kleenex are there. Nice job from Rex. Puts the eyes out. Gwyn with a fight. 3 dead. Ravens forward.
and battled out differences this time. Not a lot of time to work with. You don't have progress really on either zone. You get cut down if you're trying to go down low, and you got 2 bodies on A. At the very least, they're stacking the objective. Well, number 7 hops off. Carolina desperate for kills and win. Well,
I'll be right back, guys.
having a little bit of a tougher time.
Shouldn't be that long.
Yeah, speaking of Kleenex, great workout, slasher, top window, beautiful shots. 22 to 19. The man tight holds it all together. Right to the sidearm. The Strider singing. Over the nade. He's quite literally throwing everything he's got to keep control of top mid. TJ finding a team kill, but no problem. A couple more kills to his name, but 35 seconds. And also take the round.
Just no progress in either zone. You're going to have to hop out of this window at some point. Slasher picks up a little bit extra, but Carolina deciding to go towards A. Gwyn takes care of B. The A pressure now open. You know where the last 2 players are. Rex cleans one of them up, and you got a double stack on A. This is looking good on the minimap. It should be secured.
A lovely corner from Rex as well. Going to get any more of the spawners. Top spot covered now, and again, he's eyes on. But that's going to be the A zone done. So beautiful stuff, Dylan Rex. Keep this life going. 4 spree right now. We're nowhere near streets, but we are certainly controlling the map.
And great reaction time for Rex to make sure you take care of Joe to C's before the spawn traps get a little bit crazy. So he is a nuisance times grandmas, and he continues to be a 5 spree before he falls, but his teammates have so much pressure up on the map, they're on the B zone.
Can make quite a lot of resources there to take care of Rex. One man on the capture towards B. It's going to be Gwyn. Can he win this fight? Can indeed. 3 dead immediately. Last man left alive right now is Kleenex. Is he going to get his? No, he's not. The stack is surely on. It's going to be back-to-back attacking rounds for the Ravens. One more wave of Ultra players. Can they hold it together? The 3-man stack. Go, Ultra, go. 2 dead, 3 dead. Round over.
Dude, how about that triple?
Yeah, I just came back and I just saw that. What the fuck?
I mean, the Maestros right now orchestrating that one. They had to work for it. That is 2 different times where they truly had to get out of the spawn trap. Joe Deceives loves to be in the best play, but still, even off the rip, you see Sasha, he is off spawn, going basically out of the map to right back over towards helicopter. Carolina taking their time to get out of spawn, and for good reason. Once they make it out, they are thriving on both.
Let me, so you don't have to hear this.
Siege can only happen for so long. On board with Gwyn now upstairs, and Joe doing what he can to keep that 28-21 kill feed looking so good for him, and it has been ideal. So now 2-1 again for the Ravens overall. A nice bit of a life lead for Ultra. No one in the zones.
Yeah, it's a 50-50 square-up battle right now towards the middle of the map. Insight's taking the underground route. He's beating up down low, gets sort of that entry kill, but you do not have any objective presence. This is 40 seconds burned off the game clock, and Ultra just now moving towards B, but Insight by his lonesome has no one to watch his back and is just going to get cut down. Ultra looking a little bit discombobulated on the map for the moment. Finally, little 2 kills in a feed. Their opportunity for the A zone.
Man stack on A. Losing the fights by B as well. TJ started to heat up, ladies and gentlemen. 1 segment down at A. Here come the nades. No trophies to be found. 2 men down the street. Beams. 1 stays alive. Slasher, what can you do? Can you get forward? Somebody find an angle? No. 2nd segment on its way out. What a peach.
Get this man a trophy.
He's still fighting. There it is. Trophy, but it doesn't save him from TJ, nor can Joe save himself from Gwyn. Insight on the zone alone.
They gave up the pressure. You had number 7 Gwyn winning the gunfight, but he didn't stay towards the middle of the map. He went on the pinch, and that's the A zone secure. So Gwyn's there getting all the kills, but the A zone where it mattered, Ultra got it, and they got the 6 life lead.
What's a battle? Kleenex keeps 2 players down low. Can he sniff out the man on the inside? Sure can. That's a big win. Insight finding another one as well. So now Tej has to back on up. It looks like Kleenex. Is he going to catch this out? No need. His boys are there for it. Wins the next man up for the Ravens. A slow capture.
All right.
Oh, what an air of anxiety. He's lose control completely. Lose sight of him, and now he's on a run.
It's like this half either way, though. It is a
Hey, I ain't gonna lie. This is the best ice cream all time. Hands down, hands down. Haagen-Dazs. If you know, you know.
Shuts him down. That is the 3 spree. In a moment like that, good enough. We're going to be going to a round 5.
They got coverage on Rex. Yeah, that's it. That's going to be round 5. Here we go. Final hit from the Ravens. Is anyone going to be there for the contest? They are. It's Quinn. Oh, he gets in, but for a second only. Final round.
2-2.
Comes down to kills to determine who gets defense. It looks like the mighty Joe receives 34 and 24. Might be the difference maker. Ravens have secured defense.
I mean, we'll find out. Right? Better to lose in the kills department in that earlier round rather than the objective. Either way, it concedes that it has been an offensive shootout. And more unbelievable, like, yes, you can win on offense, but getting out of the spawn trap is so difficult, and Carolina has been executing that to near perfection. Really, just don't want it set up to begin with, and Ultra end up with offense for the final round.
Here you go. Ravens this time around, I don't think you wanted defense. I think they really wanted it. We'll see who gets the attack. Looks like Ravens have fought their way forward as much as they possibly can. Slasher and Gwyn in that feed inside. From upstairs. Beans, lovely work at close range with the aim. You do it better than he.
Number 6 up top though. Yeah, the route's always through. Either Gwyn or Slasher. Somebody has always been behind enemy lines. Good free fire, not good enough. Slasher for 2, and he gets cut down, but you're still back to a 50-50. In my opinion, you absolutely want defense for the final round, even with the game, or like how it's been going. I think Carolina's still in the better spot. A minute left on the game clock, a single tick of progress on it.
Name of the game. Attack them. You never know, man. And you went back-to-back attacking rounds. Ultra, they're trying to do the impossible right now. They're halfway through A. That's going to be the drain. The defending team stands on the zone. They get rid of the progress. That's where you have to secure those settings. Back to square one. Phoenix, or you caught Rex on the move, traded out immediately. Here comes Joe on a flank. Connects. Second man, not a problem. Looking for a few more, but that's going to be a 2-man stack right now from Ultra on A.
Yeah, Carolina though, what are you going to do on the pinch? Number 5, well, there's 2 number 5. TJ is going to be going all the way around. The other 2 players by P2. You're looking to make the impact play on the pinch. There's the first kill for Tej, but it is not going to be enough. The A zone is going to.
They are beating them in lives right now. It's crazy.
3 life difference. Wait, and no, Rex is going to battle. He and Slasher get the execution.
What the heck?
Another draining the same. Rex doing the objective work. A fresh magazine and plenty of time. Who's that? Beans who just fallen off the map.
Hold up.
For a swim. There's 20 seconds left in the round.
Hold up.
There's 20 seconds left on the map. Rex is holding it together. A goal line save, but wait. Opportunity now to dive in. Jodecides could dive under the point, looking for those kills. Here comes Beans, back on towards Tamed. Dead, done. Ravens. The Ravens have done it. The Ravens have done it. There might be a contest, but there's no way you cut through this position. 1.1 seconds on it. Wait a minute. The Ravens haven't done it. Last play, last hope. Can we go from 1.1 to a minute? We can.
Wow.
8 plays 9.
Tied up 8v8 in the bodies are falling. Ultra trying to ice off.
Not over yet. Can Rex save it again? Kleenex on the capture.
Yeah.
Carolina from upstairs.
His lives being played now.
Kills all over the place. A 2-man cap. Here come the reinforcements. Ravens looking for a poke or 2, but there's no one here yet.
Give the information. That's a single ticket progress through. Player out towards P1. A 1 life lead. The trades need to be there. Kleenex is going to fall. The trades non-existent.
Ultra trying to get up there. Last lives left for the Ravens.
4v4.
Oh, hold up.
Left. 35 seconds on the clock.
It's dead ass 4v4.
Beams finds 1. 4-3.
And you're looking for
4-3.
kills. Carolina, they have the map spread. They do not have the manpower.
Joe has the corner. Joe has the timing, but not the luck. He lives. Gets away with it. 15 seconds. 3v3.
Gwyn got him though. They had isolated Gwyn, but Gwyn still finds an entry. Trying to get away. He's going to get cut down. 3v1. Last man standing. Slasher.
Trying to get on the time as well. 7.6 stops. Slasher. Last man left alive. Fighting for his life. Fighting for the map. Ultra. They've somehow done it. A pixel perfect.
Wow.
For 1.1 seconds to 2-1 in a series. And that is unbelievable. I could clearly called it. The Ravens have done it. The Ravens have done it. The Ravens ain't done shit. That was something, boys and girls.
Ravens haven't done shit. That's crazy.
It's only day one.
The Ravens had it in their lap. They had the diabolical setup, literally shooting fish in the barrel of that P1 for the A zone. And while here's a second look at just how close it came. This is 1.1 on the clock. This is every single player had fallen before this moment. And somehow, some way, they managed to get it done. And then just isolation turns into a game in SMD. It is you as players for Carolina, 3 different corners of the map, falling behind enemy lines, and they were just able to isolate everybody. TJ gets caught. You get the intel on Gwyn, who still gives you something extra. Gwyn continues to be a monster. The moment you trade him out, you see you got a 3v1, and it looks like Bean wins a 1v1 against Rex. I mean, just the dominoes. These are the moments in scrims. You don't get these situations often. You can't really prepare for this exact type of moment. You gotta solve this.
Yo, Georgia Seas is popping the fuck off. 40.
Such a great job of the kills as well, but it was Beans. Beans on that stairway. He wins the fight against Rex or not. He's trying to play insurance. He's trying to make sure that when the going gets as tough as it can, you get down to the single digits on the time. He's in a position to contest. So one way or another, Ultra, they had a fantastic advantage there, and there you go, Joe, 41 and 31. 3 players cracked 4K damage in that grueling game of protocol control. Dylan Rex with the goal line save, pixel perfect, man, really saves it. He and the boys hold together for what? A matter of moments. 1.1 seconds, and look where it turns. Say what you will about control. That is when it's special.
And this series so far has had it all, including the always broken scoreboard. You love to see it, but what you don't love to see if you're a Carolina fan is that rewind hardpoint. It has to be the map to make the adjustment. They veto the Skyline, and in Skyline, Carolina has played 18 times this year. Rewind, they have played once. It has been their auto veto since the map has made its place. And then also the best Skyline team in the game, gonna square up. They got beat down 2-25 last time they played it. Carolina have to improve that map pool if you want success in this moment. Of course, Ultra now, I mean, pressure's on. Pull up a miraculous roundhouse thing like that. Absolute nail biter. You are feeling as good as you possibly can. How the vibes would have been different. You got Beans falling off the map in such a crucial moment. Oh, he's not there for the big play. It could have been a moment of collapse. Carolina, they got it. Big team. Every test is gold with the boys and hopefully this year and now. It's another great opportunity to that guy's this guy. Yeah, Joe. Yeah, Joe. Yeah, he's disgusting. That's Coach Joe, by the way, not Joey D.
That's not even Joey D, that's Coach Joe.
That's Coach Joe.
He's not on stage, that's flux up there, but the other Joe we're talking about. Joseph Romero, at 1.6, map number 1 of the insanely impressive. You called it, brother. Rewind, a different beast. We'll see how things go for both of our squads here. For the Ravens, not what you wanted to be. Certainly wanted to be on themselves there.
And such a rotationally heavy map as well. In theory, I like the map for Carolina. You gotta win the rotation at P2. You gotta win the rotation over towards P4. You gotta have our players that are gonna be loving to take the route. Of course, on the flip side, that's his bread and butter. So you got the square up battle, a necessity. In the month you have had to prepare for this very map, Carolina knew what they were going to be dealing with. They have been on a losing tear in the game. One of those beats,
They have to play smart. They have to play smart to get it to a map 5. If not, my prediction is yet again correct. 3-1. Now the other one, the LAD, like I said, LADs. I said 3-2 LA. I was wrong about who won, but I just say that if they play a smart, like Boston can upset. On this, if it all depends on how Carolina plays. If they actually want to win.
He makes short work of this. Lovely damage. Puts the board, and again, everyone is bringing their A game right now, bro. It's on board with Joe now. We can see those the walls. He might be able to hear at this point in time, but what a raunchy P1 this has been.
Yeah, this is huge as well. And every single player that got it behind every line, trying to flip out those spawns inside. That's the one-shot kill that he traded out. And then Kleenex caught the player running through the gens. Now you got inside battling against Gwyn for the rotation. Gwyn wins it, but the trades are there. Now you got number 5 working on the pinch, but not there to block the spawns. And Ultra clearly has it read. And this is what they're going to do. Force the street pressure in Carolina. They have to break these spawns.
Looking back, yeah. Inside perfect timing for Teach to peel you. Win now, he's got where he wants to be with that Jackal PDW. Can he get any more? No, he needs his boys all over it. The man in the back line runs away with nothing. Ravens, what a play.
You had to break the spawns into everybody to do it, and Gwyn is shooting nukes.
Right back.
Yo, what up, Tristan? Welcome to the stream, man.
In and out the time you go. Teach finding those kills. Top ball with Rex. He's got the long line covered. Himself passed over. Can you keep Ultra contained? The answer is no. Right, then we forward. Last man down.
Let's go, Ultra.
Step up to the plate and get smacked. Yeah, huge battle back to make sure you win the rotation.
I ain't gonna lie.
Or at least when they lose it.
I say I predict Ultra to win 3-1. But I said if Carolina plays smart and not stupid and not fully spread out, they can definitely win. Just map him, take it to a map 5. They just gotta play it smart, not do nothing stupid. But right now, based off of how Toronto's playing right now, it's probably gonna be 3-1.
Decent time so far on this B3. And somehow Rex is number 9 on the minimap. The scoreboard, wow, good luck keeping up with this one. We got you folks.
They dropping Rex, I'm telling you right now. Playing like that, he's definitely getting dropped. They're gonna start looking at people just in the look. G League.
Next one in line. Anybody's guess. It's going to be insight, and all of a sudden, third number 1, Jonas Seems was last man standing, but Kleenex and him provide. Rex inside the hill, overwhelmed the Toronto.
Yeah, Joe Seas is popping the fuck off, man. It's just making no sense.
Wonderful amount of population here across 3 lines. One step closer, the Ravens now come towards the fray. Joe keeps them back at least 1. Numbers are dwindling rapidly. As the trades go down, Joe brought to his knees on the Gwyn. You could barely get near beepers. And then it's a desperation play with 20 seconds to go on the point.
Yeah, and this has been a clean sheet for again. There was a moment of opportunity for Carolina to make that impact, but Kleenex and Go to Siege just strike right back. G4, the Bunny Hill provides once again. It's not quite a perfect full 60, but it's
Go to see Canada doing it. Fingers crossed.
Carolina, though, are here first, and they're keeping the pressure in the backs of Carolina. Right now, looking good.
Yeah.
Over to Jen. Ultra with a lead. Let's go to listening.
That was a nice wait. Wow. I'm not gonna lie, Bean's really not playing his best like he do. Oh, good to see Canada doing it. Yeah, Ultra's not doing bad. Vancouver, they got upset by Miami, unfortunately. But okay. Who's the best on Ultra? Right now, in my opinion, Joe DeCease. Second is Kleenex.
Trademark listening there from the Ultra lads. Calm, cool, collected. Now over the Carolina Roll Ravens for their kickoff.
Okay, okay. Yeah, hold the rest of that. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Hold the P4, win the game. That was a call from TJ. They got the spawns, they got the time. They're going to need all 60.
Oh, they definitely do. Play smart. Don't do nothing stupid. Nice. Watch that back flank. Someone gotta watch mid.
So good. Everybody in the right spot. TJ, the man, making the call. He's got the left side locked down. His teammates here for the right streak. Win on the coverage and two bodies here at a time.
Okay, okay. Okay.
Traded instantly. Carolina keeping it clean. Continuing to look good on people. All the damage they got done is over.
What's the rankings right now? Well, this is champs. I think Ultra is ranked number 3, and I'm trying to think. Okay, and then I think Carolina is I think there's 7 or 8. Gwen! Gwen!
It's a game of pressure right now. Ultra desperation effort to stay alive. The kill feed looking purple. They're keeping it clean. Still down by
Okay.
Still gonna hold it. Kleenex finds another one. It's still a purple. Ultra hard point. Big pinch now from Win. Dealt with through side door. Out of back covered.
Okay.
Goes huge. 15 seconds on the point. Toronto Ultra have bought themselves the lifeline. We've at least made it to a P1.
Yeah, it's coming down to P1.
The first one we saw was a delight. This will decide the map. And it's the entry.
Most definitely.
Ultra, they will be here first. Here we go. Hard point ready to go. Ultra are inside. One solid break is what you've got the Ravens. Here comes the trophies in play as well. Slasher, first man into the fight. Taken care of by Rex. Inside now, staying alive as best he can. This is for the series. Kleenex finds one on the flank. And that is that. Teach, down, gone.
What'd I tell you?
Get it done.
I told you. 3-1.
2:50
Hold this before we win the map, and that is a dagger.
And just like I said, what's gonna happen? They're gonna build around Gwen. They're gonna build around Gwen.
A sigh of relief across Ontario, Canada. As Ultra walk away with their first.
You already know player of the game is Joe DeCease. That man dropped dead ass like. What's your first game? I think he dropped like 40. In search, he dropped. I think he dropped like 12 or 15, and then he. No, wait. No, he dropped 40. I think 40, 10. Is it one and done for L's? No, so what's going to happen now is Carolina will move down to the loser bracket. And whoever loses between FaZe and Optic, that's who they're going to play. I think.
The Ravens close, but no cigar. Their wings clip. They would descend to the lower bracket here at Champs.
Yeah, lower bracket. I call it loser bracket. Come on, you.
Wonderful work from them.
26.
Had a spectacular series to get to the map 4 at the very least, but map 4 is where it ends. Ultra, get it done.
Yeah, I feel like we got Rob not getting his game 5, but ultimately it was up to Ultra, not us. Set the tone on the ball. A dealership.
Last game for day 1. Like I said, guys, day 2 and day 3 I won't be able to stream, but because I have to work, so you understand that. Sunday I will, because luckily I won't be at work that long, but I will hopefully get home by time for Championship Sunday.
It's 2-2 on the board. You guys just lost to S&D. It's 15-15 on the lives. 1 second on the point. What was going on through you guys' head as that situation was happening?
I mean, we got wiped and we were just like, GD didn't make the point. He made the point. I think they got top trips for his a little bit. But, yeah, I don't know. That was the most insane, 5 seconds ever.
Really did. For you guys to be able to get the point, and then next thing you know, you go to the final point. It's 4v4, okay? We see you top trips, ducking and diving, dipping and dodging. You find a kill on bottom, and then at that point, I know you guys had to feel a sigh of relief.
Right? 100%. I mean, I took the biggest deep breath of all time on the game. I don't know what happened, but yeah, test the ice a little early. Have to test a little early.
Had to test them a little early, okay? Now, talk to me about how is it being a Champs playing in front of this Toronto Ultra crowd? I know that win felt good.
Oh, yeah. I've never had like a fan base on my side of events, so here it is, walking out with a big smile on my face. You guys are amazing. I mean, I love you all, and thank you so much.
All right, Joe, you heard it here from Joe. He loves you all in the crowd out there, and that's gonna do it for us. Toronto Ultra, they stay pushing forward.
Congratulations to Toronto, our first top 4 team to advance to winners bracket round 2. A bit of a surprise, knowing that we are here at Champs, ladies and gentlemen. Toronto, though, we're taking the distance. We welcome Shift back to the desk alongside.
They should show like the bracket sometime soon. So.
Who is popping off for Carolina to make this closer than last time around, and why?
Gwen.
Well, Joe DeCease played hard out in so many critical moments, but at the same time, you just cannot make mistakes like that in Carolina. Not once, but twice. Just not what you want to see on a Champs weekend. I think the other side of this, though, in what I often look at when it comes to a team that's good versus a team that's great, the team that can punish mistakes. And Toronto did that continually throughout this season.
Let's take a look at the game-changing moment in this series. It is a soul-crushing way to lose.
Play the game.
It is a tournament spark.
Nah, this was crazy.
Listen, when we get 3 dead right here, we need to apply some pressure. We cannot allow them to get
Yeah, that's what screwed them. Nobody push, bro, push. He didn't.
Just already done because we now have positioning here for Toronto on the other side of the gun.
Gwen, hold him.
Team kill slasher. It is just all bad. When we talk about
I just realized.
that's exactly what happens here. The communication is out of whack. You're thinking slasher could be able to get the cuts, and then you're just not able
Nah, that was Gwen's fault right there. I ain't gonna lie. That was dead ass Gwen's fault.
to the next one where you choke even harder.
Incredible finish to a game 3. See, Joe deceived, just like Purge, dropping a 40 bomb in control. It's been impressive.
Jeffrey watching that replay? Nah, that was dead ass Gwen's fault.
It's once again the Joe show. I mean, I talked about this. You know, when Toronto Ultra finds most of their success, it is when Joe is comfortable. It's when Joe is having a good series, and he's bailed them out of so many situations.
Toronto not needing to test their ice in a game 5. We ran the graphic ahead of time. They've been there 11 times, 9-2. One of the clutchest teams in the tournament. Moving forward, as we look at some of the highlights, can you ignore the bad and focus on the good if you're Toronto, or do you have to fix some mistakes or nameless? Is this actually a better showing from Carolina than we saw last time around?
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, they put the 3 weeks they had into good use. If you're Carolina, they looked a lot better, especially this hardpoint TJ, a valiant effort from him. He had some huge plays. But yeah, I mean, for Toronto, Joe Deceives, man, he's the MVP of the series for me. Had some massive plays. Think back to, you know, Jens Hill, where he gets through Elephant. He just plays his life for a good 20 seconds, just being so annoying, giving them so many different opportunities. You know, you got a guy like that, you can kind of play around him, and you can see Toronto looking good so far.
I think the other side of this, though, and I know that there are Toronto fans out there that are saying, I don't want to see this team play dealership ever again. But you need to find something to make up the gap, whether it's going to be Red Car, which you haven't played in a long time, or a dealership, which they just continue to struggle on. They're just not putting together good play calls whatsoever on the map.
And there's too many teams that are going to force dealership in series.
Absolutely. Or Red Card, yeah.
Yeah, and so for Toronto Ultra, like, their map pool versus the rest of the league gets a little bit difficult as we move further into the tournament. So I think Alan makes a good point there. You might not want to see them spawn in on it, but they need the reps, because with the talent on this team, anything is possible. They just have to keep putting it in the series.
Toronto pulled off a ridiculous run with that. Beans at Boca Raton. They've been top 3 since the start of the season. They hold up to their number 3 seed and advance to our winners bracket round 2. It's starting to shape up as we expected at the bottom, but will we have one more upset in store for the
There you go. So, LA Thieves play Surge. Phase Optic.
It is going to be nearly impossible to make it to a championship Sunday.
It's going to be tough to be sure, and this upcoming matchup's an interesting one because it is on Classico, but this has been literally the Atlanta show for like the last 2 years, essentially. Optic is coming in riding a high, though. I think they're playing their best COD of the year right now, so there's opportunity definitely brewing.
Yeah, I mean, I just got to say, like, it's that much more daunting that if you are to fall, that Thieves is already in the back. Like, so this is a massive win for either of these teams in their hopes to win champions.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Yeah.
3 matches are done. The 4th and final winners bracket opener kicks off when we return. Atlanta FaZe, Optic, Texas. Let's
This is about to be crazy.
This weekend only. Visit scuff.co/CDL to upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Ultimate will be your champion. As everybody beat, now we're going to fly on in for the fights with Cruising Wiz. They start off with the initial 2. Yuli's able to take down.
They played.
25 seconds left. Yuli's able to find a double to 1v1. Sees Dak. Pushes him back. Dak's going to have to push forward here. He is on the attack. He's going to clean this up. Yuli goes huge.
Up by 4 right now to this point. He's only Brooklyn with one last effort here to regroup, find a way into this, and clean up these segments for the extra 6. If you lose the 2 initial gunfight, Sandy has to pop a double or a triple here. The team kill is going to help, but it still does not matter. The SMG.
Jeez.
The Spartans, so they already have pressure at hold, but this close watch is still being here for Oregon for the next wave of fights.
Henry just going to continue to contend for the last little bit of scrap time. Sees another one cross, and this boy is having himself a tournament. Onto 2, make it 3, surely not a 4th. Does he see Yuli cross? Yes, he does. Henry pops off. Right now as well, the setup. Oh, Orchid and Henry having himself a game.
But a phenomenal start here from Yuli. He's had 2 different 5 streaks, make it a 6 in a row. He's waiting for the numbers, but screw it, let me just do it myself. Yuli finds on the board as well.
Bro, this dude Yuli is insane.
He still stays off. He's gonna let his Brooklyn teammates get in here to support. That is number 9. Finds himself a spare Jacko on the ground. No, comes on through Yuli.
Looking for it, dives through, finds the hole again, and this is all falling. Oh, Craze! A 6 streak, and he may have just put the button into this to end it as well. It will be. It is over. Omit will be your champions at DreamHack Dallas, Texas for the Challengers time. They go number 1. They win every single respawn, and then an S&D to get it. What a performance.
On match day, everything matters. What you focused on the night before, how you slept, what you ate. Players gather in the arena, ready to go toe-to-toe, fueled by the dedication, passion, and love of the sport. The mind has to be focused, clear, locked in. Any unknown variable can mean the difference between winning and losing. But when you have your pride on the line, every decision has to be perfect. Every movement calculated, and every shot on target. If you want to be remembered here, you have to make them believe. Scuff has been a proud and passionate supporter of Call of Duty esports for 14 years, and enables you to play like a pro.
Freaking Super is something else. Bruh.
The 2025 Optic Texas Team
Get out of there. Come on, where you at? Too late. Just over 20 seconds to go. You isolate. Yeah, get on.
Oh man. It's about to go down.
The Call of Duty League Championship weekend continues right now with our winners bracket opening round as Optic Texas and their 7th seed takes on the Juggernauts from Atlanta. We got a beast. We got I said Juggernauts. I'm talking about the boys swinging them right now. We got Chance here off the desk alongside Rosalie and Nameless. This Atlanta FaZe squad is feeling quite confident. If you've been talking to people behind the scenes, they had the first trophy, the second trophy. They were competing for our most recent one, but fell short of their goal. What are their odds of making a run to the winners bracket now?
Well, especially now that they've seen LAT fall short. That was their main competition, so I think they're looking at just an empty runway. They're trying to get past the finish line.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to watch this squad because Atlanta, for the first time, is coming in with the number 2 seed. They're used to the 1 seed. They are hungry. They want revenge. They are not going to fight against LAT from the winners bracket, but they can start their road to a champ spot with a win over Optic tonight. Who do you want to see pop off for Atlanta?
For the side of Atlanta, I want to see the Time Terrors. I feel like it's kind of Atlanta FaZe. The story has been the ARs.
She's not wrong.
A couple of stages, and then it kind of flipped over to the
We need to see them out in this match.
That's when they start just destroying everybody, right? This is an Atlanta FaZe team that the only time that they fall
And when it comes to Optic,
is when they come out flat in a series. They don't really have an Achilles heel. I mean, God, they're top 2 across the entire.
the main 2 people I need to pop the fuck off is
usually themselves.
Dashy and Shotzi, man. This is their team. Like Mercules, I'm really not worried about that much because he can shoot. And then Hook, he's just the one that I don't know. Sometimes he rushes sometimes, not all the time, but you know.
They scooped him up. They had their top finish on the season at Major 4. Expectations at champs.
So they kind of have the opposite story on the side of Optic Texas. Is like they haven't been able to find good footing, but I will say in this tail end, like Respawn's looked so much better since the addition of Mercules. Something has started to ease in the waters. The pain point for them is going to be these 2s and 5s, so look out for the 1, 3, and 4 in the map layout.
Yeah, I mean, I think the best thing about them picking up Mercury has just been how good he is at control. It gives them like a constant in series where they can go in, they can contend with teams like LA and Optic there. And last time they played, they 3-0'd them on a Hacienda control. If you're an Optic Texas fan, you got to be happy to see that number 2.
Hasi, we got Protocol in between it and a Skyline for game number 4. How far in the series do we go?
I hope we go the distance. I'm expecting the game 5.
At 2 upsets and our favorites in Toronto moving forward. It's our last pick of the night, starting with Nameless at the end. Who you got?
Ooh, it's a tough one. I'm going to go with Atlanta FaZe at 5. I think Atlanta is just too strong. They're playing to be the best team, undisputed, greatest team of all time. If they're to win this champs, I think they have a strong case to do it.
Rosalie?
Man, the Green Wall really is worldwide. You're telling me with this North, they'll still doing? I've got Atlanta FaZe in 4. I mean, they're the better team outright, but sorry, chat.
You're not taking Mercules in his 3rd ever event.
Listen, I'm a big Mercules fan. Don't get me wrong, but versus Atlanta FaZe, this is a tough pit round 1 for them to take.
Chance, you're going Optic. I am going Optic, low-key. I think Optic pull off the win. I think they get it done. I think they get it done.
It was close last time.
I've heard good things backstage from both teams, but more from the FaZe camp. I'm going Atlanta FaZe. They've got the number 2 seed. They haven't won a champ since I've been on the show. We'll see if they can get it done this weekend. It's got to start here.
All right.
Final match.
Oh, Chris, I'm so ready to get into this matchup as we light the stage up. Red and green yet again. It's looking like Christmas here in the north. This is Champs, and I know you guys have been waiting for this matchup. So get ready. Without further ado, here comes your Major 1 and Major 2 champions.
235, 230. It's 2. So crucial now. Dashi.
He keep messing it up. He's a Major 1, Major 2 champion. They haven't won a major.
Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Optic Texas. Ooh, Shotzi, Mercules, and Dashi looking to keep the World Championship in Texas with the green wall all around them. Optic Texas ready to throw down on the main stage.
Listen, this organization won champs last year. Two of these guys know what it feels like to come in here and dominate. Luke's been here before as well. You think about the soccer team, it has been a tough year for them. But we're at champs. All is forgiven if you can take home another championship. It would start right now.
It would start right now, and they got the crowd behind them. But now it's officially time to bring out the bad boys of the CDL. Get ready for Atlanta. Ladies and gentlemen, give a warm welcome to Atlanta FaZe.
Bro, it don't matter who it is, bro. Just FaZe, bro. Here we go. The FU draws us. Get ready.
It just fuels the fire as Atlanta FaZe is going to get ready to throw down on the stage.
Listen, you can love them or you can hate them, but at the end of the day, Atlanta FaZe is a team whose only weakness is themselves. A dynasty literally in the making. A stat person's dream is to look at these guys lay out. They are unbelievable, looking to make it to another grand final, but they gotta go through El Clasico first.
Alright. I'm going to say predictions. Cause I think I already said it, but I'm going to say 3-2 FaZe.
Listen, you guys have been trying to boo them.
Like I said, at the end of the day, like,
I'm not sure that's working. I think I'd mix it up and just cheer for them.
like who I want to see in championship Sunday. I want to see FaZe Optic. That'd be lit. What's it probably gonna be? Probably FaZe and LA Thieves.
Let's focus on the big one. This is one that you talk about being 38 and 39 all time when you talk about the franchises that are Optic and FaZe. But this year, it has been all FaZe with the 4-0 advantage. On one side, yeah, you're trying to further cement your legacy. On the other, like, it has been a year of pain, and it has been a
Crazy.
year for Optic. But maybe you just go back-to-back to champs. It's like, what the hell? Nothing else matters, bro.
Yeah, I mean, listen, last minute is when they looked best, right? These two teams matched up, and it was a very close series. It was around 11. It was a close hard point.
BO6. I'm over for 3.
If you're an Optic fan, right? You can see addition of Mercules, but yeah, you see the stats right there. These two go a long way.
It's a back and forth thing, bro. Alright, guys. Last matchup. FaZe Optic.
May we get out of this one so many over the course of the legacy that is Call of Duty Esports. Maybe another memorable one here now. With the fans in the venue trying to ramp it up for this Optic side. They've been to work this past month, trying to look to improve, but they got to get through the CEO in Traza. This guy runs the org, looking to do it more here.
Yeah, a big difference here for FaZe, right? They select Team A. It is not normally what they do in maps and vetoes. They're always a team that takes Team B, so they can have the strength of their maps in the middle, right? That 2, 3, 4, but they switch it up. They want to play Hacienda, Hardpoint, map number 1. This is their choice
There's not one, I mean, on the year, what? Right around 50-50. It's been one they've been trying to improve. We'll see if Opti has a response for them and how well FaZe are looking on this map.
You gotta think something.
See what happens.
I know that about it, yeah.
But you opt to make a change like that. The break looks to be good. They lose a couple of players early, but now they'll be firmly in control as Sim continues to try to control top halls. Draza just soaking up the time and the hard point as we'll get to early lead change here. FaZe will take control and try to hold spawns. Taking a route will be number 5 of Hoop. We'll see what kind of success he's going to be able to find.
Well, you got 2 players push on through, right? You got down shots inside a secret. Last player is going to be Hoop, but Hoop does spawn with them. That's a B Mercury. So a 2 versus 3. Early time for FaZe. You can see Abizi checking all of his corners. You have to hunt these players down quickly. Efficient trades out of FaZe, but not going to be ready for 2. Now it's down to Celium, and there you go. So players think down through. Well, the green wall going to clean 4 dead as P2 pops.
Yeah, FaZe want to be in a situation to kind of breed the spawns. You can see they were wondering where people were a bit. It's a split that comes in. They aren't able to trade anything. Really well done by Optic, but just I guess a little more chaotic than FaZe probably wanted.
Well, I think it's just one of those things where, yeah, you think one sneaks through, but not one that is going to spawn on them. So they think they have to quickly trade, but here we go, FaZe. They can be such a good breaking team, and they punch them in the face. You get the early 4 dead for Optic, and well, you're going to want that one back. Just FaZe get on in.
Yeah, you'd love to turn that into a bit more time. Shotzi trying to get going, only 150 damage so far, starting out 0-4, nothing really working out for him. What a superstar in the making Hercules is. It's a big test for him within this series. But all right, half the time going to go the way of Optic early. The other half will be the way of FaZe. This Hook is stringing together headshots, and they'll now look to set up defensive side. Look to have a little bit of breathing room. They're trying to layer the map here, especially behind Hook, who's going to try and stagger this transition. Let's see if he can actually stagger it. Nice win. That's what 3-4 straight headshots for him.
Got an AR in hand. Well, he's gonna have a
Dang, shots he's 0-4. That's kind of crazy.
Sim's just going to go onto the hill. He's going to put some pressure on. So there are fights everywhere. Some key one-on-ones. I mean, they're just trying to find these FaZe players. Well, now through Shed comes Straza and Celia, but Hook's still just staying alive on the hill. But now you're going to allow FaZe to get into the positions that they want, but it doesn't matter. Hook continues to heat on up.
A massive multi-kill out of Hook, followed up with one for Mercules, 9-3 and 7-5 respectively. In lead right now for Optic Texas, so just under 20 seconds remaining here on the hard point, and you still have FaZe running out deep at home. And Shotzi's again trying to really get something.
Yikes!
Really working out for him early, but who cares?
Losing that is crazy.
For now, you know Shotzi will get it going at some point.
That's a big kill right there. Actually, Dashy would have been darn close to a Hellstorm, and a Hellstorm at that P4 to be so crucial. Not gonna earn that. FaZe, one of the best teams at holding this P4 on Hacienda. Normally where they get themselves back into the game. Well, the first couple of kills going to go their way. Draws it with a stub in hands. He's able to find one more. But Hook, the hot hand for Optic, does get cut down.
Yeah, I think Shotzi kind of hit this first, was a little bit staggered, and they're never able to kind of keep the 4-man push after that. Yeah, Dashy gets a kill or 2 from deep, but no real presence on the hard point. So this will be the next swinging break. See if they'll be able to do it here. Dashy is trying to get a freebie. No freebies are given. Abizi's multi holds the point. Simpadraza then closes
Jeez, they are holding this like crazy.
Not a lot of separation between these teams. Any big adjustments you want?
But that's how you're supposed to play.
I think the key for Optic was the P3 offenses, right? Because I think FaZe, you start on the bad side, you split P2, you take that all day, you have a bit of a good lead. It's the P3 for Optic, and then really the response are at P4. But yeah, nice back and forth battle so far on this map number 1. I think the key will really just be, can Shotzi start to get going? This is a map where if he gets loose, he can get lost, can have big multi-kills. But the fact you're only down 13 and he is 3-10, you take that all day.
Yeah, it feels that way. Like, all right, we're down. Eventually he'll turn it on. When will that moment be? I thought getting caught maybe on the reload was easy, but that won't be the case. Oh, really? Never mind. Out of the reload, and the absolute shaker. They're out of it easy as he drops, but he's also leading the lobby in kills, so credit that to him. Some great P1 time for a stretch there for Optic Texas, but now with 20 seconds left, you really have to focus on the spawns. Last time you were able to slip through if you're Optic Texas, you're able to get set up early. Unfortunately, got broken pretty quickly. Everybody spawning out Rockside and streaming across for Optic Texas. The information should be here in a second for FaZe, but are they going to be able to deal with this?
Yeah, it's a bit 2 versus 2.
Both teams should spawn out here. That should be the case, but Dashy is the difference maker. Him and Hook, they win like a 2-on-3. Again, you had the numbers here. If you were
Freaking Hook is not playing.
So Dashy, he's gonna bounce off of this. He goes up easy. He's gonna find the first pressure here for FaZe.
Johnson maybe starting to warm up a bit, starting to win some gunfights. 2 straight for him, looking for the triple, hitting with the pistol, and now he is alive. Lead out to 20 again. Still a healthy chunk of time here, 35 seconds remaining, and a pinch opportunity now for Atlanta FaZe. A good chance to get in. Shotzi gets one, after that it's a break. It's pretty similar to the first time through.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, FaZe get blessed. Draza gets a split spawn there. Optic are thinking they're all spawning towards the back, or at least fences. Draza spawns out Rock. He gets the first one. But I think, again, you lose rotation. If you are Optic, you had a great break. But you're going to split this time. Can they do what they did last time here towards this P3? You're going to have shots in the early position, well side. And as we talked about, starting to turn it around is this guy.
And what the biggest separation is going to no one's going to find any kind of wiggle room, any breathing room. This half one. Early set of defenses, though, again. 4 off. Boot gets 2, but nobody else is going to really get through on the feed. 4 Optic Texas. Dashy being in trouble, but the help gets in from the spawn from Hercules. He's going to get crossed in the angle. Shotzi wins his one-on-one over towards Arches as well. So far, so good. Now approaching what has been our biggest advantage up 20.
And again, just another chance where you had a break opportunity if you were FaZe, but it's a second time through, and it is a clean 4 dead. Draza's gonna back up, make sure they block spawns. You know where they're spawning out, all well side. Is Optic Texas selling with a beamer onto Dashy. The headshot connects, the final 20. Go in the way of FaZe, but you're going to contest this if you are Optic. Dashy's going to spawn out, so he's going to have an early rotation. I don't know if you're going to expect this if you're Draws. Maybe you're going to catch him here, and you do on this spot.
Trigger discipline pays off. You will catch him. Hercules right up the gut, though. I thought maybe you'd turn that into 2. Make it messy for the reinforcements to come in. But
oh, this man jumped high as hell. Hook is not playing.
Control. This is the best hard point for FaZe through the first set. Now Texas in control and holding.
And it's just a multi-kill. And then you have Dashy locking down top always. If he doesn't get that, Dashy, he's top hall with an AR, would be so tough. Draws it up, pulls out this up, contest through the water. FaZe, a team that just will not go away, and well, he's gonna win it. He's able to find a double. Pistol in hand, close spawns here for FaZe. The reinforcements flooding. Hook with another double. Shotzi, Mercury's trying to get there to back him up, but much better job here at P4 for Optic.
Still so little separated these squads. In the final 15 or so seconds, it looks like FaZe are going to send another volley at this, and they'll get right into the grinder. I mean, I know Cell gets 2, but chewing up the time will be Optic Texas. Now let's get ready for our third set. What, 25-point lead? Shotzi is absolutely turned it around. The big moments now coming down the stretch. Leading on one side is Abizi, the other is who? See which superstar is going to have the brightest moment, who shines the brightest light.
And that is just a great stun from one of the number ones. I think it was Celium. To know where Hook's position is, just to read those spawns.
I've been trying to look at the mini-map.
Yeah, we got a lot of number 1s, a couple of number 5s. One day, Codcaster is going to work.
One day, we'll get there. But getting there in the scoreline is Optic Texas closer to putting this map one away. And again, with FaZe being Team A and taking and picking this map 1, what a big steal this could be for Optic Texas if they are able to do it. Over to Shotzi's POV and into the Friday, 15 seconds remaining. FaZe have rotation for now, but this is some great time. Optic Texas are going to pick up, spawning out deep Roadhouse and trying to transition across. Be one of the number 1s from FaZe.
It actually helps out though, right? So they know there's nobody towards the front, but Optic are going to have fences spawn, and this has been a key for FaZe. I think they want to have a cleaner P2. They've had a couple of chances. Some, chaotic situations that haven't given them their early setups, but this time you have everybody in. Now you have to read the splits. A tough one. Draws are going to spawn all the way out. Are you going to read this? Not going to happen. The split this time going to help out Optic. Just stay disciplined. It's Mercury's. Then it's going to be a 3 dead.
That timing on the minimap looked disgusting for whichever number 1 it was. Right as they peaked Rocket, one teammate spun out Boathouse, and right as they gave it up, the push came in. You see the team kill maybe cost Optic Texas. With just under 30 to go, the next break chance for Atlanta FaZe to get in, but you're 30 points away from a win. Optic Texas getting so close and still winning fights around the point. They'll give it up there at the tail end of it though. And it looks like you'll secure this final 20. So again, maybe what, about
10 to 15 points between the teams?
Yeah, and again, both teams just bestie at P2. I think early for FaZe, and then you've had these later breaks for FaZe to split it right onto the Optic setups. But it's going to be Optic again at P3 fences. Hooped, he's already top halls, just finding so much information, dealing with this first push by himself.
Yeah, you're going to have 10 seconds off this before the push really counts. For FaZe. Hercules, though, dealing with it on one side.
Jeez.
15 now, needed for the win. Abizi is weak and silent. Selim is cut down. Just 10 now to go. The next phase push, and maybe the last phase push, ain't incoming. Looking for the openings. They're not finding them. It's Hercules. It's Hoop holding the line. FaZe in trouble. Optic locking it down. Optic. We get the map 1 win on Hacienda.
Interesting.
You're going to the Optic search pick. Things become a little bit more interesting than their traditional series layout.
Yeah, I mean, the only good thing for FaZe is it's protocol map number 2, right?
Yeah, it's a good one for them.
It's a great one for them. It did go all the way to a round 11, but this is just part of the bigger conversation.
Give me a second, guys.
I mean, FaZe, their map pool has obviously throughout the year gotten sliced and diced, and they just haven't found a hard point where they are winning comfortably.
Yeah, no.
Right? Throughout the year.
Everyone seems stressful, right?
It just goes away, and while Optic, they take advantage of it. On a Hacienda, 30 from Hook, so many key multi-kills, especially at that P4. That really gave them that nice lead to close out the game. On the side for FaZe, I mean, Simp, the last time these two played at the last major, he has like a 1.3 on the series.
Yeah, no, Friday.
Dominates. Bit of a slow one there.
Shots, he started real slow. What, around 3 and 12 or whatever it was, I forget what he got out to exactly, but bounces back in a big way. Up some big moments, but it felt like it was the Hercules or Hoop multi-kills at big moments that were so huge for this side. Seeing some of the highlights throughout this, no real separation for either team until Optic Texas pull away late, but he just felt like nobody could hold a full setup. Be outside like the first rock hard point for FaZe, like everything felt like it was like a 30-30 split for a long time.
I mean, both teams, that's one where the coaches with the VOD, I think both would go back to the P2s.
Yeah.
What could have gone a little bit differently? But yeah, I think you felt the nerves. You saw it from the POV first match at Champs, such a big game. And yeah, both teams with some slow starts, but it was Optic who clutch on up. And again, just who? At that rock kill, his multi-kill is the difference.
He had so many. Hey, Hercules was right there with him for many clutch multi-kills. One here late to help seal it. The trade needs to be there, but Simp can't do it. Lovely. Out of Hercules. As Texas with the hold here. Fences where it's been pretty darn messy. They don't allow it to get messy late. They hold for the final 30, and they'll secure the map win. So they'll go up, they'll go out in front, and well, listen, we've already got one of our, champs on the year in Thieves sitting in the losers bracket. I mean, FaZe goes down there too, and I don't know what the hell this weekend is, bro. That would be insane.
I mean, this is what can happen with that sort of extended break, right? A team like Optic, it felt like they were getting better with Hercules last major. They showed us some improvements. That time only helps them. You're hoping they're peaking right now.
I think one of the teams that probably got helped the most by the extra 2 weeks has got to be Optic.
Yeah.
I mean, it has to be. Just trying to get in a flow with Hercules, try to work on some small things and really dial it in. And then,
with whatever roster they have.
Yeah, true. But then at least, I mean, even if the scrims have been going well, we've heard like Shotsy comments that they've been going really well, it still has to transition to the actual main stage, to land. And so far, so good. But now, yeah, protocol search, thoughts though for this.
I mean, I don't know, bread and butter for FaZe, one of their best. But again, last time these two teams played, it was a round 11. Hercules played it extremely well in this search and destroy. He was like the guy that was finding multi-kills down low, but for FaZe, we know what they love to do. They just go down low, dominate the bomb site.
Yeah.
Is that strategy going to work again?
And I think we've both been looking for just maybe some tricks, some new spots, some cheeky little moments we're going to see in Search and Destroy. And listen, it's a Thursday at Champs, so we might not see some stuff pulled out till Saturday.
Maybe.
Last year we saw some of that, where it's like Saturday stuff gets busted out. I'm talking to you, Joe Deceives on radio. That's what I'm thinking of. Yeah. That was unbelievable, but who will have some flashy spots, some incredible moments. Shotsy, vocal with the boys now. Really started heating up later in that map one, but
This Optic team guilty of some slow starts in series, whether it's been online or on land. Not going to be the case here as they come out swinging and get that map one done.
And I think for Shotzi, like, you know, you're having a rough start to the map, and right, you can't find your flow. You look at the scoreboard and you're up 10 points. There is no better feeling.
Oh, 100%. I think if you're down 50 at that point, it's like, oh, it's on me. You get on your own head a little bit. I don't care how much of a veteran you are. You start to blame yourself a little bit maybe, but nah, if you're in the lead, it's like, whatever. Boys have got me. He's got to help. It's like a trust thing, bro. He's got to help. Well, listen, we showed the Adraza stats. That didn't do much for you leading into the map one. Here, the Simp Search and Destroy stats. He has been terrific in Search on the year. Well, outside of the final last major where he got absolutely shut down by Thieves. But he'll look to get something going after not having the best map one. FaZe look to tie us up. Optic look to extend this lead. It's Proto, Search now, and FaZe kick it off on offense. And what do you know? They will like to send a full-on push towards A, not liking what they're seeing this time around. Don't have any trophies.
Yeah, round one, no trophies, just throwing shoulders.
It's a real dangerous push.
Gaining the info, does Shotzi maybe over Pete? Kabisi's going to throw that stun out. Now it's just a question of where is he? But just going to be locking this down as Bomb's starting to move over towards B. Dashy is there, putting some shots in, and that is going to be the key, that first player towards that B bomb. Well, there is the help on Acelium now. But can Simp get back though, right? Just you would love to rotate this, but he's got to get out. He's got to get out. And well, he's able to find a kill, and then Celium gets another one. So the help is there. But now it's all down to Dashy.
One of the iciest. But no chance.
Uh-oh.
Oh. Dashy's like, thank God, man, it's always me.
It is always him.
It's always him,
Yeah, last
bro.
series it was, what, him twice?
Yeah. I told you, dude, this is such a weird thing. I bumped into BC the rest of us last event. We were laughing about it. And he's like,
Oh no. Hold up. Give me a sec, guys.
right on to the point. Who's going to walk away with a multi? It's going to be
All right.
him. Shotzi will trade it out, so quickly into a 2 versus 2.
I don't know what the heck happened.
We talked about Sim's multi-kills. He gets another one in this round. Post-play scenario, 8 stuns, not going to connect on either side. Virtually's going to hop off the bomb, just take his time, but now the plant is going to restart. Well, Shotzi, like spiral side.
Not going to be great. He's still on a Simtex. He held his pocket though, so he's able to get the kill. Great tags in from Hercules. Hercules trying to clutch up 1 versus 2, chasing it down and closing it out. Hercules with the 1v2, and yeah, I was gonna say when he was planting, he still had that Simtex. Thought it might be huge, it absolutely was.
And I think it hits both, right? You know what I mean? He just backs down Celium, but then just the confidence. Puts some shots in with the Jackal, has the AMS as well, hunts Cell down, doesn't allow him to regen Hell, take a different angle. There was still like 30 seconds left on the bomb, so Cell had plenty of time. Yeah, I thought maybe with the timing for shots it was going to be rough, but it doesn't matter. Mercury's has his back.
That Simtex is everything. Everything. I mean, is it winnable without it? Sure, but it is way, way harder. He's able to kind of split the players with that, give himself.
All right, it's 1-1.
Does it beautifully.
Volleyball again, this time for FaZe.
They got a trophy, and this time they want to get right on into the mix. This will be an immediate plant in percent and also an immediate first blood as Shotzi is going to get caught.
Well, another first step for him, right, on defense. Not what you want from Shotzi. You want him to open things up for you. Instead, he's getting caught this time over to his duo and Hook. But Draza with some big gunfight spiral side. Abizi through the middle of the map. Able to take down Mercules, and that is what FaZe does on Protocol.
I was going to say, that's like that's FaZe in a nutshell.
No, it is. As soon as they start to hit the trophy systems, you just have to know.
Oh, there's very few teams have been able to shut down, right? It's like, do you try to play the retake? Do you try to just beat them with 4? And yes, it's not like they're perfect. They haven't stopped, but
I would say they're
the winning rate's real high in that exact scenario. A little regain lead now. Man, I curse. We got through 2 series without kind of Yeah, no, we are. I was just thinking about it. We're there now. I don't know why it's not. I just want to see the 3 number 1s again. Well, Poop's like, okay, well, I don't like what I am seeing.
Okay.
All these bullets. Well, maybe get the drop.
This is a fake because after they're not transitioning over towards me, they're staying A side. Be waiting for somebody to overpeak. Then they're going to go back down low because they know phase. They have to reposition. So you're going to re-clear this if you are Optic. But one player is inside, and that is Sim. He loves to be in this spot, but Shotzi, he's going to guess the corner. There is a quick trade, but Dashy's going to find Celia.
I mean, how often do we see him get multi-kills from that spot? Or some spot tucked away? You read it, but it's still on Abe and Raz to maybe catch up with this 2 versus 3. Alright, info on the 1. Tries to drop down. Beautifully played from Hercules, and he's going to go ahead and get both. The young man's having himself
Okay.
already got a first blood to his name. Has the 1v2.
Mercury's trying to prove a point. I think he did in the interview say that
We're just going to take our time, allow you to sort of
he do want to rematch with FaZe and he want to beat them this time.
And then it's just a guessing game. And that time, Shotzi, instead of a first
So
blood, finds that first blood onto Sim. The lone player inside of that bomb site. See what adjustments both teams start to make on defense.
Yeah, I'm sure he's going to beat us in some position again. Just set up. Team shut down Simple after this phase. Team search and destroy. They can spell disaster like we just saw in our last final. This looks like the game we saw. For the bees here earlier. He's just going to go behind that, but he's just in the corner and doesn't pick it. One's going to be a team kill though. Who cleans up the next 2?
why would they do that? Why would they do that?
Well, Sim just doesn't know where Shotzi is, and then Draza, him and Abizi, they line up, right? I mean, you are stuck to the elevator shaft, so Shotzi, he should pretty much get credited for 2 in that round. But yeah, a little off angle right there. You don't check the corner. Well, it is just a slaughter for FaZe down towards the A site.
Yeah, you're just guessing left or right. Just doesn't peek the corner. This is what it looks like from Shotzi. Gets everyone down in front of him. Like you said, might as well credit him with 2. Gets 1 damage into another. Leaves it for Hoop to finish it. He'll now take advantage in this map too. I mean, the good thing for Optic, you got a lot of beauty to watch for FaZe and what they like to do there. And so far, they're taking Step out of the corner. Setting up in a corner there where they think they won't check.
This is fast. This is so quick. He's behind him. Yeah, he is behind him. He doesn't try to take the player.
Oh, no.
Top. He just goes right down low. And while they're playing towards this could be maybe the wrong call here for Optic, but they're going to catch Draza. I thought maybe Draza.
Oh, man.
Bomb. See, you had the A site with Sim take it down, but you are all.
That is not looking good.
If you are Optic.
Yeah, this is a weird round. We're gonna wrap this out. Key decisions coming in now. Looks like they're still this down towards that. Trying to get the plan in. Some kind of utility, maybe FaZe have to work to take this from each other.
Well, they still don't know where this is, right? I mean, you still have a busy checking lead. Now Boss goes down towards himself. He wants to drop from top house, but just going to clear the other ankles first. There is one player all the way through. That's going to be Dashy. All timing's going to be clear for them.
He's got to stop. Up over the top, stuff's going to hit. Will it matter? Does not
Wow.
matter at all. Optic Texas with a 3v2. Hold the site. And now get up 2 rounds in this search. Closer and closer to a big round 1 upset.
Yeah, well, they're just doing what Optic or what FaZe did, just better right now. Over towards this A site, finding the early numbers. I mean, Shotzi right from the get-go. That is the plan. He doesn't deal with the player down up top. He goes down low, and as soon as they find Sip, I think the call is A is open. But the problem is, you can see, Bomb was over towards B. Draza was about to peek it, but Mercules had that player's back, and then they just have to wrap it on through.
Yeah, if he checks it, he probably gets 1. Or at least gets the player on bomb. Maybe it becomes a lot more winnable. Becomes very interesting. Not to be the case. You're on 4 straight for Hoop. Mercules 3 in a row. He's going to get right back to the quick plant here.
Yeah, they said we're just going to go quick this time. Last time it did not work out. They do have the car though.
Damage in, turns it into one, and able to stay alive for a bit. Might actually lead to a team.
Bro, what is FaZe doing?
Can't walk away with all of them. Able to get two, but not enough. 5 rounds on the board now for Optic.
Bro.
Chaos ensues on the site. And that's about the shots he gets through, gets one, then just that little stay alive.
Ain't no way we finna get what I fucking think we finna get.
And really what the RC does is it opens up the spiral case drop down, right? It backs that player up from FaZe. Yeah. That is the key. They have to reposition here. And then on the reposition, Shotzi's going to find one on the cross. Traza slides, but he lands onto a nade. It may have been a team nade, and it's just chaos in the site. But the RC car, that extra utility, deals with the player bottom spiral, forces them to back down up, and then when they go to retake it, they don't know Shotzi's already in that spot.
Beautifully done by Optic Texas. One more.
2-5 is crazy, bro.
Catches some nades, but staying up. Trying to get Shotzi out across top mid again. They're not going to get him through this time.
Bro, they are just yelling at Mug.
He gets through, he can decide around, but just opening and timing.
They dead ass hate FaZe, bro.
Well, this is a map FaZe has had some 1-2-5 comebacks. One round at a time for long. Position they have been in. They find that first blood, slow things down. Who just tries to get aggressive. But it's looking like we're going to a round number 9.
We'll see. Hercules had himself some plays. So we got another one here. Well, not any playmaking ability there. He actually tries to challenge some good tags in, but he'll be in the 1 versus 4 now with just over 30 to go. I don't think
We'll just take some time. We can just talk about next round, what we want to do. Or just let him go hunt a bit. Let him go hunt. He's able to find one. Only got 15 seconds, so not going to find much more outside of that FaZe. Just going to slide around and waste his time. But I'll tell you what, that boy is shooting.
He is shooting. Didn't really give himself a chance to win a round, but got a couple of players and they build confidence. But FaZe, round by round, as you said, try to bring this one back. No strangers to come back and search and destroy. They'll work to do it here. Selling, picking up several. In this round, I think 3 of them. And he's got 2 first bloods to go with that. I mean, dude, Shotzi's that's right. He's got 4 first bloods and 3 first deaths. So the Zuma stat line.
Yeah. Well, I think FaZe probably just going to go right back there. I mean, the only difference is you had the RC card. The only problem is you forgot Bomb.
Yo, what up, Lucky? Welcome to the stream, man.
Well, forgot Bomb, and Abizi forgot his legs. As he has been blown to bits.
So you switch it up, you get away from the A strat. I mean, you feel like you raced down last round through the RC card, but it doesn't matter. So first blood with the nade onto Abizi.
Bro.
See the team shot on point. They retake top mid control. And this one looks to be over early.
Yeah, I feel that way. No bomb. The nade, the
It's 2v4.
draws. Potentially bring this back. Otherwise, they're looking at no 2-hole. Optic looking for their first victory over FaZe this year. They are getting closer and closer.
Oh, gosh, you just see
It's getting crazy.
Thought maybe he was in a spot these players are FaZe are going.
Cause what can they honestly do? I mean, they can try go B, but
as soon as Dashy sees contact, everyone gonna zip on.
yeah, Dashy's over there.
Shotzi's gonna start to work the flank. It's all about the numbers now. Well, Mercy is hoping to catch that player on the flank. But this is gonna open up the route for Hoop to find the first, try to close out the map. It's Hoop.
Zep not able to pull off something miraculous. It is a search and destroy win for Optic, and the boys are dialed.
Notice you were on and had to say hey before tomorrow rival session. Who you in the Marvel Rivals with? You just running by yourself, or?
As you said, that's been a very good one for FaZe, but like, I mean, they were given a taste of their own medicine throughout the working as well. And they have been watching VOD. They knew which orders to check.
Or you running with like Binge?
Beautifully done there from Optic.
Yeah, and I mean on the FaZe side, you got a lot of what you wanted. Right? You had good reads on the map.
All right.
Your A post plants. The one time you got retaken was a big round, but then when things slowed down for Optic, I think the key is
I think I played Marvel like not yesterday, but the day before. I was playing that on PC. I've been using a lot of Moon Knight lately.
just never really found anything that is credit to the Optic team.
What a performance out of Hercules in this Optic lineup. They'll take it 6-3. I mean, this is the one.
I'm not gonna lie. I don't know what's going on with FaZe, bro. This is something that I never expect to dead ass happen.
Yeah, last match was very close, and I thought the Genos were pretty bad for Optic. Like the hard point.
The last series?
Yeah, played both red card and rewind, which I don't know.
It was in the last, bro.
And Skyline, but before we get to the Skyline hard point, now you have a hot seat of control, which you 3-0'd them last time. And one where
But I know,
started to struggle. Like this was their match.
I think after the stream, I gotta get ready to practice with my team. Freaking they gotta get ready for August. The finals are Optic is pretty good though. I mean, for this year, not really. They really haven't been playing like they supposed to. The crazy thing about this is why I'm saying like this is crazy how FaZe is not playing how they playing. They won, so it's 4 majors. They won 2 out of the 4 majors, and they're the second best team in the league. And Optic, they kind of went downhill. They won champs last year, and then they went downhill. And if I see a 3-0 from this, it's just telling me that they're gonna have freaking Optic go all the way. Cause this, what I'm witnessing right now, is crazy as hell.
Up against Celium, who we know just wins those every single time, setting the tone for them. And then you can see like the confidence that Shotzi has in Mercury's and the rest of his team. Like he's just sending it, getting through, flanking through bottom spiral, making massive plays. And then Atlanta's starting to think like, okay, we got to have some presence towards mid. You saw it at the very end. Like we're trying to take mid gun. Well, guess what? Nobody's there in this round. So constantly keeping Atlanta guessing. It was so tough to play up against.
And also shout out Chop Team, I mean, 5 first bloods, and he was doing rogue things on the map. Like, rogue things that maybe you would try in rank play. Like, when he got through that spiral staircase plank and gets that first kill, you know the guy sitting in that corner was like, what the hell just happened? So, this is when we talk about Shotzi being like one of the best players in the game, it's when he's able to pull off stuff like this. Because there's no other player that can come close. So when he gets aggressive like that and the timing just play out so well, it makes the map so much easier for the rest of his teammates. And this is where they can out-talent some teams.
And this is a showdown between 2 of our most experienced.
I ain't gonna lie, Dashy locked in.
Is the X factor, the one guy.
He is locked in.
To a champs, and we talked to Karma, the coach of Optic Tech.
Cause he knows. Like this is like a serious matter right now.
Coach Karma, big difference in that major 4 for you and the team. Unbelievable stuff, and of course, a lot
Favorite
of
FaZe player?
Slaying was not the team. The teamwork was. Has teamwork naturally prevented bringing Merc onto the team, or was that something
It might have to be Simp.
also coach in and kind of push him through and the rest of the team to work out this new dynamic?
Yeah, so the teamwork did come naturally. I think once we got Mason on the roster and we got some time under our belt.
But we're talking about all time.
Work itself. But
FaZe player.
Say we didn't have to put in time. Like this past month is
every
day, extra sets.
It's gonna have to be between
everything to make sure, no matter the situation, we know what's going on as a team.
Attach.
And, in matches sometimes,
or freaking
and you can't always prepare for that, but just
damn, I forgot his name.
all the guys on the same
Enable.
same idea for pretty much every situation that could arise. And I mean, we've done everything we can. Now we just have to come out and execute.
The execution has been on point through 2 games.
I like Optic, FaZe, and 100 Thieves. But I full on represent FaZe and 100 Thieves. Like FaZe, I've been watching from the beginning. 100 Thieves because Nashai is one of my favorite players. He used to play for Optic and stuff, so I respect Optic as well. So it's like, you know.
I think half this crowd would be happy to see it end right now. A lot of people want to stick around for a game 5. Make some noise, ladies and gentlemen.
But 100 Thieves, dead ass just got upsetted by Boston. And Boston is I think they're 8th seed. Boston was an 8th seed team, and they just beat the number 1 team in 100 Thieves. Ain't gonna lie, FaZe need to turn this around, or it's gonna be 3-0, bro. Like I said, this is some shit that I have not seen out of FaZe, especially when it comes to like champs.
Even map number 4 Skyline, I mean, they just beat Thieves in the final. Right, so still some very strong maps here for FaZe.
Yeah. I mean, it's doable. It's doable.
It's doable. But the fact is, I mean, yeah, they are just simply being outplayed by the top team.
They certainly are. On land this season, I mean, big advantage to FaZe, but I mean, we'll keep touching on the last time they played in Major 4. It was all
They're second. FaZe is the second best in control overall. If they lose to Optic off of this, I hate to say it, they're gonna probably do a they're gonna try something else. I don't know if it's gonna be Tiny Terrors together again, or they're gonna get rid of. I don't think they'll get rid of 7. That'd be wild as fuck, but we'll see what happens when the time comes.
There, I think, for Hoop and Sim. And Hoop's going to get a little bit of help and end up turning that into 2 with Shotzi. Already down to, what, 45 seconds here. And FaZe are down 6 lives.
You're just not finding kills, right? You're not opening up lanes. You're just getting shut down. Every time you're checking something, there's an Optic player already ready for you for that gunfight. Finally a trade, somebody in the kill feed. That's going to be easy. But yeah, you're down to 30 seconds. You have no map control. Optic with such a strong defense to start this map, and yeah, this was one where FaZe so strong throughout the year, but recently it's looked weaker and weaker. Teams figured it out.
The lurking and waiting will be Hoop. He's going to turn to 2. I think shots into a 3rd. Great play there from Hoop, just to chill. And then shoot players in the back. 10 seconds to go. Up 9 lives. Optic in cruise control here in the opening defense. Last desperation effort to maybe get a body onto the point. Cell just going to get there, or is he? We'll get stopped, and that's all Optic from the get-go.
Yo. What is... No, bro.
Right, that's when they make their plays. You don't even touch it. You don't even get to that area. A couple of just key multi-kills from this and they couldn't get out of their base.
Just being outplayed, outclassed. Listen, when you're prepping for the event, you're stringing everybody not on your side of the bracket. These two teams haven't really been grinding against each other the past month. It just seems like FaZe expected one team, and that's not the team they're playing against. This is a refined Optic Texas. The team may be capable of making a run deep into the tournament this weekend. What a start it would be with a win here. You already have Thieves and Losers. You have your 2 biggest competitions already in Losers. How massive that could be. Great break on defense, looking for a great break here on offense. It's not going to be quite as clean, but you'll get Hook out.
Oh, he's going to find a kill, so you're going to pause the clock, and now FaZe have to deal with him. At least the nade's hit, so Cell has the advantage in that gunfight. But we never really saw FaZe in this scenario last offense. Just getting onto that B point, pausing the clock, and making the defense work. Hook and Shotzi, Dashy all finding kills. The last player is going to be a BZ, but progress being made at B.
Second tick about halfway there. shot. I'm just going to wait for Team to get some damage in. Try to hit the stun and go, and beautifully played there from Hoop. Second of progress is through. Nearly the extension. Just good movement there from Hoop. Good help in from Hercules. Up 5 lives and just dominating Hoop. His POV has been sensational over the course of the series. Really out the gate of that map 1. Time extension is in. Progress already working it out.
I mean, teamwork on point from Opti. Everybody double challenge. You can see the players are always weak when they're taking gunfights. Stun nades on point.
Bro.
Position now is Hoop. Locked it down on top office. Finally, it's straight out. But I mean, Zip 1 in 10. Just do not ever see this from that man.
Bro, I never seen FaZe play like this, bro.
So he's been dominating in this matchup just here. He can find nothing.
And I'm talking about champs.
Maybe the map 1, maybe Sim starts to get going, but obviously a very different mode here in control. But you brought it back a bit in the live part. You started to find some kills.
The problem is minute 30 still for Optics, right? They've been on the objective so much. They can take their time and well find kills just like that. Dashi was lurking off the side. Josh is going to take him down. They know where Shotzi is, how much pressure they deal with him. On the other side of the map, it is Abizi finding the players off of spawn.
So the timing's like, well, it's going to work out pretty well there for Optic Texas. You let Hercules get 2, and that might just really set up a perfect push. But good finesse there from Abizi able to help thugs here. You still have a minute to go. 12
Shotzi's got to get involved in this somehow, right? I mean, they've just ignored him. They know he's been out. So they're trying to find a player or 2 off spawn. Well, players are going to get on the point, so this should allow Shotzi to make a play. That's Hook. I mean, FaZe aren't dealing with Hook. Right? Hook's about to get another ticket for free. 10 versus 11, and he's pausing the clock. So FaZe fighting elsewhere, and this guy, he's just hanging out. He is hanging out the objective, and now Shotzi is able to make that play.
They're finally going to deal with it, but things getting a little bit hairy. We'll see if they can clear the objective off the point.
Bro.
2, though. Might set them up to seal it. Nice little double chow, though, to shut that down. This is a must-win round. It feels like for FaZe that they are in trouble. No respawns remaining. 4 versus 5. Half a tick needed for Optic. Can they do it? That's a gunfight. Huge gunfight out towards Rock.
But look at the tick as well. I mean, it's halfway filled. So as soon as there's pressure on it, someone from FaZe has to peek. That first player going to be Sim. On the other side, it's be draws at top halls.
4 versus 4. Good old-fashioned S&B round. 20 seconds now to go. As he said, half a tick.
You just want to jump on this?
Just said, get on it. See if you can do it. Simple able to find the first blood in this scenario. BC going to win a big one from the steps. Pressure Hercules to go huge. Not able to do it. And now all to Dashi. You're thinking through how could they win this? The different options you've got. Just send it onto the point. Maybe just hop on it.
I thought maybe just go for it.
Guys, 3, 2, 1, just hop on it.
I'm thinking, yeah, maybe catch them off guard. But you had that 2-2 split there from FaZe. I think it was draws at top or bottom secret. You had Celium go on the flank, and well, it was a 1 in 10 start for this man. But he picks it up on the second half of this round and ties it up at 1 apiece.
Cool. Well, I'll tell you what. I mean, Optic kind of cruised their defensive win. FaZe had to work for it. But the fact is, you got the round victory. Maybe some momentum to ride off of that. But God, that's like the longest control round of all time. Because you just had early capture. You felt you had a body on it so often. Like the stretch you were talking about, Hoop was just on. Hey. See the break off to be better from FaZe this time around on offense.
I'm not seeing anything top balls or over toward dead, so they should know where Optic is. Going on those flanks maybe or through to Nectar. Draws are going to slide on Ando. He's going to get taken down. That apple activates Sim. They're going 1 for 1 so far, but this is better than what they showed earlier. But it was the multi-kills, and it's Hoop again on Hacienda.
So many. Yeah, at least you're out on the map a bit. Yeah. A whole heck of a lot better than last time, too. Got to put a toe on it. Pause the clock, trying to maybe cause a rotation in from Texas, but they're standing tall. Dashi, he's won a couple in a row. Just
he knew. Chauncey knew.
I know what kind of play this guy's making. I do it all the time. Well, he's going to continue to hold it. Because again, this defense from
Bro,
giving FaZe absolutely nothing. The wall is strong right now.
not allowing you to get information for free, always keeping them second guessing. Got some quality beats there from Bronze. You get 2 to get him out, but that won't happen. If he's able to dip himself into the point, wins one gunfight, but the follow-up is always there for Optic. 15 seconds now to go. Dashing for Chow. Dashing gets shut down. You gotta go though. About to be sub 10 seconds to go. Cell gets out to it. Now, Candyland phase turned this into an extension.
And again, there's just somebody lurking from the Optic side. That time it was Mercules, at least able to find one. Cellium's position rotates Optic towards B. The rest of phase, they're going to need Optic, start towards the same point. Cell, a ton of info there and a lot of bullets to the face.
He's going to try to reposition and hold. Able to get one at least. Trying to play his life, playing for info. His teammates able to pick up some as well. Last guy they're hunting for, right above him in the form of Dashy. Dashy gets that one. Age over the top. Alright, not getting hit. So there's your minute extension, but still, you're down to 13 lives. Not a lot for FaZe to work with. And that's a big clearance from Optic Texas.
Yeah,
that's huge. Another multi for who?
Yeah, now you're going to get all the way pushed up fences if you are Mercules, forcing them to garage side. And as you said, only 11 lives remaining for FaZe. Not a lot of time to work with either. Finally felt like FaZe was starting to get in their mojo, starting to play their lives a little bit more. Right from Cellium's POV. But Optic, they deal with them once they capture the point. Right back into a strong position.
30 to go. Once again, just tucking in corners and FaZe trying to sniff them out properly. Over to B we go. Able to pause the clock at 25.5.
This feels like Cell is the one player finding openings for FaZe. Like winning some of these tough gunfights we normally see from him.
Yeah.
But onto this B point. Somebody gets through though. It was Shotzi. Yeah, Shotzi got a great time in connector. And they just gave it up. Now 22 seconds for Sim. He's just trying to play his life. Focus on him on the other side of the map. Mercules is getting kills.
Kid's gonna get shut down. 15 seconds out to go, only 5 lives left. Off to the races. Go with Atlanta FaZe. We'll see if they can actually get there. Avizi's gonna get shut down. Cell's gonna get silenced. No respawns remaining. Optic Texas defense simply too strong. This is the teamwork we've been looking for all year. One more round.
And I think Dashy, yeah, he had to give reminded he had to win one more round.
Yeah, no, I was about to say, did he think they won?
Yeah, he did think they won. He was about to start talking some trash, but it's okay. It's all right. They were close. They were close to winning 3-0. But yeah, this is what we saw last major. Like, FaZe, when we watched them on Hacienda, 90% of the year, they were like guaranteed to win an offensive round.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
But it feels like that success is just gone away.
Yeah, no, it really has. Just they'd be pulling out 4 subs, keeping their back foot.
Whoever was B was just
Bro, Optic
so annoying to deal with.
fan base is so crazy. It makes no freaking sense.
Maybe the last round.
I miss COD a bit. Might do Warzone someday in the near future.
Hercules to open it up. He's on 5 straight.
I think I'm done with COD this year. Like streaming it wise, but freaking trying to think. Black Ops 7. I'm probably gonna
Maybe they just think he's playing lobby, but BZ flames through well. He's able to find the double, so gives them an opening, keeps Optic off that point.
probably gonna do I'm probably gonna buy it on PC.
Solo chow team, those Optic Texas, for so long it was so frustrating. How many double chows now are instant trades? What we've begged for all year. Hercules just barely staying up.
He's gonna get this point. I mean, due to that, he just repositions.
Wow.
He gets a kill as well. So a minute 50 now, plus you're up in lives. FaZe have to defend A. It is all down to this.
Well, they held for, what, 2 minutes last time. Can they do it again here? Sim just able to get away as Mercules runs out of ammo. Chest bumping low and Shotzi and Abizi. I feel like 1, like 3 dead. And Optic Texas get in position, maybe put this away.
Well, again, just
that one solo player from Optic just kind of being ignored. That was Dashy. You know, last time we watched him on offense, it was Shotzi for the majority of the round, but Dashy said he tried to get the ball down. Those a couple of players are off spawn, and well, he should just give a layup, an alley-oop to Shotzi. Allows them to start to work out.
That's it. It's be 3 dead. Everybody drop it. There's the 3 dead you were hoping for. Progress is a brewing. Halfway towards the second tick. Hercules with the shots. Simp might be it. Put in the dirt. 1 tick now to go for the 3-0 here in round 1. Team shot is in. Beams are through. It's all on Simp.
Optic just fucking 3-0'd.
Texas with the round 1 upset. It's a 3-0.
They just 3-0'd FaZe.
I'll tell you what, I mean, we thought the upset was possible, but I think it'd be in this fashion. I think it'd be in 3-0 fashion. I mean, instead of a guy that has been so good this particular matchup, they just
Fuck!
They beat the hell out of him, really. I mean, that's why I know it's a bad fight. Beat him 6-3 in the surge, 3-1 here, in like the 1 round, you scraped away.
Y'all just saying the fuck you, Draza.
And now everybody's bracket is screwed. Yeah, the brackets are just, I mean, they already got busted. I mean, if you are any of these teams.
Get some Mr. Games, which, be honest, I've been just playing with what little time I. I mean, you've been working a lot, Lucky. You've been working a lot. That's why, bro. This 3-0.
Might not be the case this one. Month-long break heading into this championship. We wondered if there would be some surprises as a result. Well, it's a resounding yes, Joe. And well, we got some surprises.
Damn, Sam.
Maybe things you were trying to improve on from Major 4 until now.
Now they gotta play Carolina. Carolina.
You had the same problems as you had. And then you lost a surge. The one game like you kind of been
They gotta play Carolina now, man.
usually search the one thing they rely on. Not going to be the case here. It is a clean and efficient win there out of the Optic crew. We've been wanting. They look damn good. They do. Finally, this is what we've been wanting. I know they had to run the last major to get to a Sunday.
That just upsetted me. Nah, but Lucky, no, we definitely need to run some games, man. We'll try to figure something out. So we can run some type of game. I know when it comes to Overwatch, I ain't gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. I think I'm at the point of Overwatch. It kind of died on me, man. I know that for certain. I think it died on me. It's not the same like it used to be. Marvel Rivals, I'll fuck with Marvel Rivals because I've been enjoying using Moon Knight. But like I said, I've been playing a lot of other games like the finals. I've been playing Halo. I've been playing String Nova a lot. And like I said, Black Ops 7, I will be getting on PC. Most likely, so. I was gonna say they better give it the hoop because he proved what I said he needed to do, to be honest. But
I'm feeling good. The team's feeling good. We prepared for this matchup.
almost a 1.3 KD.
Yeah, those guys are extremely good. So every time you play them, it's always a challenge. And yeah, I was excited to play them.
Yep, definitely was, okay? And you play phenomenal on stage, okay? You know, you're always so cool, calm, and collected when we're watching you in those pressure moments. And we know a lot of pressure is on your shoulders, but how awesome would it be to be able to keep
that championship trophy in the hex quarters for Alpha Texas?
Well, that was a good, well, we advanced right there, so we just got to keep the ball rolling. That would be great, though, of course.
It definitely would be great, okay? Now, I'm going to let you go and get ready and start preparing for that next matchup tomorrow. I know you want to stay locked in, but what do you want to say to these fans out here cheering?
Hey, appreciate everyone here, man. This shit is lit.
This shit is lit, yeah!
I know it's not showing a lot of people, but like I said, Saturday and Sunday it'll be more people. It's just because it's day one. But if it stays like that, then don't ever in their lives go to Toronto ever again. I'm just keeping it buck. If it's like that, when Saturday and Sunday comes, do not ever in your life have champs in Toronto ever again. Cause, bro, no. If y'all seen Optics last year, it was dunk. I'm just saying, but that's crazy though. 3-0, man, is wild. But I hope y'all enjoyed the day one of champs. Like I said, tomorrow and Saturday I will not be able to stream it because I have to work, unfortunately. But if you look at my posts and stuff like that, I will be putting my predictions in of who I think will win their matches and stuff like that. So definitely watch out for that. And then Sunday, I'm gonna try to see if I can leave a bit early at work Sunday so I can stream Champs Sunday, because that's the championship and it's gonna be real close and all that. So yeah, definitely watch out, guys. But other than that, guys, let me go ahead and do the shout outs. Thank you, Lucky, for coming in. Thank you, Tristan, for coming in. Thank you, Jackie Bird, for coming in. Thank you, Blurred, for coming in. Thank you, Ems, for coming in. We had up to like 5-6 people in here watching. I really appreciate that. If you are new to the channel, make sure you hit that like button and subscribe to the channel. But yeah, guys, other than that, this has been your boy Darkrai, and I'll catch you in the next one. Peace.